Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Happy game day to all of you. Hope you had a nice weekend. Today's show is basically like Football Friday and Reaction Monday had a baby. That's what we're doing today because we got a lot to react to. We got a lot to get ready for tonight, Seth. 6 o'clock kickoff, 3 o'clock Texans countdown. Week 2, Tampa Bay's in town, and let's go get this.
This is look. We know. Starting off 0-2. I never remember what any of these stats are. All I know that is when your team starts off 0-2, you're going to be flooded with a deluge of stats about how hard it is to make the playoffs. How all is for naught. Why pay attention? Yeah. So for our own sanity, I think, as sports radio hosts and as fans amongst our listeners, you just can't start off 0-2.
No.
It's a perfectly plausible, and it happens all the time that you make the playoffs after starting off 0-2. The Texans have done it a couple times in recent years, and yet it's an awful feeling to have in mid-September.
Terrible feeling, especially when it's a season with hope. That's a bad feeling, man. It is a bad feeling. By the way, I did ask my friend, first name Chat, last name GPT. Mm-hmm. And I know you point this out many, many times, that asking our friend Chat GPT for statistics is a slippery slope. In sports is a slippery slope.
They've gotten better, though. It has gotten a lot better. But you have to fact check yourself.
They've gotten better. Well, I did. And you know, it pulls up the link where they got it from when it's stuff like this. So this was an article that they were able to find from last season at this time. So this time last year, and I'm guessing the stats have not changed very much, since 1990, 11.5% of the teams that start 0-2 make the playoffs.
Wow.
Going into last year, did not make it last year. I didn't feel like going and checking. I don't think it's going to move off of 11.5% enough to where it matters. There's a lot more. There's more teams make the playoffs now. Yeah,
so it's going to be more than 11.5%.
It'll be more than 11.5%, but not by much. It's since we're talking 35 years of data. Now, the good news, if you're a Texan fan, probably should have saved this for tomorrow, just in case bad things happen tonight. They've gone 0-2 8 times in their history. The Texans have to start the season.
It's not bad.
That was a lower number than I thought, right?
Expansion team.
Well, because expansion team. Yeah. You were on, and actually the first 2 years, you guys started 1-1.
Yeah. No
it's
big
not your
deal.
fault. You can't pin this.
0-2. That's for losers.
2004 and 2005 are on the list.
The tough thing about starting off 0-1 or 1-1 but then having a losing season is there's a lot more losing.
There's it happens eventually. Yeah. But the Texans, it's happened 8 times. They've made the playoffs 3 of those 8 times.
And recently.
And recently.
It's been 3 of the last 4 times they've made the playoffs.
Yeah.
They started off 0-2.
Yeah, the COVID year was the only time they didn't. The O'Brien 0-4 year.
I think you're kind of flipping me on tonight. I think it almost feels like you're asking, you're suggesting that starting off 0-2 seems to be a good luck talisman.
I'm handing you a pillow and say, you may need this tomorrow morning, but you might not.
I know, okay, so this is the whole thing. This feels like a much bigger game than you might expect out of week 2, just because, it's a Monday night game. Mm-hmm. And because, as we discussed all last week, you drop the first game of the season, and usually there's an overreaction. Week 1 lies, people love to say, because it's true. Yeah. You make a lot of assumptions about it. The problem is, and why people were so distraught over that loss, was because the offense looked exactly like the worst version of the offense from last year. After an offseason of pent-up hope and optimism about how these things might change, you just saw the same old, same old. So people were understandably very, very upset.
Okay, you can pick one of these things to correct on offense tonight, and it will get corrected. Okay? You can pick. I got 4 things. It's almost a Pender poll with one pollster, and his name is Seth C. Payne. Involving Nico Collins more in the offense, protecting C.J. Stroud at a more reasonable rate. I'm not expecting perfection, but not 40% pressure. Feed the ball to Nick Chubb, and let's not burn downs on people not named Nick Chubb. or get rid of these pre-snap penalties.
Okay, I'm going to say protecting C.J. Stroud because that falls into something that is an umbrella over all those other things.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just some physical losses amongst the offensive linemen that caused the pressure. There are a multitude of things, whether it was the wrong protection called, running backs or tight ends not making the right decisions in pass protection, all of those things which started with a shoddy pre-snap operation. Mm-hmm. So I think if you clean all those things up mentally, you do protect C.J. Stroud, which gets Nico involved more. Nico was open in that game. It seemed like every time he was wide open, there was either the protection was wrong or somebody got beat in pass protection, whatever it might be. Or, sometimes, Nico was open, but also the defense was blitzing. So by design, the defense works because CJ dumps it off to the hot route.
Yeah.
So it was just one of those weird days where it's not like Nico wasn't just out there being Nico. So Nico will get more involved. Feeding Chubb. This is what makes me a little bit nervous because the Texans have really shown in preseason that in last week they want to be able to run the ball between the tackles. That's not necessarily where you want to attack with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because they've got a couple of really good interior defensive line. Well, Vita Vea and then Elijah Clancy also is really good as well. So that's going to be a tough task, especially with Jared. I'm torn on. I'm calling Jared Patterson the backup, but he also has way more NFL experience than Jake Andrews last week did. I think Jared Patterson did a better job in pass protection when he came in last week. So maybe that's a plus over last week. But it's a mismatch there on the interior offensive line.
Yeah, so you got to figure that out. Here was DeMeco Ryans on Texans All Access last week, and he basically unprompted said we got to get Nick Chubb more involved.
Yeah, for sure. I think Chubb ran the ball really well. We tried to mix it up with the backs. Got Woody some touches, Damian. We're going to try to lean in with Chubb a little bit more. I think he deserves it. He's shown that he continued to get better as the game went on. You saw him running stronger, finishing plays in a physical manner. So we got to get him going a little bit more.
So in a perfect world, they're going to run the ball a bunch tonight, Seth, because that means they win. If they win the game, then that means they're running the ball in the second half. Yeah. They're managing the game. They're trying to burn the clock out. If there were, call it 35 touches for the running backs in this game, passes and carries in this game, that sounds about right. Like, you're running the ball well. You're going to carry the ball about 25 to 30 times. Running backs will have 6 to 8 catches, whatever. Let's call it 35. Nick Chubb has to be 20 of those touches.
Yeah.
He has to be.
Well, and especially think about what DeMeco said there. It's that, hey,
at least
he gets stronger as the game goes on.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. He's a volume back. What do you do? He got 13 carries. He was getting stronger as the game went on. That was into his 11th, 12th, and 13th carries. You'd like to have that effect start earlier in the process. The other thing about that game last week, which made me a little bit more optimistic, was just going back and reflecting on looking at the drive charts and everything. The first thing that jumped out at me was, man, the Texans only had 9 offensive series in that game.
Yeah.
It was that kind of a game. There was only 1 turnover in the game. Mm-hmm. Typically, offenses will get 11 or 12 series in a game. So if they were starting to click and if they were starting to figure some things out and if Nick Chubb was getting stronger as the game went on, it was just that kind of a game where they didn't really necessarily have a lot of opportunities to take advantage of it. So if in more of a normal game, and by normal I also mean, look, the Texans, great job by Azeez Al-Shire forcing the ball out there at the end, but this is a turnover-hungry defense, and they're playing a quarterback in Baker Mayfield that easily could have had 4 interceptions last week. He had 4 turnovers. There's a little bit of the Fitzpatrick in him. There's a little bit of the Jameis, I might say. There's something about Tampa that brings out the crazily erratic play in a quarterback. That he'll have games. Not always. Baker Mayfield will play some really clean games, but he'll also have some games where he puts the ball in harm's way. The Texans' defense is very, very capable of taking advantage of that. Well,
this game is set up for that. For one, the Texans, as you point out, they had the 1 turnover late in the game against the Rams, so they're due for some turnovers here. Like this defense, this secondary is going to pick off some passes this year.
Yeah.
And I feel like in games where you have quarterbacks that are conducive to this sort of thing, this might be one of them. So I think there's that. I think the Texans' secondary is due for a couple of picks here in week 2. I think number 2, this home field advantage was fantastic last year against opposing quarterbacks not named Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
I know people bring up Will Levis, too. They sacked Will Levis 8 times, and he threw a pick 6. They were good against Will Levis, except for a couple of big plays. They, generally speaking, against good quarterbacks, and Baker's a good quarterback, against good quarterbacks, they force them into the worst version of themselves. I think number 3, this Tampa Bay offensive line is going to feel a lot probably like the Texans offensive line did last week with shuffling and whatnot. Tristan Wirfs is not going to play in this game, so they're moving their center, who was a left tackle in college, but he's been a center in the NFL, out to left tackle. Their right tackle, Gadecki, is questionable for this game. We might see old friend Charlie Heck at right tackle. Bottom line, they might have one guy out of the 5 guys they envisioned at the beginning of the year, the beginning of camp, I guess, Seth, playing in the position that they were penciled in at that time.
And that's what it already was last week. They only had their right guard, Cody Mock, playing. So then now you'd add Charlie Heck into the mix, too. It would be even worse than it was last week. And they, just like the Texans, they allowed a 40% pressure rate last week. So
to Atlanta, which is not a good pressure team.
So in both these offensive lines are like that. The last week at the end of the Texans game, you only had one guy playing the position that you thought he was going to play by the end of the game, or one guy in the position you thought they were going to be in. And likewise, that's where the Bucs are. The difference with the Bucs is it's a further fall from grace for them. Because you go into this season thinking the offensive line is a strength for the Bucs, whereas in Houston we're very much and still are very uncertain about the offensive line. But this week is just by virtue of having Titus Howard at tackle and having Ariante Ursary play the spot where he's more comfortable at left tackle. I feel better about the offensive line this week than I did last week. So it's definitely been equalized. But if you look at that Bucs offensive line, right, them not having Tristan Wirfs, them possibly having Charlie Heck playing right tackle versus Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson and all the rest of those edge rushers, that's a huge advantage, especially at NRG Stadium.
Yes, especially at home, 100%. All right, so we will dig into this game heavy today. I know you guys are used to just 2 hours of Seth and myself on Mondays, but today, since it's Monday Night Football, we are going special. We're going specialty programming for the 8 to 10 Texans radio time slot there. It'll be me and Seth collaborating with Mark Vandermir and John Harris. Mark Vandermir in the 8 o'clock hour, John Harris in the 9 o'clock hour. Andy Kalu and Andre Ware are going to stop by along the way. So we are with you until 10 a.m. this morning, getting you ready for Monday Night Football. Let's talk some Astros in the next segment, though. Okay, the Astros are in second place now. We've got to deal with this reality. They're a game back. Is this week more about doing this or doing that? We will tell you what this and that are coming up in the next segment. I will tell you what this and that are for tonight. This is the Texans game. That is
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the world has changed. The landscape has changed for the Houston Astros as we welcome you back in on it's a Reaction Monday, but we'll be reacting on Tuesday as well to the Houston Texans. And we'll react to plenty of what went on in the NFL this weekend. Man, what a weekend of NFL football that we'll get to. Seth and I are actually with you for 4 hours here on a Monday. Mark Vandermir is going to be by to spend the 8 o'clock hour with us. John Harris for the 9 o'clock hour. So stay tuned for all that.
And then you're on here. You're on the airwaves for 10 hours today.
Today I am.
Yes.
Yep.
You do 3 shows, 10 hours.
Yep. Pregame at 3 with you.
Yeah.
7 hours with you today.
Basically, yeah. If each hour were an inning, that's about the number of quality, like three and a third per show.
Yeah.
That's about what you can expect out of Framber in a given game.
That's right.
You give about 3 and a third, maybe, or either an exit or here we go.
I'm going to give the people more than Framber, okay? Today and tonight, I promise that. And then the post-game show afterwards, I promise that. Okay, so the world we live in now, the Houston Astros, for the first time since the beginning of June, are in clear second place. No tie, no tiebreakers. They're a game back of the Seattle Mariners, Seth, and I said going into this Braves series this weekend, I'm like, look, the Braves stink.
Yeah. You've
got your 2 supposed aces going. You've got Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. We've got to take the ace label off of Framber right now. But you got Framber and Hunter Brown going, like, take 2 out of 3, all right? And they did.
Yeah.
They took 2 out of 3. The problem is that Seattle keeps taking 3 out of 3 from everybody.
Yeah, Seattle stopped.
They stopped cooperating.
They stopped choking at the right time.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, by the way, the A's have been a better baseball team since the All-Star break.
Oh, don't say that.
They've been a winning team.
They're still on the schedule. They still got to go back out to that bandbox in Sacramento.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got 4 series left, the Astros. There's 12, so they're a game back of Seattle. They're 2 games ahead of the Rangers for the final wild card spot. Mm-hmm. It's not just dropping into second place. You are now dropping into the pool of wild card teams, and the other 2 wild card teams are already ahead of you.
Yeah.
The Yankees and the Red Sox, they're already ahead of you. So you go down to the 6th seed. So you got Texas for 3 games starting tonight at home. You've got Seattle for 3 games at home this weekend. Is this week, given how the Astros have played, more about catching Seattle, or is it more about staving off the Rangers?
I don't know. You can't depend on the Rangers to give you the boost up to make the playoffs like you did a couple years ago.
Right.
You're down there in the muck now, okay, everybody? Don't be like this. Don't be like the kid that's gone to fancy prep schools his whole life and then all of a sudden has to go to public high school his junior year and gets beat up every single day, all right?
Yeah.
You got to get ready. You're in a different world now, all right? Take off the cardigan. Get rid of your nerd glasses and just get out there and fight dirty.
You're like Rocky's kid in Rocky V.
Yeah.
And they had to move back to the old neighborhood.
Yeah.
And he
wasn't ready for it.
He goes to the same public school that Rocky went to when he was a kid, and he's wearing his coat that has like the fur collar around it. Boy, they yoinked that coat from him with the quickness. 5 minutes into being on the playground, he did not have that coat anymore.
I guess in a Philadelphia school like that, that's the equivalent of having really nice sneakers. I guess that's you got a leather. You got a real dirtbag leather jacket on.
But this one had fur on it and everything. And they stole it from him.
Wasn't it his dad? Wasn't his dad's from back in the day?
No. Rocky himself put that on from back in the day in that movie.
Okay.
They were going through the attic when they had to sell his house in foreclosure. They were going back through all his old artifacts, and he's like, they found his hat.
Yeah.
His old hat and his leather jacket. So Rocky kind of he cosplayed old Rocky once
his
they
old
moved back to the neighborhood.
Hat.
Yeah. So anyway, that's the neighborhood the Astros are living in now. They're on the south side of Philly, which is where the wild card teams reside, and they're trying not to get their ass kicked. By a bunch of bullies.
Listen, nobody's going to be impressed that you speak Latin, okay? All right?
Right.
Nobody wants to hear about the fancy family you come from or your dad's BMW. Just get in there and win some of these games here.
What is your
me.
Yeah. What is your concern level right now over this whole scenario?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
They might miss the postseason.
Yeah. I get that.
Yeah. Rocky jokes aside,
I don't know. I guess on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being most concerned, I'm right at about an 8 or so.
Are you?
Yes.
Yeah.
What am I doing? Like, what am I going to serious? Again, I don't want to be that rich kid that just thinks that, like, hey, Daddy always comes through.
No.
He'll wire me the money.
Yep.
No, you can't depend on that. Not these last couple years of Astros. So no, the Framber's the biggest one. I'd love to see Framber.
That is a huge concern.
It's just so weird,
He's
man.
so bad.
He's so bad. His curveball is honestly, it's literally 50% as effective as it used to be.
Yeah.
Over these last few games.
Yeah, that's
he usually
not
got like a 40% whiff rate on his curveball.
Yeah.
Now it's at 20%. He's having to move away from his staple, and it's Framber who's just been weird all season long. But what part of Framber makes you feel like, well, yes, he used to be way more erratic back in the day, but he's changed his ways. He'll be fine by the end of No, he's been bad Framber this entire season.
He's been bad, and he's been a bad teammate at times too. That's the thing. Like, I will say this. Like, there were a lot of people that wanted to sign Framber to a big deal before the season. You know, hey, you traded Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
How about giving some of that cheddar to Framber? Boy, I sure am glad he's not locked in for another 5 years with the Astros.
You know,
now.
Framber is 100% the classic guy where you get nervous about, are we going to give this guy a whole bunch of money? Remember what Ryan Clark said about Antonio Brown? That Antonio Brown, one day, Antonio Brown was going off, doing something crazy as a young player with the Steelers, and Ryan Clark said something to the effect of, that guy's going to be a serious issue once he gets some money. And it's not like Framber is poor or anything right now. He's made good money. But if he got that big bag, I think people are understandably concerned about how that might affect him.
How much damage you think he's done to his market in the last 2 months?
I think there's at least one team that's pulled out. According to one of those,
I think it was more than one team. Yeah, it was Nightingale.
Yeah.
I think he said 3 teams.
3 teams have pulled out.
Yeah,
that are just like, we don't need it.
And it wasn't even the 5.86 ERA over the last however many starts. It was his act.
Yeah,
it was the
blaming the positioning, all these things. Him not covering first at various times. He's always been goofy as a fielder, but like this feels like he's on strike or something.
Yes.
I think that I don't think it's an exaggeration to say tens of millions of dollars because that 5-year deal isn't going to be there. I think it ends up being
for less money, whatever.
If it is, it's for a lot less money.
Per year less.
But
money,
we're talking about how much guaranteed money that he could end up with by the end of this coming off season.
I don't think it's tens. It's not an exaggeration at all.
Not at all. Even just getting 1 or 2 years less, obviously, that's tens of millions of dollars.
1 year less, or if teams are saying. You were a $28 million guy, and this is more of a $20 million thing?
And the problem with Framber is that he's not the guy who, right this moment, is going to be able to compartmentalize and separate all of that out. No. So it feels like it's spiraling downward. It's really tough.
Meanwhile, 6.02 ERA in his last 8 starts.
If you want him now this is the one light at the end of the tunnel. Okay. You got to remember that Framber basically shows up every other playoff series. So in 2020, he had a 1.88 ERA and 3 starts plus 1 awesome relief appearance. That first game versus Minnesota, he came in the 5th inning and finished out the game.
Okay.
2021, he had a 7.78 ERA.
That was one. And again, that was a postseason where they really needed him because Lance McCullers got hurt during that postseason.
3 of those starts, he pitched 2 2/3 or fewer innings.
Yeah, he was bad in that. And they still made the World Series.
But then in 2022, 1.44 ERA and 4 starts.
He's a big reason that you could have made an argument for Framber as MVP of the World Series.
Well, let me tell you about 2023, the next year. 9.0 ERA and 3 starts.
Okay. And did he pitch last year?
Last year he had 6.23 ERA, one start, 3 earned runs, and 4 1/3 innings.
They were gone in 2 games.
So that's the problem. He had been every other playoffs. He was awesome.
Yeah.
Now it's been 2 straight playoffs.
Yeah,
it's been a mess. But it's only 1 game.
I'll give small sample size to last year. I'll do a small sample size. Which means if we're writing off last year, it means this is the year he should suck.
Yeah, if you can, yeah, that's right. No, wait. He was bad in 2023. So if you write off last year, this year he should be good.
Okay. We're just writing it off altogether.
Yeah,
I got you. Okay, I got you. Text message, we should have traded Framber this year before the deadline. Well, in retrospect, they probably should have.
They probably should have. Or they also, given
hindsight 2020.
Given how teams feel about Framber Valdez, maybe the offers just really weren't anything that was titillating Dana at all.
Maybe. I think my guess is he was untouchable at the trade deadline.
I went into this season thinking, all right, there's a real. I've more thought that it's a contract year for Framber. I don't know if I want to pay him, but I think that he'll be really dialed in his contract year. And I just, from the surface level, looking from the outside in, it just feels like he's buckled under the pressure.
And this has been the exception rather than the rule with guys that the Astros have let walk in free agency that we knew were going to walk. You know, I'll go back as far as Charlie Morton and Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole probably should have won the Cy Young Award if Verlander had not in his walk year.
Yeah.
George Springer's walk year was the COVID year, but Springer, if I remember, was good in the COVID year. Carlos Correa was top 5 MVP in his walk year.
Yeah.
Justin Verlander won the Cy Young in his walk year. Alex Bregman had a typical Bregman season in his walk year. This has been atypical. Typically, the Astros riding it out with guys into their contract year. Now, we never saw what it looked like with Kyle Tucker because they traded him before his walk year, but he's having a good year in Chicago. Like, he's handling it fine. Framber is the first one out of all these guys that has possibly let his contract walk year status get to him here.
I think the only thing about Kyle Tucker is he's currently on the IL, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that he got off to a tear and his season numbers look better than how he has actually performed as he gets closer and closer to that big.
He had a horrible home run drought that he got out of at one point, I know.
But he's still sitting at pretty much his career averages in a lot of ways.
The difference between him and Framber, he is still going to get a huge contract.
Yeah. No. When people look at the sum total of it, including this year, either whether he was hot and cold, he's in line with his historical averages.
Yeah, he hadn't done any damage to his market, I don't think. Now Framber's playing like he doesn't care, somebody says on the text page. Yeah, I mean,
or he cares too much.
Yeah, well, he cares about the wrong things, maybe, right? Like he cares about
his cryptic social media post from last week, translated, don't hold on to something that harms you just because sometimes it makes you feel good.
Is this his Twitter account?
I don't know if it was on Instagram or what.
There's debate as to whether or not his Twitter account is him or not.
Oh, really?
He's got a blue check mark. Yeah. There's an ongoing debate about that because he just popped up on Twitter this year.
What do you think? What do you think that might be? If it was something that harms you, just because
repeat it again. Give it to me.
Don't hold on to something that harms you just because sometimes it makes you feel good. Let's pretend that definitely was Framber.
Okay.
What's he talking about? His curveball?
Sounds like he's talking about.
I think he's talking about his curveball.
Sounds like he's talking about heroin or something.
or a woman. No, not he's married, right?
He's married.
Yeah, okay.
He's married, but these things do go downhill sometimes.
Beaning his catcher, it's like it feels good in the moment, but I can't hold on to it.
I was trying to think, like, what was the thing he did recently?
This was about a week ago.
Yeah, because he's had so many quotes after games where you're like, God, this guy's
forgot the Salazar incident.
Yeah, I had a hard time recollecting it. I'm like, God, there was something he did that just really damaged his stock. And yeah, that's right. It was like, screw you, Salazar. I'm going to bean you in the chest with this 93-mile-an-hour sinker.
Don't hold on to something that harms you just because sometimes it makes you
Text
feel
in.
good.
What does it mean? 713-572-4610. He has been back and forth on the hair extensions.
Yeah, maybe
got rid of him for a while. Now that would be okay. Now I definitely want him to walk.
I would not want him to pay. I would not pay him any money at all if that was the thing.
That's what he's referring to.
It turns out there's a report that I had a long.
They made the right decision.
I had an intensive weekend retreat with my sports psychologist, and what we realized was it was the hair extensions that were the issue.
Yeah,
all right.
Exactly. Didn't have any football talk in this segment, but if we did, the football talk in our opening segment on Sports Radio 610 was presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50. That's like half the price of a fancy cup of coffee. You can have Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, up next, headlines. We'll circle in. We talked about the Astros this past weekend and what the upcoming schedule looks like. There is news on the injury front for the Houston Astros. We'll get you set up for Monday Night Football tonight and a wild week 2 in the NFL that we will discuss as well in headlines. Stay there. But first,
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, we just got done talking about the Astros here on a Reaction Monday / Football Monday. You know, we're getting you ready for the Texans and the Bucs, and we're going to do that throughout most of the rest of the show. Mark Vandermir is going to join us in the 8 o'clock hour. John Harris is going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour. We've got Andy Kalu and Andre Ware stopping by. Seth and I are with you till 10 a.m. on this particular Monday. But let's just finish up on a little bit of news with the Astros. We were reacting to the Astros taking 2 out of 3 from the Braves, and yet still winding up in second place when we awoke on Monday morning. They awoke 1 game back this morning in the AL West.
I like it. I like being in this spot, Sean.
You do?
You know what? You've kind of been staving it off just through dumb luck for a long time now, just by the Mariners being crap and not being able to seize the moment. So now maybe it's a little bit of a wake-up call.
This is the old cliche. These are all playoff games now. For
there's no magic number.
There's you're on the wrong end of the magic number.
Right.
You're on the business end of the
Somebody
magic
else is
number.
using the magic number against you.
That's it, man. We're not used to this. So the news from the Astros as we get ready for the biggest homestand in the regular season in a long, long time. Isaac Paredes, live batting practice in West Palm Beach on Saturday. There was rumblings during the weekend. He might be back by the Seattle series this weekend.
Nice.
So that's another bat at least. It becomes a really interesting puzzle because you ain't moving Correa out of third base. You're sorry, Isaac, your old position's taken. So he ain't playing third. Does he play second? Rumor has it the team's not all that hyped up about him playing second base.
I mean, that was the word on him when they traded for him. They stop people out of Chicago as well. It's
yeah.
He's. I don't sorry. I'm as opposed to me being hyped up about just pretty much second base or left field all season long, like I have been. Like, oh no, they might have an inadequate. This is what they need. This is what they need, Sean. They need to score runs.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn.
Well,
the defense, they're a great defensive team. Awesome. I just score runs, okay?
You can only have one DH, and they're not benching Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez. So you got to figure something. If Isaac Paredes, who was an all-star this year, mind you, and who's one of your more disciplined hitters, too.
Yeah, but look, I don't think Paredes is going to come back and play every single night.
No.
Altuve's got a bum foot right this moment.
He does.
It's not going to be. I don't know. I feel like that you're looking at this in way too strict, like almost like no, Paredes is going to come back and be the second baseman. And
no. I'm just saying there's a logjam. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is you've got you're probably going to have Jose Altuve at second base and Yordan Alvarez in left field if you want Paredes bat in the lineup,
right?
Because he's going to have to DH
at times, or just I don't know. Like all three of those guys are going to have load management scenarios.
Well, I'm thinking more of the postseason.
Yeah, no, I am including in the postseason.
Are you?
Too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. What do I need? Do you think Altuve? Does Altuve seem to you like no? We have to have Altuve out there every single night.
Altuve will play every game in the postseason.
Great,
I promise
great.
you that.
I feel awesome about that.
No, I'm just telling you the reality of it. Jose Altuve's never once missed a playoff game. He's you know how this goes with these guys. The respect level and things like that. I know. Don't shoot the messenger.
I know. No, I'm saying if you got a logjam of guys who are viable hitters, and
that's a good problem
every now and then, Altuve's not going to be. Hey, look, he's not going to be a spring chicken 35-year-old forever. At some point, you got to start.
And you're right. He's got this,
accepting reality.
He's got this foot thing going on. No, I get it. Lance McCullers to the IL. I think we can all agree on this. This sounds like a phony injury. This right hand injury, this right hand soreness.
I mean, I guess I could agree with you that it might sound like it. I don't know. It doesn't. No, it doesn't sound phony to me because Lance has had weird injuries throughout his entire career. Remember he injured himself with a champagne cork. He got hit by an errant champagne cork.
Yeah.
And it's been strange with him. It's not just the big injuries; it's been some of the small ones as well.
Yeah. How do you think it ends for Lance here? Plays out his contract, gets DFA'd, comes back and has a great year next year, and they sign him to an extension. Like
I don't think. I mean, realistically,
I think that last one has a 2% chance.
No, obviously,
of happening.
I know, and there's not. At some point, maybe you just give him a chance to. You eat the money, obviously, but give him a chance to go somewhere else and see if it changes scenery.
I think this is what I think. I do think there's a chance this injury is just that we got to find something to put you on the shelf.
Yeah.
We can't use you. We don't want to put you through the embarrassment of not having you on the playoff roster, all that stuff. Again, because of this respect level for veteran kind of thing that goes on in baseball. And then I think you have him come back and compete for a job in spring training. I mean, the $17 million is a sunk cost.
Yeah.
So I think you have him come back and see if he can fix in the offseason whatever it is that's wrong. And then if he makes a team, he makes a team. If he doesn't, you swallow a $7 million matzo ball. Yeah. And as Seth alluded to, Jose Altuve Saturday left the game with right foot discomfort.
As far as just to go back to the your scenario of, okay, you got Jordan in left field, you got Altuve at second base, and you've got Paredes at DH. I guess I understand the issues you might have defensively. It's just that by far the issue on this team has been that they don't score runs.
Oh, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm not saying don't do it at all.
There's nothing about it when you say that where I feel like, oh no, this palace will collapse anything.
I'm not saying it even with any emotion. I'm saying this is the puzzle you're dealt with, and you got to find a way to get all three guys in the lineup. And the downside will be that you're going to have two minus defensive players out there. That's all. The trade-off of having Paredes I'm totally cool with it.
I'd like to lose a few games 6-5.
Yeah, that would be fun.
So that'd be awesome. I'd like to lose a game where the Astros mashed with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, that would be fun. No, I'm with you on that. I'm not saying I'm not losing sleep over it. I'm this is what it is. This is the situation you're in now. And part of it is that you traded for Correa, and if you knew Paredes was coming back, you knew this was going to be a possibility. Bucs Texans tonight, 6:00 kickoff. We'll talk plenty about that game as we roll on here on a Monday. 3:00 Texans countdown with me and Seth. Clint and I have you for postgame following that. Man, what a week 2. Maybe it's because I don't get to sit down and just watch a full Sunday of football very often. Is this what it's like every Sunday? Wow. There were some really, at the end of the early window of games, there was a lot going on. It was a lot of fun. 1-score games. It was crazy, man. And probably, I would say the biggest news coming out of this weekend, Seth, is Joe Burrow missing. Depending on what
torn ligaments in his toe.
Yeah, depending on. I mean, it's a toe injury. They are MRIing this. They're sending it off. They're going to have others look at it here. It's nothing definite yet, but the worst-case scenario, the best-case scenario for the Bengals is he's going to miss several weeks. Yeah. The worst-case scenario is he's going to miss damn near the rest of the season. 3 months, I think, is what I saw yesterday. So you're already 2 weeks into the year. That's 3 months. You're talking 12, 13 more games, and depending on what Jake Browning is for the rest of the year, the season might be over by the time he gets back.
Every time Jake Browning comes in, he seems to be pretty much like Joe Burrow. I mean, that ended up being a hell of a game last night. That was yesterday afternoon. That was one of the exciting games, the Jaguars versus Bengals. Travis Hunter was sitting stagnant. After the first half, he had 3 catches for 22 yards, and I think that's where he stayed offensively. He ended up having to play a lot more defense after their starting cornerback, Jerry Jones, was injured. So he ended up playing. Travis Hunter played 42 snaps on offense, 37 snaps on defense.
Wow!
But basically lost the game for them. At the end got caught for a defensive pass interference, which college football fans thought was bogus, but by and large NFL fans thought that's pass interference.
What did you think of
I thought he had the receiver's left arm pinned.
Okay.
That was the thing. He wasn't just face guarding him, he had his arm pinned.
Yep.
So I could see it not being called, but I think it was the right call. And then he got victimized again later on. So it wasn't something that made me change my feelings about the possibilities of life in football the way Jimmy Gladstone promised.
No, Jimmy Gladstone. Yeah. The Colts win yesterday on a controversial call of their own at the end of the game. They lined up for a 60-yard field goal with Spencer Schrader, who missed it badly, but the Denver Broncos would have been a game-winning field goal. In fact, it's on the TV in here right now in our studio. But the Broncos got called for
leverage,
personal foul for leverage. Yeah, and it looked. I'm watching it. I watched it from a couple of angles.
Yeah,
I don't think it was a terrible call, other than the fact that it was a call that literally swung a football game. It was not. It was not a leverage call. I mean,
it wasn't like he stood on the. It wasn't like he took a step up on the offensive lineman and leapt into the air.
If I watched
but he pushed down.
Yeah, if I watched it in a vacuum and said this call got made in an NFL game, I would have said, all right, where was it? 10 minutes to go in the second quarter? No, it was on a missed 60-yard field goal that decided the game.
Yeah, and it was in terms of leverage. So leverage, anytime you use an offensive lineman to kind of vault yourself up, this guy, did the guy even get off the ground? He had pushed down on the offensive lineman.
You had to really look in there to see it.
In terms of, officials let holding calls go all the time if they feel like they didn't affect the play.
Yeah.
And I felt like, all right, he didn't gain anything by that leverage.
No. And so the Colts, if you missed it, the Colts get to line up from about 46 yards instead of 60 yards or whatever it was, and they kick a game-winning field goal. So the Colts are 2-0 now. Colts are 2-0, and field, call or no call, the Denver Broncos are a good team with a good defense, and the Colts looked pretty good against them yesterday, good enough to win the football game. So we'll talk more about that. Jadeveon Clowney signs with the Dallas Cowboys, and he signs a 1-year deal worth up to $6 million. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Let's circle back to the Texans here. D'Amico Ryans, there was a D'Amico Ryans quote from last week in one of his press conferences that just sailed right past me, but it didn't sail past the internet. Is D'Amico Ryans giving us news on a Houston Texan that's on the shelf right now? We will have that. A nice long 7 o'clock segment for you. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20 today. Stay there.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. All right, this one slipped past me. I mean, I heard the cut from D'Amico Ryans, but I didn't read anything into it. But the more I looked at the internet reading things into it.
I thought we talked about it.
No, I don't think we talked about this.
I talked about it with somebody else.
Yeah, I don't recall talking about this one because I saw it over the weekend. I'm like, you may be right about this. He was asked about Joe Mixon in his press conference last week. D'Amico Ryans was, and he was pretty short with his answer about Joe Mixon, but it was the tense that he used that caught the internet's attention.
We're rolling with the guys that are here. That's the main thing. We miss Joe, miss his energy and his enthusiasm and everything that he brought to our team. But we continue to press forward. Hope he's doing well.
All right. The ding would have happened next to the word brought.
Yeah, well, that's you know what? I know that's what a lot of people were focused on. I was more focused on the last part where he said, hope he's doing well. Like, when he's asked about Tank Dell or one of those guys, he'll say, hey, Tank Dell's on progress. You know, he's working. He's got a positive attitude, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, for him to say, yes, that we like the energy that he brought, at that point, I'm like, okay, well, maybe he's rehabbing elsewhere or whatever. But for him to, at the end, say, hope he's doing well, it feels like they've just, are they having any communication with Joe Mixon?
Well, it for sure feels like he's not in the building, right?
Over 100%. Yeah. But even then, it might be, well, maybe he's off doing his rehab at a different facility or whatever. That happens.
Sure.
But I feel like for D'Amico to say, hope he's doing well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you say about people you've broken up with and haven't communicated with. That's
we wish him well in his future endeavors.
Yeah.
I mean, like, because Tank, if we're just going to use Tank as the example, like, Tank's out of practice.
Tank's out throwing the football.
He's out there throwing the seed.
He's going to be our little wildcat when he comes back.
Out of practice, yeah, man. So I just...
I like, okay, that... I was already feeling pretty pessimistic about Joe Mixon coming back, certainly in week 5, or maybe if at all this season, but now I'm further down the pessimism scale for just expecting or anticipating that Joe Mixon comes back.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked... somebody asked me, on KHOU last night, they asked which injury is going to affect this game the most. And my first thought was, well, I mean, Joe Mixon, really? I mean, you look at this offense not looking different than it did last year. Whatever you improved or hope to improve, hopefully some of those glitches get ironed out. The sum total of it is that, look, Joe Mixon is still, as of right now, a better running back than Nick Chubb. Yeah. And we just don't know exactly what we're going to do. Nick Chubb might continue to regain explosiveness and everything, but Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb on the field would be a whole lot different than Nick Chubb and, hey, let's try Damian. Well, hey, what about Woody Marks?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Agumbawale.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that quote reinforces this, which is Nick Chubb all of a sudden has become one of your most important players on this team.
Yeah.
Think about if something happens to Nick Chubb, your backfield is Damian Pierce, rookie Woody Marks, and Dare Agumbawale. I mean, at that point, you might as well start seeing what Jawar Jordan on the practice squad has.
No, you might as well go.
Or keep British Brooks active instead of making him a healthy scratch.
Yeah, and then just go and almost like go full NFL version of the air raid mode as much as possible.
4 wides.
You're just going to have to spread everything out all the time.
4 wides.
It wouldn't be 4 wides. It would be 3 wides in a running back split out or something.
My world, I want those 4 wides.
You want 4 wide receivers.
Oh,
Which 4 wide receivers? Do we currently have 4 healthy wide receivers, Sean?
We do.
Yeah.
You're going to get some rookies on the field, but yeah we do. Barely. They have 5. All right, so let's dig into that quote about Joe Mixon. If you're a Joe Mixon fantasy owner, which I am in 2 or 3 leagues, certainly makes me ponder, am I wasting a roster spot right now? That's for sure.
Are you feeling at least better about the people that accused you of, because people had asked you if they should draft Joe Mixon, and you said probably not, and then you drafted Joe Mixon.
I didn't say that. They asked, what's the deal with Joe Mixon? And I said, he's going to miss all of training camp. That's all. I didn't try to steer them.
Yeah.
I just gave them news, which they could get Googling, by the way. I said he's going to miss all of training camp. I was at 2 drafts where that happened, and they said, what's the story with Joe Mixon? And I said, he's going to miss all of training camp. And that was it. They didn't say, would you draft him? If they said, would I draft him? I would have said, yeah, like later on, not now.
Yeah.
You know, it's like in the 4th round they're asking me. But then the 6th round rolled around. Nobody had drafted Joe Mixon.
Mm-hmm.
So I did.
Right.
Yeah.
You saw value in that moment.
I saw value in it, and guess who was right? Them, not me. I was wrong. Yeah, so before you think I'm some kind of scoundrel, I didn't know anything, all right?
This is the biggest thing, and I don't want to be right about this, but we'll see what happens with Joe Mixon. It's the most annoying people in my world these days are the ones that act like whenever you get nervous about anybody's injury that you're just being reactionary or you're just trying to get clicks or whatever it might be.
I'm
because
nervous all
we
the
went
time.
we went like 8 straight weeks of people saying like you guys are flipping out for no good reason over Joe Mixon.
Oh, during camp.
All right, well, okay. At what point am I allowed to be if it's week 15 and he's not back yet? Am I allowed to be concerned about the status of Joe Mixon? You know, it's no big deal. You guys are making something out of nothing. He didn't play any preseason games last year. Then all of a sudden he goes on the PUP. Okay, he's going to miss at least the first 4 games. You guys are making a mountain out of a molehill. I don't know what you're trying to do here.
Are those people still out there 2 weeks into the season? And after that quote from DeMeco Ryans, are they still out there?
100%. Yes. It's always when you try to put yourself as the high and mighty one that doesn't get concerned or agitated about things. Yes, those people are always out there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, let's dig into this. We'll do Acknowledge Me in about 10 or 15 minutes. This Bucs game tonight, and we're going to talk a lot about it in the 8 and 9 o'clock hours here with Mark Vandermir and John Harris. I think there's the three big storylines. I mean, one of them's the offense, and within the offense, there's like 10 storylines based on last week. Involving Nico Collins more. Here was Nick Caley, offensive coordinator, at his availability on Friday, talking about getting Nico more involved.
Nico's a huge part of our team, obviously. So we always have Nico at the forefront of our mind. There's always an approach every single week to get our players in position to make plays. And credit to the Rams in that case last week. And we had got to go forward. We got when you're off schedule, you can take your game plan, and it makes it a little bit more challenging. You try to adjust from there. But Nico's a huge part of our team, and a big time player for us, and we love him.
Yeah, I like that at the end there that he was assuring everybody. They're like, hey, no, it's not that we disliked Nico or something. That's not. I didn't make a conscious decision to go away from Nico Collins.
Right.
That would be bold. Frankly, I don't see it, frankly.
Yeah.
I don't get this love that you guys all have for this Nico Collins.
All I know is that when Nico Collins goes for more than 1,000 yards, the OC gets fired.
Yeah. He's a coach killer.
That's all I know.
Nico Collins had opportunities last week. He was open. It wasn't like the Rams were unduly or really bracketing him all the time or anything. It just the pass protection and the pre-snap operation and the down and distance, everything it didn't lend itself well to getting the ball to Nico. And it was all because the offense wasn't functioning well. So that's an issue. That's a problem. I think it's going to be better this week. And I think the Bucs defense is potentially a very good defense, but they still don't concern me as much as the Rams defense did. I think Nico's going to have more opportunities downfield. I mean, Antoine Winfield can wreck your day in one play, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the big thing to
careful.
remember is that Antoine Winfield is still very much a playmaker all over the field.
Yep, their safety. He's really, really good. Along those lines, protecting C.J. Stroud within the offensive storylines is a big one. I'll credit Texans Jacob with this one. Tweeted this out yesterday. In games where C.J. Stroud starts, where C.J. Stroud is pressured more than 40% of the time, which he was in Week 1 by the Rams, 41%, the Texans are 5-9. When they protect C.J. Stroud at even a remedial level, something less than 40%, they're 14-5 in his other 19 starts. And that's there's nothing about the sample size or anything like that I get concerned about. That is that to me, whatever this is, 14 plus 9, 30 some odd games into CJ's career, you keep him upright and give him time, good things are going to happen. You don't, and bad things
I saw earlier, somebody responded to us when we were talking about how do you fix some of these issues on the offense, what's the biggest thing? And I talked about the pass protection being the biggest thing that you can fix. And somebody said, well, a better offensive line fixes all of that. Not necessarily. Because that's the problem. It wasn't just the offensive line physically or getting beat physically that was the issue. At times there were the wrong protections. At times guys didn't adjust to blitzes. I mean, not every every unblocked defender is not a missed block. Sometimes it's just that the blitz came home and the offense didn't handle it right either before or after the snap. So there were a lot of issues across the board, which can lead you to despair, or it can also be a reason for optimism. If you look at, there are relatively minor fixes for a lot of that, and a lot of it just starts with getting up to the line of scrimmage sooner, which speaks to, okay, Nick Caley and whatever his process is on the headset, getting things humming along faster. And I know the very understandable question people have is like, okay, wait a second. If they knew that that's what they were focusing on all offseason long, was that better pre-snap operation, why are we getting quotes about C.J. Stroud talking about guys lollygagging and everything after the first week of the game? And it's the best thing I could say is just that it honestly, it's not acceptable, but that first game on the road, the first game of the season, there's a lot more stress. And just when you compound all the little things that have to be just right, that's what you end up getting. It looks like an offense that's still trying to figure it out. And if they stay there, it'll be really, really bad. But it's also very, very feasible that they iron out a lot of those little things over the first couple of weeks.
Do you expect, because they're at home tonight, it to be markedly better?
That alone helps a lot. Yeah. And then also having a reality check of week one. Sean, to do a military analogy, they learned a lot in the 20th century about just the way people actually operate in battle and everything. And back in the old days, they used to teach guys how to shoot targets, and you'd sit on the range and you'd shoot targets. And then all of a sudden they'd say, okay, now go fight a battle against living human beings. And people were spraying it all these marksmen were like spraying bullets everywhere except at the enemy. So they realized, all right, we gotta start doing live fire drills and make things as realistic as possible and do all these things. But that's like going from training camp, especially training camp these days where you're very, very rarely tackling and there's no crowd noise and like all that. Like, it's like going from shooting at a stationary target into a live fire drill. A lot of stuff goes wrong really quickly, and they weren't prepared for it. So that's on Nick Caley, that's on DeMeco Ryans, that's on C.J. Stroud, that's on everybody. But it is fixable stuff.
All right, let's skip down to the defense as far as storylines go. And so the offense, we know there's things the offense need to improve upon, most notably scoring touchdowns. Defense was good in week one. There were some things they can improve upon for sure. I do think they did apply a lot of pressure. They wound up getting to Matt Stafford 3 times. Big shock. Sean McVay had a pretty good game plan, I thought, for the Texans in terms of getting the ball out quickly and whatnot. Tonight, hopefully, will be a different story. This is a Buccaneers team that's dealing with some serious injuries along the offensive line, including both tackles. Tristan Wirfs, their all-pro tackle, is out for this game. Their right tackle, Luke Goedeke, is questionable. So we might see, Seth, an offensive line where their center gets bumped out to left tackle, which he did in week one. Charlie Heck, former Texan, could be playing right tackle. They may have one guy, Cody Mauch, their right guard, who's playing the position that the Bucs thought they would have out there back in the spring.
Right, which is exactly the situation the Texans were by the end of last week's game. Yeah. The difference with the Texans and the Bucs is the Bucs came into the season thinking that they had a pretty good offensive line, where the Texans, it's very much a question mark. So it's a bigger hit.
Hurdle.
Yeah, it's a bigger hit to the Bucs than it is to the Texans that there's uncertainty about the offensive line. I do feel, and it's interesting, both these teams have defensive-minded head coaches who decided to just shuffle the offensive line up completely in response to an injury or two. Yeah. And it didn't work out for either team very well. I've come a long way on saying, all right, I understand that offensive linemen have to be versatile, but I have a limit. And one of those limits is that, man, it's like Ariante Ursary, who's most comfortable playing left tackle, and sure, he played some right tackle in training camp, but making it that much more difficult for a rookie going against a really good defensive line in week one. It's going to be tough. I just don't. Maybe they would have been better off if they just plugged Juice Scruggs in. I don't know. But this week it should look more like the unit as guys were practicing during preseason.
Yeah, during training. Yeah, Ed Ingram was practicing by Saturday, so they should have the 5 that I think most fans wanted out there. In week one. Here's Baker Mayfield at his media availability talking about the pass rushing tandem of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you play a team like this that has two bona fide studs on the edge, you game plan for them. You understand that the protection on some things, when you're trying to push the ball down the field, you're going to need extra guys in there, whether it's a chip block or different things like that, double teams. And so you know where they're at all times. You know when they're on the field and off the field. So, yeah, you pay attention to that. And, yeah, just as a whole, their whole defense plays extremely hard. I mean, D'Amico being the guy he is, he coaches them really hard, expects that because he played that way too. And so that just jumps out on the tape, and yeah, they have good players at every level.
This has the makings to be one of those games like we saw last year with the Texans at home, where they forced Josh Allen into his worst game of an MVP season. Mm-hmm. They forced Josh Allen to arguably the worst game in his career in the best season of his career. They forced Jared Goff into 5 interceptions in a season where he was very protective of the football. They forced Justin Herbert, Seth, into more interceptions in a playoff game than he'd had during an entire 17-game regular season. This has the makings. This is set up to be that kind of game. You got a quarterback in Baker Mayfield who can be a little bit gunslinger-like, good or bad, with the football, playing behind a banged-up offensive line against the Texans team that should at 0-1 feel not desperate, but should feel some kind of way about staring 0-2 in the face. And, oh, by the way, they've got Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter out there, and it's a primetime game. And it's a primetime game that's a pretty reasonable one to expect people to be in their seats at kickoff for.
Yeah.
6 p.m. So this, I mean, I think you couldn't ask for a more, to me, a more tailor-made situation to have a 2024 NRG Stadium type of game for this defense.
The only thing I'm concerned about is the 6 p.m. start time, just because that's tough if you're getting off work and getting to the stadium, getting in, all that. So
leave early.
Yeah. I'm speaking practically. Okay, that'd be awesome if everybody left work early today. I don't think that's going to happen necessarily. So the first quarter, it might not quite be the loudest environment. I know, Sean. I know. Look,
unacceptable.
Most of the people listening right now have real jobs, not like us. We've been blessed with fake jobs. Okay?
I'll be working. I'll be working at 5 o'clock.
You'll be working with a 2-minute commute to the stadium.
I'll be working.
Yes,
I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there at 2:30. I don't know what everybody else is doing.
If I might look ahead for just a brief moment, in Jacksonville, who the Texans play next week, people are very concerned about the fact that Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver, seemed to be terrified of contact over the middle yesterday.
He was terrified of the football. It looked like on 4th down. Yeah.
They played the Azeez Elshires next week. If Brian Thomas Jr., I think Azeez Elshire might have ruined the Jaguars. I don't know. Has Brian Thomas Jr. been this gun shy always, or is this something that's happened ever since he saw Azeez Elshire almost decapitate?
I know where you're going. Yeah. He was good the rest of the year last year. Something happened in the offseason.
I know. He watched film. And now he's terrified of Azeez Elshire. He's already thinking about him.
He was bad yesterday.
It was awful.
Yeah.
He gator armed. Yeah. He had more gator arms than actual alligators in Florida.
Where's old Ocho on that? Old Ocho on the text page.
He's a big Brian Thomas.
He's a huge Brian Thomas fan. He was so mad when the Texans traded out of 23 last year to move down, because 23 is where Brian Thomas ended up going. The Jags moved into that spot. So yeah, you got to get after Baker Mayfield. Can't start out 0-2. That, to me, like, we're talking storylines. 0-2, couple division games coming up. You still got the Ravens. You know, you're 0-2, and you're staring best case 2-3 before the bye week.
Honestly, the penalties last year, I was starting to get a little tired of hearing guys, coaches or players talk about, like, well, you can't have all these penalties because then you get behind the sticks, and then, like, yeah, I get it. But then you could argue that of 9 offensive series in the game, at least 3, possibly 4 of those were done in at least partly by penalties. Yeah. I mean, CJ's interception was on a 2nd and 20-something, and it wasn't even like CJ. That was
a good throw.
It was a good, It was like, but even making that throw or having it high or whatever, if it wasn't 2nd and 23,
you wouldn't be doing
maybe
that,
doesn't. Yeah. So I mean, it was damn near 50% of the drives in that game had some issue with the penalties that made it a lot tougher to operate.
No doubt.
I mean, it's an explanation. You don't want to use it as an excuse, but it's a valid.
First play. Yeah. No, clean it up, and you're in much better shape. No question about that.
Started at the first play with the kickoff, where it looked like Dameon Pierce might not have realized that it was a touchback at the 20 instead of the 35 if you get it in the end zone.
How about Caleb Johnson yesterday?
Just letting the ball go completely.
Well, it hit him.
Yeah.
You need to field it if it lands in the landing area. He did the old double dipperoo by letting it glance off his shoulder pad, too. For those who missed it, Caleb Johnson, rookie kick returner for the Steelers, clearly didn't know the kickoff rules because he let the ball roll through the landing area, glance off him, and roll into the end zone, and just started jogging off the field like it was going to be a touchback. Did you see how the ball laid down perfectly before the back of the end zone? Like, if it rolled out of the end zone, it would have been a touchback.
I saw Steelers fans saying that you needed to cut him immediately.
Okay.
All right. I guess he's a rookie. This is why you play. This is the hazard of playing rookies. He's a good player, too.
That's the thing.
No, cut him immediately. They don't remember that Plaxico Burress. I was at this game, Sean. I think I was on the sideline. I wasn't on the field. But Plaxico Burress in his rookie season, I think it was the first game he played in the NFL, caught a pass over the middle and stood up, untouched, and spiked the ball. and we recovered it because he thought he didn't realize the difference.
Down.
He didn't realize the difference between college and the NFL. That you have to be down by contact in the NFL. Yeah,
it's got to be on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yes, nice catch. Went to the ground, stood up, spiked it.
Yeah. And
I think Chris Hudson might have recovered that.
Go figure. He would go on to shoot himself with a gun in the state of New York.
As I'm telling Steelers fans, don't worry about it. He'll be just fine. Caleb Williams will figure it out.
He'll be fine.
And then, I don't know. Plaxico had some issues.
That's funny. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge big performances from over the weekend. We do it every Monday at about this time. I will say a name, and then our producer today is Colin Neal. Colin's in for Ben today and tomorrow as Ben gets ready for his Texans duties into the wee hours tonight. I'll say a name. Colin will hit the hotkey.
Acknowledge me.
We'll acknowledge these people for what they did. Zach Cole.
Acknowledge me.
Astro debut. This might be one of the greatest debuts in the history of Major League Baseball. Zach Cole, outfielder. They called him up. Dana Brown calls him up for a little spark offensively. Dana Brown in the broadcast booth with Todd Callis and Jeff Blum for Zach Cole's first ever at-bat. This is the first pitch of his Major League career.
Swing and miss is always a big thing for young hitters.
Oh, did you?
Let's go.
How about that? First pitch swing.
At bat. Let's take it to the house.
Is that a spark?
Hey, that's a big spark.
That's the spark?
That's exactly what we're talking about.
114.3 off the bat.
Sometimes you got to think outside the box, fellas.
That's the spark you were talking about, Dana.
That is the spark that we're talking about.
Can I be honest right now? I'm a little disappointed.
What?
You're sitting down. You didn't jump up or do it. I mean, I heard you're an excitable guy.
Never let a man see you sweat.
I wish we had your heart rate right now.
My heart rate's going really good.
We're good. We're good. Yeah, we're good.
That's down because he was hating himself for not having called him up earlier.
That's exactly right.
Crap. That was a bad look for me.
I didn't wait till the middle of September to call this guy.
I was going to wait until we're the 28th worst scoring team in baseball before I called up an offensive weapon.
Trammell and Hummel and all these guys. Kennedy Corona and a perfectly good Zach Cole sitting there. Really cool moment. Here was Cole after the game. What did the team do to you after the game?
They put me in a laundry cart. They wheeled me into the shower, and they showered me with various things from the kitchen and the bathroom. It was an awesome experience. I will remember it forever. It was really cold, and that was awesome.
Yeah, it was cool, man. Cool moment. I saw you put this in the notes, the Corpus Christi clubhouse, watching it.
Yeah,
that was a cool moment,
That was cool. Oh, I also put in the note I was searching for it. The substances that he was doused with.
Oh, yeah.
Because immediately I heard substances from the bathroom, and I was like, oh, that could be really gross.
Yeah.
Beer, shaving cream, and milk.
Okay.
Which of those three would you least like to be doused with?
Well, people bathe in milk sometimes because it's so comfortable. You know, it's Is
it because it's comfortable?
Well, it's good on the skin. I'm just saying, that's something that normally gets put on the human.
But it's gross.
What is it? Beer, shave? None of them sound horrible.
Shaving cream, probably. It burns sometimes on your...
Yeah, it depends. I need to know what kind of shaving cream it is. Yeah, you're right. If it's got aloe in it or something like that.
A mixture of all of it,
Yeah. So good job, Zach Cole. Good job, Dana Brown, calling up Zach Cole. It was a little rougher in his second game yesterday, but whatever. That was a hell of a first game.
The cool thing about him, that first game, he's just smiling the whole time.
He was.
He was in Jesus Sanchez mode.
He was.
They're like, hey, don't do this all the time, Cole, because there's that smile. Jesus Sanchez's smile was really charming until he had a few rough games.
Less endearing.
Made some awful errors.
Dropping fly balls, yeah. All right, I know you Okay, so no technical or no Aggie touchdown. That's fine. Marcel Reed.
Acknowledge me.
Aggies have been waiting for me to acknowledge them for the win on Saturday against the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and I'm happy to do so. Not happy, but I'll do so. Marcel Reed, the quarterback for the Texas A&M Aggies, the Notre Dame. I don't recognize this Notre Dame defense. They changed coordinators. They didn't change voluntarily. Al Golden, their coordinator last year, who was coordinator of the year, he won the Frank Broyles Award, if I'm not mistaken. The Notre Dame defense was incredible last year. They made it all the way to the national championship game.
Yeah.
Al Golden takes the job with the Cincinnati Bengals. He's the DC for the Bengals now. They hired this Chris Ash, who most recently was the Rutgers head coach.
Yeah.
This defense, boy, he went from man-to-man to playing a zone. It's largely the same guys. They look like...
And it sounds like he's made it way more complex in terms of just mixing personnel up and just shuffling people on and off
He's
the field.
rushing 4.
Yeah.
They're getting no push.
Yeah.
Marcel Reed was 17 for 37, which is not great. It's not a great completion percentage. But the 17 completions went for 360 yards. That's 20 yards of completion.
Mm-hmm.
Every play was a chunk play.
So yeah, your little snobbery of going in and acting like, oh, we're
9 points. I don't act like that. 9.7 yards per attempt.
Mm-hmm.
And he completed less than 50% of his passes. 9.7 yards per attempt in that game. The Notre Dame defense, terrible. Marcel Reed, really, really good in that game, though. 41-40 was the final score. Notre Dame, they play Arkansas in 2 weeks. I don't want to bet Clint Stoerner on that game. I think Arkansas is going to hang 40 on Notre Dame in Fayetteville. Yuck. All right, but good job. Congrats to the Aggies, especially the Aggies who I'm friendly with. Congrats to you. Okay, this was pretty cool. ACC Game Day Operations Center.
Acknowledge me.
I know this sounds like a weird thing to acknowledge, but I was watching the Clemson-Georgia Tech game on Saturday, Seth, and I had not seen this before. So if it's been out there before, forgive me. This is the first I've seen it. One of the best in-game advancements I've seen in a long, long time. They let the viewing audience listen in on the replay conversation between the referee on the field and the command center. They kind of talk it through with them. And I've never gotten to hear that conversation before. This is what it sounded like. There was a touchdown where Clemson would have taken the lead in the game late, and they ended up overturning it. Here's what it sounded like.
I'm looking at program A.
Hey, Todd.
B. Yes, hey, Adam.
This is Adam. The ruling on the field is a touchdown.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you 2 shots. I'm gonna show you the handheld. This is the handheld right here, and you can see he's got a body part down, but his ball is pinned against his lower leg right there with the tops of his hands.
Keep going.
And then he's out there, right? And then he's still fuddling with that ball.
Okay, on that shot right there.
And then he gets control, but he's clearly out.
Do you see a loss of control with a foot in the white?
I don't think he has control there.
I agree with you. Guys, I've got enough on that sideline shot to show no control, incomplete pass.
There you go.
Okay,
yeah. I thought that was they did it a few times. There were replays challenged.
I like that.
And things like
That's
that.
better than the explanation from the booth expert. I like
Yeah.
that, or the officiating.
You're
rules guy.
hearing it adjudicated.
Yeah, I like that. That would have been really cool. DeAndre Hopkins had a really nice catch in the Ravens game. It was initially a touchdown, but so they went to review it. Because it was a touchdown, but it wasn't a touchdown, but it was a catch. So it was like it could have been he was down early, but it was a catch. But it was a classic DeAndre Hopkins one where it probably would have been a conversation a lot like that one where the ball hit the ground, but DeAndre does such a good job of pinning the ball against his body.
Looks like he's controlling it.
He's so aware of what you need to do to establish control that I think a lot of other guys might have been still trying to cradle it or something.
Yes.
He just pinned it, and it was. I thought they did a good job breaking it down there. That was good. Yeah, I like that.
That was cool. It was a cool feature. I'm kind of hoping. I don't know if the NFL will adopt it or if they want to expose their referees to that sort of scrutiny.
I'm sure if they do, that'll be the end of all kinds of controversies concerning officials.
I'm sure. Cleveland Browns.
Acknowledge me.
I'm not acknowledging them for anything on the field. They got housed by the Ravens on Sunday. How about this? And this isn't why I'm acknowledging them. The Cleveland Browns held Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry to a combined 36 yards rushing in that game, and they lost by 24 points.
No, Sean, stop it. Stop it. Yesterday I committed to being a Browns fan for 3 hours, and my God, I don't understand how they do it. So the Browns defense for 3 quarters was playing incredibly, Sean, even as the Ravens had a 17-point lead, but they had allowed a blocked punt deep into the red zone, and then Joe Flacco threw such a stupid interception, backed up on 3rd and long, so the defense was playing incredible. At one point in the entire first half, Derrick Henry had 5 yards on 5 carries, and it didn't get much better than that. What did he end up with? 14 yards?
He ended up with 23 yards
23
rushing.
yards, okay. Yeah. It's just they are cursed. They are hexed. Everything that could go wrong was going wrong for the Cleveland Browns. And both kickers, A, their place kicker sucks, and B, their punter was all banged up, hobbling around on the sideline.
Dude. It
was the worst 3 hours of my entire life. And I've had so many medical procedures. It was awful. It was awful. Myles Garrett gets injured in the 3rd quarter.
What was your worst surgery that you ever had?
The one where I had my tendons torn off my pelvis.
You get them reattached?
Well, yeah, just the recovery. I couldn't bend at the waist for like 6 weeks, or knee. My knee, and I was rigid as a board for 6 weeks.
So being a Browns fan for 3 hours yesterday was worse than that.
I would go through that surgery 7 times again. Yeah.
All right, well, here's why I'm acknowledging the Browns. Maybe this will make you a Browns fan again. Yeah. Yesterday, there were 2 Browns birthdays. The Browns, like every NFL team, if there's a player, they wish him a happy birthday. Nice graphic with him smiling, and then they have a caption. Dylan Sampson's birthday was yesterday. I think he turned 22. And the caption on the Browns' social media says, "A happy game day birthday to Dylan today," with an exclamation point. It was also Deshaun Watson's 30th birthday yesterday. Still on the Browns. Officially, happy birthday, Deshaun. No exclamation points. Just a comma. Happy birthday, Deshaun.
I was surprised they even put the comma in there to make it grammatically correct. I was just like, happy birthday, Deshaun.
Yeah. Is there
lowercase, like a mumble.
Is there a mumble font?
Happy birthday, Deshaun.
Is there a mumble? What's the font? Kids, text in 713-572-4610. What font style do you use to indicate that you're is it Times New Roman or
there is
sans serif or whatever?
All these things that you wouldn't have ever even known you were going to learn or do over the course of your life because of texting and everything and social media. But my favorite is the deadpan delivery where it's just all lower caps with no proper punctuation. Yeah. Like you leave the periods out and everything, and then this is my life now. So they could have said They basically may as well have said like, hey, you're 1 year closer to death.
Yes.
Have a good one.
Yeah. What was the font? Comic Sans. The font that Dan Gilbert used when LeBron left the decision. the owner of the Cavs. All right, so we acknowledge the Cleveland Browns. Last acknowledgement. Kai Webby.
Acknowledge
me. You may be saying who? Well, you won't be for very long. I think we should do this every week. Kai Webby, Kingwood High School, 3-star athlete. Class of 2027. His dad, Kirk, is a huge 610 listener, and he CCs me on the highlights every week. Through 3 games, 629 all-purpose yards, 6 touchdowns. The last game they played was against Stratford. He went against Jonathan Joseph's son last week.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. J-Joe's son's a good player, I guess. Yeah. And Kai got him for $150 last week. Apparently, it was a pretty good battle between those two.
You were about to read his stats out.
I did. 629 all-purpose yards and 6 touchdowns. Yep.
Okay.
I sure did.
Yeah, good. Yeah, this is like our faces in the crowd.
Yeah, I think we should do this.
But with a little bit of nepotism. It's got to be children of our listeners.
Well, here, because I'm not going to go out and curate it myself. That's a lot of football. But I will open this up. Don't do it in my mentions, because I'm trying to avoid my mentions more lately on Twitter, just because it's a fairly toxic place. But my DMs are wide open. My DMs are open. If anybody's got something to say, they can DM me. If you've got a high school player you think should be recognized and acknowledge me, we will make that the last acknowledgement each week. We'll do a high school acknowledge me of the week. And, that's our faces in the crowd. So if there's somebody you think is deserving, hit me in my DMs next week. But give me the data, too. I need the numbers. I need the yardage and the touchdowns. Who'd you guys play? That kind of thing. Pretty good 3 games, though. 629 all-purpose yards, 6 touchdowns. Way to go, Kai, if you're listening right now. Good job. Good job. A good highlight reel. All right, that was Acknowledge Me. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st. That's this coming Sunday, exclusively on Paramount Plus. All right, Pettycast Preview is coming up next in the final segment for us here from 6 to 8, but Mark Vandermir jumping on with us at 8 o'clock. John Harris jumping on with us at 9 o'clock. You got 4 hours of us today here as we get you ready for the Texans and the Bucs tonight, 6 o'clock kickoff on Sports Radio 610. Men's Tea Clinic. Shout out to the Men's Tea Clinic. I go there.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we do the Pettycast every Tuesday at 8 o'clock. If audio is good enough, I like to run a preview of the Pettycast. If we find good enough stuff to run on a Monday. We'll be joined by Mark Vandermir at the top of the hour. Seth and I are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. John Harris joins us in the 9 o'clock hour. Andy Kalu and Andre Ware are going to stop by along the way as well, as we will hardcore get you ready for Buccaneers and Texans 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. today, and obviously throughout the day here on Sports Radio 610. Brian Kelly, this was after a win. After a win over Florida.
Yeah.
After a win over Florida on Saturday night, Brian Kelly off to a good start this year for a change at LSU. LSU's in the top 5. Big win at home over Florida. The very first question at the press conference.
I try to be careful about criticizing guys for asking questions. This guy was on one, man. What the, this is Buckle. Tell me if I'm wrong, listeners. Okay. I'm thinking that this was a little bit of aggressive line of questioning.
Just to set the stage, Brian Kelly, I've watched a million Brian Kelly press conferences, obviously, from his time at Notre Dame. He comes in like most coaches do and gives sort of an opening monologue.
Yeah.
You know, here's what I thought of the game. Here's some things we did. Here's some things we could do better, but we're really happy to get the win over a good Florida team. Let's open it up to questions. Let's open it up to questions.
Brian in the back. I know you love these immediate post-game sessions, but what are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
Okay. You know what? No, I'm back. I'm kind of on the I kind of can see where they – okay, it was a fair enough question. I could see Brian Kelly getting agitated about it, but it wasn't like it was it wasn't like it was an unfair question or out of bounds. It was legitimate.
That it was the first question.
Yeah, that's what – yeah.
If that guy asked it as the fifth question, Kelly probably still would have gotten agitated. But I think getting hit right out of the chute, because he probably just said something about the offense 10 seconds ago.
Yeah. And it was almost the guy's tone of voice. He sounds like the Giants owner there, almost like, what's going on?
What's wrong with rushing attack? What's up with Saquon?
Where's the gun? I mean, they did, other than the 50-yard run, they had 50 yards rushing.
Yeah.
It wasn't the kind of rushing output you would want. This heavy as the crown, my friend, Brian Kelly. This is when expectations are high. It's not enough to just go in and kind of plod along and have a game-sealing run at the end. Yeah.
I mean, Kelly is setting himself up to get, like, if they lose, God forbid they start losing a few games because of the offense. And he's calling them spoiled. You're spoiled.
Yeah.
He said, like, you're spoiled.
Yeah. There was a, if I like, I can
a bit of an overreaction.
I understand Brian Kelly getting a little touchy about that. It felt a little bit like Bill O'Brien saying, AFC South champions, Brian.
Dude, they're both Boston-born hotheads.
It's a little bit hypersensitive in that, like he's asking a question that might touch a nerve or something, but it's a legitimate question. That's where you got to be like, yeah, I get you, man. Like it's okay to acknowledge that, like, yeah, we want to run the ball better. We did what we had to do today. I don't have to flip out on this sad old man. I'm guessing that guy is like 73 years old.
I'm even in favor of Kelly, like, even being a little snarky, like, really, that's the first question? Like, I'm okay with him acknowledging that after a win, that this is the first question, really. But to go off on a 90-second rant, it's vintage Brian Kelly. Keep in mind, for me personally, there was a chunk of time from 2014 through 2020 where the two coaches of my two teams, college and pro, were Bill O'Brien and Brian Kelly.
Oh, yeah.
My press conferences that I watched on the regular were like that. Mm-hmm. Now I've got D'Amico Ryans and Marcus Freeman, who are also, like, I think, cut from very similar cloths with each other.
Yeah, with each other, not with Bill O'Brien.
Not with Bill. No, similar cloths with each other. And so now I'm in more of a Zen state now. It's a little calmer.
I get nervous.
It'd be nice if one of them would win a game, but yeah.
D'Amico, every now and then when he gets a little agitated, it makes me nervous.
Yeah.
He gets that look in his eyes. Yeah, like he just gets kind of stern, but he doesn't really have to catch himself, because I don't think he gets ever that far down the road, but you can tell that he's agitated a little bit. That's scary. Bill O'Brien, when he's flipping out, you're just kind of like, he's flipping out. Whatever.
That's how his kid was. Remember that in the draft that night?
No, his kid was unfazed at all about Bill O'Brien freaking out on the phone.
Cameras at the O'Brien house, and his kid's just like, it's like on his Game Boy or something. Okay, I needed to get your reaction to this as well before we get to the top of the hour here. This is Adam Schefter prior to the Ravens-Browns game yesterday, giving out information that we had not. I'm assuming.
I'm guessing he was sitting on forever before this. Yeah.
Well, or the Ravens gave it to him the weekend of.
Okay, good call.
Yeah, I think that's what I thought was the Ravens gave it to him to create an even more of a distraction for their opponent. This is Adam Schefter saying Shedeur Sanders did not want to be a Baltimore Raven. On day 3 of the draft, he was going to get picked by the Ravens. Here, Schefter, take it away.
Gurney was all set. A consensus had been reached. The Baltimore Ravens, were planning to select Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round with the 141st overall selection. But when he found out, he got word back to the Ravens that he preferred not to go to a place where he would be competing and backing up Lamar Jackson. He wanted to be in a place that he could play. And so when the Ravens got that message, they pivoted, went a different direction with the 141st overall selection. And 3 picks later, the Cleveland Browns selected Shedeur Sanders, who will be in Baltimore today, where he could have been spending his NFL career if he were willing to back up Lamar Jackson, preferred not to do that. And so Shedeur Sanders will make that trip to Baltimore today. Could have been a Raven, but he's a Brown, 3rd string on the depth chart.
3 picks later, he went to the Browns.
The funniest thing about this is the people that are just diehard, like they're in it with Shedeur for this no matter what. They just kind of detached from reality, even yesterday, even after that news, even after the fact that Dylan Gabriel is clearly ahead of Shedeur Sanders on the depth chart. When Joe Flacco turned into a pumpkin, third quarter is when he decided to turn into a pumpkin this year for the Browns, I think. People are saying, like, it's time to put Shedeur in. It's time to put, like, what are you talking about? Now is when the Browns are going to flip, and that it's going to be Shedeur instead of Dylan Gabriel. All right, fine. I'm torn on this one because it's evidence that, yes, the conspiracy against the Sanders family seems to have been led by the Sanders family. There's just too much smoke about how, or in the things that Deion has said publicly previously before he caught himself about them trying to direct the way it was going to go, and teams kind of taking offense to that. But then at the same time, strictly from a strategic standpoint, it's probably, I see the logic in it because of Baltimore.
I think you go to Baltimore and you learn under Lamar Jackson in one of the most stable organizations in sports.
Yeah.
And then maybe play your way into getting traded for by somebody.
But you got to understand that the ego on Shedeur.
Oh, I know why it's happening.
Shedeur thinks that he can elevate Cleveland the same way he elevated Colorado to a bowl-losing football squad.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
I'm talking for a normal fifth-round pick.
Yeah.
You'd be thrilled to get drafted to the Ravens as a fifth-round pick.
Yeah.
You're probably
as
not
a normal fifth-round pick. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. This is a guy who should be getting good advice from the people around him. His dad played in the NFL.
The only thing about going to the Ravens as a fifth-round pick is that, they're never going to insert you in the fourth quarter because the Ravens are so bad at maintaining leads.
Yeah.
There's no hey, we're up by 27.
No,
nope,
I know.
Can't do it.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just think, what you'd learn just being in the build compared to Cleveland. Ugh. All right, Mark Vandermir is going to jump on with us next. We've got Texans radio coming up. 8 to 10 a.m. Seth and I are part of that today. So Mark Vandermeer going to join us here. John Harris going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour. And Andy Kalu and Andre Ware going to join us for some hits along the way as well. Stay there. You're listening to Sports Radio 610.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Hey, everybody, welcome in on Texans Monday here on Texans Radio as we get you ready. Monday Night Football, a very special edition of Texans Monday here on Texans Radio. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, and feels strange to say this because this is usually the seat in which he sits, but this is a roundtable format we're going to be doing here on a Monday. So it is a pleasure to welcome in our good friend, the voice of the Texans, Mark Vandermir, as we get to chop it up about tonight's game and all the things going on around the NFL. And we got some big breaking news going on in the NFL that we'll get to here in a second. But, Vandy, how we feeling? How you doing?
Oh, we're feeling great, guys. This is it. Let's go. It's so bizarre that we played a week ago Sunday. The whole league has played again except for the Chargers and Raiders, and the Texans have yet to play. Following last Sunday's, which feels like 1,000 years ago, loss to the Rams, and I'm aching to get this one in because you got to see something better. You got to see some offense. You got to see a victory. You want to see the home fans. It's going to be very cool to see how it all unfolds tonight. Can't wait. Glad you guys are doing the show. We got the whole cast of characters on this morning. Well, most of them. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, oh yeah. You know what? Speaking of watching the entire league play yesterday, this is the thing that's been annoying me the most is people who think that they're being clever by pointing out that the Texans are the only team to have not scored a touchdown yet this season.
It was painful last night, man.
Yes, that is factual and it is correct. But come on, the Texans should have scored a touchdown last week.
50%
but
fewer
every
chances.
other team has played a game other than the 4 who haven't played tonight. Yeah. So, but having said all that, yes, I would like that. I would love this to be a classic primetime Nico Collins deep shot early in the game, like we've seen in primetime from Nico Collins before.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
I think that the Nico thing is huge to me. I'm watching these receivers torch defenses yesterday, and I'm thinking, can we please get him going? Can we please get the ball to him? Can we please figure out ways to get 12 the ball and let him cook? This is such an outstanding offensive weapon. Look, if Nick Chubb can be Nick Chubb from a few years ago, and he looked pretty good last week, that's great. I'm all about feeding Nick Chubb. You guys played the D'Amico cut. Yes, let's feed Nick Chubb a lot. Let's get that going. But in addition to that, in this league, we all know you run the ball, yes, but you have to throw to score. Let's get Nico Collins into the end zone, get him involved early and often, get him an early touch. We used to do that with Andre Johnson sometimes or DeAndre Hopkins. Get him a couple of early ones, a couple of early buckets, to use the basketball analogy. Get Nico going, and it's going to make CJ feel good. It's going to make the whole thing rise because we still are breaking in these rookie receivers here. No Christian Kirk, which I think is absolutely huge. Now, I know Christian Kirk is not this all-pro guy that you're bringing in. You're not bringing in Justin Jefferson. But he's a really important part of what they wanted to do here. So that's a big absence, and you arrive at the starting line without him, and you don't have him tonight again. You got to figure out a way to get the ball moving through the air, and definitely Nico Collins is a big part of that.
Yeah, no, and with Kirk too, Vandy, just the last week they got pressured more than 40% of the time. They got to do better than that, obviously, tonight. But the quick game is a huge component I think, in getting through this grace period here, this early burn-in period for the offensive line. And that's what Christian Kirk is here for, man, to work that little intermediate, that little middle part of the field right there. No, that's a huge, huge absence. We should touch on some breaking news here because it's in the AFC. It impacts the Texans, and it was a big story in a game that impacts the Texans yesterday because Jacksonville played in it. Breaking news, Joe Burrow is going to undergo surgery on that turf toe that he suffered yesterday, expected to miss a minimum of 3 months. This is a massive injury in the AFC because, Mark, I feel like coming into the season, more than any other year, there had been a consensus built on who the best 4 quarterbacks in football are. It was always some permutation of Burrow, Jackson, Allen, and Mahomes. And now this is one of those, and all in the AFC, by the way. You got to go through all of those guys if you want to get to a Super Bowl. And now, all of a sudden, Joe Burrow. Now, Jake Browning when he wasn't throwing picks, did some decent things yesterday. They were able to get a win over Jacksonville, which was very fortunate. But this Joe Burrow injury is massive now. Are we writing off the Cincinnati Bengals now as a contender in the AFC?
I won't completely write them out of a playoff picture because didn't they have the same record last year that they did the year before with Browning playing the bulk of the season?
Yeah,
so
9-8, I think.
Not the bulk of it, but
yeah.
But a lot of it. And Browning can do some things, but did he throw 3 picks yesterday? This is he's got to calm that down, but clearly Burrow's going to get the bulk of the first team reps in practice. Now that you know Browning is the guy, let's see what they do. But the bigger picture is, yes, one of the very best quarterbacks in the league is out again in his career, and it's happened way too much. This is a huge part of his legacy right now, that he has trouble staying healthy, and when he is healthy, he is on fire. Think about last year. They were so much fun to watch. Not a threat to the Texans, really, unless they made the playoffs, and they had a shot late. But they finished 9-8, roaring into the finish on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively, clearly had their problems. It's a huge loss for them. I'm grateful that they beat the Jags anyway. Yeah. Thank you very much for beating Jacksonville, Cincinnati. Although part of me was thinking, if Jacksonville comes into next week's game, we're already in game week for Jacksonville, starting tomorrow morning. If they came in fat and happy at 2-0, I might take that too, because that would, I think they would suffer at the hands of the Texans noon on Sunday. But anyway, it's a huge loss for them. It's a big loss for the league. You don't like seeing guys like this go out, but it is what it is, and everybody's got problems. Nobody's going to sing the blues for the Bengals, because you look around this league and so few teams are really happy with what they've done so far. Everybody's got issues that they need to solve.
Yeah, and obviously with the Bucs coming in here tonight, Bucs had some issues last week. They had a weird and crazy finish to the Falcons game as well. But I think by and large, they played better on a down-by-down basis than the Falcons. There's some weird circumstances that made that a closer game, including a missed field goal. But the biggest thing I've noticed this week, Mark, is, and I include myself in this a little bit, people just have a really, really hard time accepting that Baker Mayfield is a good quarterback now. I think it's almost like an academic exercise where you go through in your mind like, well, there's a lot of, he scored a lot of touchdowns, and all right, he's a good quarterback. And I fear that it could tend to lead to overconfidence or something in the face of facing Baker Mayfield. Oh, what happened to Vandy?
What happened to Vandy?
There he is. Andy's in denial.
Yeah, Vandy. Yeah, we're not hearing Vandy right now. We're not hearing Vandy.
I don't actually. I don't.
Yeah, that's a choppy connection right now. We'll figure it out.
I don't fear. I don't fear that the players are going to overestimate Baker Mayfield.
No, I feel like he gets a lot of
underestimate Baker Mayfield. The biggest thing about Baker Mayfield, honestly, is that he's gotten a lot better at getting rid of the ball quickly when he needs to get rid of the ball quickly. But he can still very much extend a play, and the Texans at times, versus guys that can scramble, have had issues playing the entire down there. I think the difference this year, one big X factor, is that Sheldon Rankins, who had a good game rushing the passer last week, Sheldon Rankins is very, very aware and also physically capable of replacing a defensive end when a defensive end goes inside or when he flushes. Sheldon Rankins does a good job of getting out and either replacing a contain or chasing the quarterback to the sideline, where they didn't quite have any athletes at the defensive tackle position last year that could do that. And that really, really matters with a guy like Baker Mayfield.
Yeah,
he runs with physicality too. I wanted so much to hate Baker Mayfield for so long, and somewhere along the way, I think it was the insurance company. I think the insurance ad did it for me.
No. He was for me. He was doing those back in the day when he was. That didn't make him more likable. What made him more likable was adversity being thrust upon him and him persevering through it.
I don't know, though. Was it, though? Because when he tried to play through his bum shoulder, and people seemed to hate him for it and act like that was just who he was as a quarterback because he couldn't play with a severely separated shoulder.
Yeah. No, I can't speak for everyone. I'm saying for me. For me. I like when he had bottomed out by getting sent to shipped off to the Rams.
Yeah.
And he looked like some charity case. He gets sent to the Rams. Remember he got sent to the Rams like on a Monday and he had to start a Thursday game and he won the game. I'm like, all right, this is now turning into a kind of a cool redemption story. And he makes funny commercials. Okay. Yeah. So there you go. All right. Do we have what are we doing? We got Vandy on the hotline now. The hotline's ringing there, Colin. So, find out what Vandy's got going on the hotline right there.
So the biggest thing, obviously, the pass rush, I think, is going to be good tonight. The Bucs offensive line is all mixed up and disheveled. Cody Mock, the right guard, might end up being the only guy who's playing in his designated position from the beginning of the season. And you've got Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter coming off the edges. Possibly, you guys remember Charlie Heck? the offensive lineman.
He lived in my building.
He lived in your building.
He was my neighbor. He lived right below me.
He might be starting at right tackle today if Godeke doesn't play. We don't know. Tristan Wirfs is out. Yeah. That's a huge advantage for the Texans in this building. But it also it means that Baker Mayfield's going to be flushed a few times. Yeah. And that's when plastering downfield and covering for more than 3 seconds a lot of times is going to be critical because Mayfield does a really good job of finding those opportunities downfield.
All right, do we have Vandy on the hotline now? What are we doing here? Vandy, are you there?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Sorry. Jeez, poltergeist. Yeah. Terrible. All right, so Baker Mayfield, likability is huge in sports, right? And I think that people think back to college, Baker Mayfield, right? How many people really liked Baker Mayfield in college? I don't feel like he was the most likable guy. He was kind of a hothead, comes out to midfield. He's got the bravado, and maybe some people like that. But I think by and large, from a national scale, he wasn't this adored kind of guy.
Definitely.
And I think that played into his pro career, right? He goes to the Cleveland Browns, #1 overall. Should it be Darnold? Should it be Baker Mayfield? It's Baker Mayfield. And they give up on him, I think, rather easily. He had a shoulder problem the year that the Texans went there with David Culley. We all remember the game and Justin Reed and the injury and all that. And then they give up on him, and he goes to Carolina. Doesn't work out there, but he's cleansed in the waters of Sean McVay somehow. A brief period of time with the Rams, rebuilds Baker Mayfield, and here he is right now, and he is one of the best. And no matter how you define him, you have to respect him. This team has won 4 consecutive division championships. They're going for 5, which would be, if they get it, the first time it's happened since the Cowboys in the 90s. I mean, that's really impressive stuff, really. This is a team that a lot of people overlook. This time last year, nobody was picking the Bucs to win that division, yet they did it again. And here they are again, a really tough team to deal with. And this by no means is a layup tonight. This is a real tough game. I said before the season, guys, I was saying it throughout the preseason, the Texans could go 0-2 and still have a hell of a year because this two-step to open up 2025 is that difficult. So I believe that this is really going to be a battle tonight. If you get it, you're going to feel really good about yourself going into these 2 divisional games.
Yeah, my bottoming out with Baker was after his rookie year when they went 6-10, and then everybody's talking about him like a top 10 quarterback because the Browns went from being 1-31 the previous 2 years to being 6-10. To the extent that he got to help pick out Freddie Kitchens as their head coach. That's where I'm like, all right, this is a bit much. I don't like this at all.
That was also Baker Mayfield, the GM, was more your issue than Baker Mayfield, the quarterback.
Baker Mayfield being given all these flowers and being given all this power in the building.
Just by way of, for people that weren't paying attention to the NFC last year, Baker Mayfield had 41 touchdowns to 16 interceptions, 4,500 yards passing.
He had 16 picks, though?
Yeah.
41.
Last week, he had 4 turnover-worthy throws.
Yeah.
I'm watching last week's game, and he did some really, really impressive things, but there's a little bit of, for whatever reason, Tampa loves to have this kind of like Fitz tragic, Jameis Winston, or on a bad day, a Baker Mayfield guy that just coughs the ball up a little too much. If the Texans had been the defense playing him last week, I think they would have had a couple interceptions at least. So the potential this week is for Baker Mayfield to throw 4 interceptions.
Mark Vandermeer's on with us. Vandy, I said earlier in the show to Seth that this, the NRG Stadium last year was, other than Lamar Jackson, it was kryptonite for a lot of really good quarterbacks last year. Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert in the playoffs. This feels like tonight is setting up for a perfect opportunity for the Texans to have one of those types of games. Games in prime time. Bucs have all sort of shuffling issues and injury issues on the offensive line. It's a turnover-prone. I mean, I didn't realize 16 picks, Seth. It's a turnover-prone quarterback to begin with who made some turnover-worthy throws last week. And hopefully the stadium is loud. The Texans, no picks last week. I choose to believe that means more they're due for picks this week. Then it's going to be an issue for the first month of the season. What say you, Vandy, about that?
Well, I think, we're preaching to the converted here on this program, but the 6 o'clock kickoff is a big deal to me. People have to find a way to get out of work. I had D'Amico Ryan's promise to write everybody a note so they could leave work early if necessary. I don't know if he's going to be able to come through with that because that's a lot of notes to write. But you know what I'm saying here. 6 o'clock kick in Houston. ouch. Got to make sure people are there because Liberty whiteout, we need it. Got to be strong crowd. Got to have that when the defense takes the field, that deafening presence. And we all know what it's like at NRG Stadium when that happens. And you get on people like Jared Goff, like you did last year with all the quarterbacks that you face. And I'm glad you brought up Fields as well, because Fields, even though he beat the Texans, did throw those picks, threw a pick six, woulda, coulda, shoulda won that game as well. But Josh Allen didn't look good. Now, late, you got him to do, 5 consecutive incompletions? I mean, this is all huge stuff. Got to get that from Baker Mayfield tonight. And I think you can with the way the offensive line is all banged up for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. If Charlie Heck plays, they know Charlie Heck. They know every tendency. They should be able to have a feast. Now, Baker can get out of trouble much easier than Matthew Stafford, but you get my drift here. Mm-hmm. You can get Baker on the ground. You can force bad throws, and maybe pressure is better than sacks, like Andre Ware would always say, and he'll be on the show later. Pressure is better than sacks sometimes because it forces those bad throws. You can get the turnovers. This defense has to eat tonight, but we all know we want to see the defense eat. We expect to see the defense eat. Can the offense get on the board enough? Because I still think you need about 20 tonight to win this game, 21 points. And based on last week's output, that's a tough go. You're going to have to find a way to get this offense clicking.
You know, time is really flying because initially when I saw that Charlie Heck might be starting at right tackle, I thought, oh, yeah, great. These guys have plenty of experience rushing the passer against him. And then I remember, wait, his last year in Houston was in 2023, so Danielle Hunter doesn't have any experience in practice versus.
He was in camp last year with the Texans.
That's right, he was in camp. That's right, so he's got a plan of experience there. But in 2023, he was injured. Was he not?
He was injured for all of camp.
Yeah, I don't think Will Anderson really got a whole lot with a lot of time against him.
Yeah.
And then he was just in training camp last year, so that's pretty much the sum total. I do feel. In that dynamic, with all apologies to Charlie Heck, I feel like those two having practices against each other probably benefits Will Anderson a lot more than it helps Charlie Heck.
Yeah, I would think so. I think
so. It's a little bit lopsided.
I hate to say that, but I think that is the case. Yep. Mark Vandermir, Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast with you here on a Monday morning, getting you ready for Bucs and Texans. Very interested to see, Seth and Mark, how the Texans, what tight end looks like for the Texans. And how incorporated it, any 12 personnel, 22 personnel type of stuff, any 2 tight end sets, how much that's in play for tonight, given the injury to Cade Stover. What do you think about that, Vandy? How do you expect the Texans to attack the tight end position? We know they elevated Harrison Bryant to the 53-man roster last week.
Every time I panic about lack of tight ends, I feel like McLean right now. I think back to 2017, week 2, when they had no tight ends going to Cincinnati. And they didn't, right? They didn't have any tight ends, really, going to Cincinnati. And they were able to win that game in week 2. Now, I know Watson ran for a 50-yard touchdown in that game. But there are ways you can put this together. The good thing, and there's no good thing about it, but the only saving grace here is that you go into the week knowing what you've got to work with. And that always helps, I think. It's not like, oh, my gosh, during the game, we lost every tight end we've got. How are we going to deal with it? And we have to reconfigure on the fly. This week, they've had time to prepare. So I think that obviously Bryant's going to play a huge role. It breaks my heart to lose Cade Stover. It broke my heart once to lose Brevin Jordan. Now it breaks my heart again because I see Brev in the building every day throughout the entire winter rehabbing and obviously misses OTAs and minicamp. And then he's off to a great start in training camp. It's going to be a big year for Brevin Jordan. It's a contract year, another one for him. But gone, lost. And now Cade Stover, who I thought was going to have a huge season, or at least big enough where he would really get noticed around the league with his contribution to this team. But how do they put it together right now? Dalton Schultz has got to catch everything, and Harrison Bryant, I'm not sure. Seth, you could address this. He's not Cade Stover, right? He's not that kind of tight end. He can do some of those things, but it's not like you're going to put him in the backfield a lot and he can be your fullback on occasion. I think Jakob is definitely up tonight with the practice squad elevation, and you're going to have to do something about that on this roster eventually with him. But I think he's definitely up because you need him as a blocker. How do they work in Harrison Bryant? I think you and Johnny could probably address that better than anybody, and Andre too.
Harrison Bryant has had some moments where they did the QB QB sneak with him too. Like, so I don't know. They've used them up some in some different ways. The same way Mark Andrews will do it with the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
They would
slide in under center.
Yeah, it was with the Raiders when Harrison Bryant was doing that. Yeah. So I almost look at him like a utility infielder that, all right, they're gonna be able to slot him in and do some things, but he's probably not gonna be a weapon necessarily, but at least you can run your offense. Because I got in an argument with somebody, a national guy this weekend, because he had this take that, well, you could tell that Nick Caley came in and he was going to be a three wide receiver type of offense. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know what their plan was, but I don't think that they planned on only having one healthy tight end by the end of, because they go into that. And he said, well, they only had 2 tight ends on the roster. Yeah, because Brevin Jordan got injured during camp. And I know Irv Smith is not something necessarily to get excited about, but he was at least a body. And then Cade Stover gets injured somewhere between the beginning of that game and sometime whenever. They're kind of pressed into a difficult circumstance here and being predictable. So using Harrison Bryant, even if it's as a wrinkle in some way, to keep the Bucs from knowing exactly that. I mean, the Texans lined up in a 3 wide receiver set 80% of the time last week, more than any other team in the league, and I don't think that's just too predictable.
Yeah. No.
What about week 1 to week 2 for the rookie wideouts? That's another thing I'm curious about.
Yeah.
You know, Higgins, if you freeze frame that would-be catch that turned into a pick last week, and you look at his hands on the football, I mean, the still shot of that is like, this is an interception. What? I got my 6'4" receiver with these huge hands. Both of them are squarely on the football. How does this become an interception? Yet it did. And you guys were talking about Hopkins earlier and his ability to immediately control the football. Look, Higgins is a rookie. He's going to learn, but this is week 1 to week 2. Okay, I got a taste. I got a full 60-minute taste of this league. How am I going to be in week 2 at home where the offense should be able to operate more efficiently? And Noel, too. You know, we talked about Noel Kirk. This is going to be big for those guys. Every rookie playing in their second game. But what do you think of that?
Well, as far as the receivers, I mean, for one, Jaden Higgins, that was a hell of a welcome to the NFL moment where I think, like, okay, we're not playing Kansas anymore, Dorothy. We're just like, okay, that felt like a catch, but I got to really get it down faster.
Got to go strong hands, man.
Yeah, that's every week in the NFL. But if I had to choose between welcome to the NFL moments, if I were a player, I would still prefer to have Jaden Higgins' moment than a few of Ariante Ursery's moments. So I think at Ariante Ursery, I mean, that was as tough as it gets going up against those guys while also playing right tackle in your first performance ever. The Bucs have some really good edge rushers in Diaby and Hassan Reddick, but they're more of the conventional 3-4 edge rusher types where they're very athletic, they're fast, but they don't have the combination of size and power that those guys with the Rams did. So I think it's still going to be a challenge for Ariante Ursery, but hopefully him playing left tackle and have 1 week experience, and it's a different challenge. I think it'll be better for him. Go ahead.
No.
The guy that I'm really curious about in one of the rookies is Jalen Noel, because I felt like, you know, I always hate to criticize quarterback decisions or route running when you don't know exactly what they're doing, but it felt to me that there were a couple times where CJ either didn't, that Jalen Noel either wasn't in the right spot or CJ might not have trusted Jalen Noel the same way he trusts Christian Kirk. So that relationship that you have between a quarterback and a veteran slot receiver, it's a lot different when it's a rookie. And how quickly can Jalen Noel kind of adopt and get on the same page with CJ?
I like the way you lay out the O-line part with the Texans. I do like the fact that it looks like they're going to be back in the combo of 5 that they were playing with throughout most of the rest of training camp after Cam Robinson got injured at the Greenbrier. It feels like in terms of degree of difficulty, because we've only got 1 game to go off of so far, but week to week here, it feels like the Texans' offensive line is maybe stepping down a weight class in terms of who they're facing, you know, just in terms of the ability to generate pressure. It's still
a good weight. Yeah, it's still like they're not bums by any stretch of the imagination. They're not bums, but they're not as physically intimidated other than Vita Vea.
Yeah, but it's a cut below the Rams' defensive line, and whereas on the other side of the ball, you've got the Bucs who are still in this jumble situation. And I think they're stepping way up in weight class compared to Atlanta last week and going on the road to do it.
And what's a big thing you don't want to see? Pressure up the middle. And Vita Vea, the human vending machine, you got Patterson in there, who I like his brain, and I hope that the brawn can match up with Vita Vea and however they can figure that inside with the guards and Patterson and doubling Vita Vea. I don't know how they're going to do it, but you got to do it somehow, because you can't have this push up the middle on C.J. Stroud, because, bad things are going to happen on the edges. He's really going to help out his edge rushers if he can get into that backfield, or get surge into the backfield anyway. All
right, let's do this. We got ND Kalu joining us in the next segment. We'll get ND Kalu's thoughts on the matchup tonight between the Buccaneers and the Texans. He'll jump on with us here on Texans Monday as we get you guys ready for Texans and Bucs. 6 o'clock kick. Make a note. 6 o'clock kick tonight. Texans Countdown gets started at 3 o'clock. ND Kalu joins us next on Texans Radio.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
A breast cancer diagnosis can turn your world upside down. But your Houston Methodist team assures you they'll use the latest cancer research and
Not going to affect my social life.
So
in the
you
next
didn't
12
open
hours
up
at
your
all,
pants and drop them
no,
down?
No.
Okay,
It wasn't intentional.
I got you.
Sorry, I was a little distracted, though.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
speaking of which, let's bring him on now. Joining us here on Texans Monday for his normal spot here is ND Kalu, former Texans defensive lineman. ND, how you doing? Have you ever willingly or unwillingly poured smelling salts down your pants?
Not down my pants.
To wake things up.
It's on the
there.
crotch of my pants. Yeah.
Well, hold on. I'm taking notes because, Seth, you've given me a great idea because I've been married 22 years. So when my wife is down there, she's all sleepy and not into it. Now I'm going to put my smelling salts in my crotch. So when she's down there, she's going to be awake and alert. So you just gave me something to try tonight after the Texans win their Monday night game.
Tell her she's welcome.
Baker Mayfield.
no, they banned smelling salts this year, but you're still allowed to use them. You have to have them.
Yeah.
It has to be your own supply. The team won't supply the smelling salts.
I don't think ND operates under any of that jurisdiction anymore.
right.
Yeah.
No, it's relevant to football because obviously we're talking about the defensive line and tonight and the advantage that they'll have at NRG Stadium. I guess, ND, from your perspective, how did the D-line play last week, and what's going to be different about the defense in general this week?
A big picture, I think they played well. Obviously, when you lose the game, Seth, you know as well as anybody, you're going to look and say, we could have done this better, we could have done that better. But big picture as a fan, when you hold a team that has a Hall of Fame quarterback, that has a young receiver that's having a Hall of Fame type start to his career, then you have Devontae Adams. When you hold them to 14 points, you played well as a defense. Yes, there are things you could get better on when it comes to the run, when it comes to stopping the run in between the guards. But overall, in my opinion, if the defense as a whole and definitely the D-line plays the same way and with the same intensity that they played last week, they're going to give this team a chance to win tonight.
What do you think about the environment tonight, ND, as far as affecting Baker Mayfield? And I'm just curious your thoughts in general on Baker Mayfield. We've been discussing him quite a bit this morning. Where are you on Baker as far as where he stacks up amongst quarterbacks around the league? And what do you think about him playing in what we hope is an environment that looked a lot like last year tonight?
Oh, it's going to be for any quarterback, Sean, it's going to be tough. I mean, I know the Houston Texans fans are going to be getting loud at the right time, and the cadence is going to be a little bit off. You can't be as tricky with your cadence as an offense when you play in that type of environment. As far as Baker Mayfield, I'm not big on doing the whole tier ranking of quarterbacks. I just think to myself, can you win with this guy? And Baker Mayfield's a guy you can win with. If Tampa Bay or Baker Mayfield-led team won the Super Bowl, I don't think anybody's going to be overly surprised because he's the type of quarterback that's tough to rush because as soon as you get out of your rushing lanes, he's going to take advantage of it. Whether he's going to pick up the yards with his legs or pick up more time with his legs, he's athletic enough to utilize his athleticism to either have more time in the pocket to let the guys like Mike Evans get open, or when you're rushing on a 3rd and 5, he's just going to pick up 6 yards. So it's very tough preparing for quarterbacks like Baker Mayfield.
Andy, the other side of the ball, obviously the Texans offensive line looks like they're going to be more what you thought they were going to be before the injury last week. So they'll get the starters that you expected to see other than Jarrett Patterson, who's going to start at center. They're going against Vita Vea, the Vita Vea, a nose tackle who is very, very good. And the Texans have been rushing between the tackles a lot during training camp and last week. I'm skeptical that they're going to have a lot of success if they try to run right up the middle versus Vita Vea and Elijah Cansey.
I'm glad you brought up Vita Vea. I don't think – look, for the fans out there, the casual football fans, take your eyes off the ball and just watch Vita Vea. This is a guy that's – if they say he's 350, then you know he's 365. And he can move. He's athletic. Even when he's not showing up on the stat sheet, he's affecting the defense. He's affecting the offense. This dude's a stud. And part of me says, one part of me says, you know what? No, let's run right at him. Let him prove that he's going to clog up the gaps. And I think he probably is going to prove that. Then you have to switch course or change course. But he's a guy that I've really enjoyed and appreciated what he does interior, and he also makes it easier for his edge rushers and for his edge players to play their responsibility. But that's a huge task, and yes, that's something you have to account for. And maybe you hit the edges, you hit the you test the contain from the edge players, whether or not they're keeping contained against the run and pass. But up the middle, just watch that guy work. He is very, very tough.
You know what, real quick, about one thing that I always admire about Vita Vea, and you were sometimes this guy, not all the time, no gloves. The defensive linemen don't wear gloves. There's just something so manly
like
about
bare
that.
arms, yeah.
Why did you sometimes wear gloves and sometimes not?
Man, you have a good memory for you to remember detail like that, but I guess that's what happens when you go to Ivy League.
I confirmed it. Like because I remember being impressed with it. I was like, holy crap, Andy doesn't wear gloves. Yeah, so I went back and I found some photos, but yeah.
You know what? So I would do it depending on the packages. You remember the years that I didn't start, I would have certain packages.
Yeah.
And if I was more of a joker role where I'm in a 2-point stance, spying, CTE moment, spying the quarterback, and I knew I wasn't going to get many run plays, then I would go with the no gloves, no tape look. But if it was a game where I knew that I was going to have to, get my hands inside of the tackle and get down and dirty, then I would put the gloves and the tape on.
And that's what's so impressive with Vita Vea, because he's a nose tackle. So he's getting double teamed constantly. Like his hands are getting mashed all the time. And it's so I don't want to turn this into a Vita Vea appreciation. I just want people to understand it's a big obstacle.
He's a bad man.
Look, they beat Vita Vea and his Buccaneers the last time they came to NRG Stadium, but it's a big obstacle, like a literally big obstacle.
The first year says, because you started more than I did in your career, but the first year when I became a full-time starter, the one thing I remember at the end of the season, how much my hands and my wrists hurt. Like at the end of my first year as a starter, I was ready to go back as a special downs, special package player because my hands and my wrists hurt so bad.
All right, I've got one for both Seth and D here, and I don't know about you, but I'm ready to kick this thing at noon. I am just chomping over here like, let's go. But you got to wait till tonight to play. So you guys tell me, regardless of home field or not, because obviously that's a huge factor. You'd always rather be at home. But what's tougher, the Monday night home game as far as the waiting around all day factor goes, or Monday night road game as far as waiting around all day? Because you're waiting around all day. You're ready to go. I don't know how you guys felt. You guys tell me.
For me,
Seth, you go first.
For me, by far the worst ever was Monday night or Sunday night on the West Coast, because I'm an early riser and I can't not wake up when my body tells me to. So it would be 3 a.m. local time, like wandering around the streets of Seattle, just trying. It was a safer place back then, kids. And that was the worst, because then it felt like just an odyssey. I hated away Monday night games on the West Coast.
100%. Here's the thing. I don't want to just say, yes, I agree. Just to add to it, I really enjoyed the 12 o'clock games. Just my body clock, like he mentioned, you wake up regardless of your alarm clock and you're ready to go. Like for me, I got anxious before games. I wasn't that cool, calm, collected. I was anxious. I wanted to get that first hit out of the way. That's when the butterflies always left my body. And to be sitting there, as soon as you wake up at 7 a.m. till 7 at night with butterflies, being anxious, I really enjoyed the 12 o'clock game. But you do appreciate knowing that everybody's watching on Monday Night Football. I mean, every person you played against in junior high, high school that knows you're in the league, they're all watching. So that part's cool, but the waiting around is just very tough, Mark.
We're talking to N.D. Kalu joining us here on Texans Monday here on Sports Radio 610. N.D., on the offensive side for the Houston Texans, how important is it now, them getting back into the left to right sequence of offensive linemen that it seemed like they were most comfortable with throughout the latter part of training camp?
Yeah, to me, that's still a question mark. Everyone, and I'm not saying you, Sean, but everyone's saying, oh, we finally got the starting lineup from training camp. What was the biggest question mark at training camp? The starting lineup of the offensive line. Mm-hmm. So I'm not ready to take that deep sigh of relief and saying, oh, Ed Ingram is back. This is still a work in progress. And on paper, this might be your starting lineup. So it is going to be very exciting to see how it plays out on the actual football field. But yeah, whether it was last week or this week, I felt like, and it's going to be next week and the week after. It takes more than 3 or 4 weeks for that gel to occur with the offensive line. I mean, that's that one position group where they really rely on chemistry. So, yeah, this is a huge question mark for me, and I don't feel good thinking to myself, oh, Ed Ingram's back.
Yeah, and well, that's funny because I'm glad you pointed that out.
When you put it that way.
Well, no, it was almost like we all didn't know what the offensive line was going to be like, but it was like you're on a game show where you selected what's behind door number 1, and the host is like, nope, door number 2. Yeah. And you're like, well, I didn't ask for that, and I'm not happy with it either. I wanted door number 1. So this week we get to see door number 1. I guess Ariante Ursary is the biggest one for me that could be a great swing for the positive or the negative, because the challenge this week, I feel, versus Hassan Reddick and Diaby and their edge rushers is that they're very good pass rushers, but they're not that same combination of power and speed that you saw from the Rams edge guys. There's not as much power to their game. So I just wonder if that's enough to get really a better performance out of Ariante Ursary, but then also, with him 1 extra week of experience.
Yeah, 1 extra week of experience, 1 extra week of going against Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and like you mentioned, 2 different styles of pass rusher. But you also have to help the young guy. I mean, I think this guy is going to be one of those Dwayne Brown, 12, 15-year type career, very good. I really like his game. I like what I saw during preseason and during the practices. But I also feel like you also have to help him, whether it's early on, especially with Hassan Reddick. We all know how fast Hassan Reddick hits that corner, whether it's a chip block from the tight end, whether you put Dare Gumbawale in the backfield and tell him to help out just to get the young man some confidence. But, yeah, these are the type of matchups where he'll just continue to grow as a pass protector.
All right, I've got another one for both guys because we all know that you got to get wins right now. But when do you think a team really starts to come together? Bill O'Brien used to say around Thanksgiving, but is it sooner? Is it around then? Obviously, you can't just waste the first part of the season. You have to get W's. But when do you think a team really starts to gel? And I guess some of that might vary according to, do you have a new defensive coordinator, a new offensive system, or whatever the case may be. But I'm looking around the league, and, week 1 to week 2, different for a lot of teams. The Jets, for instance, although who are the Steelers? We don't even know yet. And maybe the Jets were not that great, but they put up a bunch of points on the Steelers in a loss. You tell me when you think a team starts to come together.
You know what, Vandy? I'm thinking back to like one of the best teams I was ever on was in 1999 with the Jaguars, where we ended up going 14-2, and that was a year where Fred Taylor's rookie year was the year before that. So I go back to Fred Taylor's rookie year in 1998. Like Fred Taylor, it took a few games for him to kind of get it. And I think with rookies in general, it takes a few games for a lot of them for it to really click. Some guys, it takes an entire season. But I think on this offense, especially when you're relying on so many rookies, I'm trying real hard to be patient through the first 4 or 5 games, because that's where, okay, if a couple of these guys, if they're going to stick, things should start to click for them. And as long as you can avoid more injuries, that for this particular team this year, because I think it's different every year, okay, after week 4, 5, 6, you should get a feel for how many of those rookies you can actually depend on.
And when you talk about coming together or gelling as a team, I personally feel like you get that done during training camp, especially when you go off to training camp and you get to know one another, because after practice, you're forced to kind of hang out with each other when you're in a different city, different state. So I feel like you come together as a team as far as knowing your guys, loving your guys during training camp. But as far as putting it all together on the field, you kind of mentioned it, Mark, when you asked the question. It depends if you have a new coordinator. Like again, to me, and I'm not saying the defense was perfect, but again, you hold the Rams to 14 points. Typically, your goal as a defense is 17 points a game. Correct me if I'm wrong, Seth. That's what I remember from all of our defensive meetings. So when you hold a team like that to 14 points, and to me, the defense looked like they picked up where they left off. With the offense, the question isn't just about when are the players going to come together. You have an offensive coordinator. This is his first year calling plays. So when's he going to get into a groove? When is he going to feel comfortable with some of these gut calls? So I'm thinking around week 3 or 4 is when I expect to see this offense hitting on all cylinders.
That's ND Kalu, former Texans defensive lineman, joining us here on Texans Monday. ND, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon, man.
Hey, y'all keep up the good work.
Thanks. Appreciate you. That's the great ND Kalu, who had an all-time moment here on Texans Monday earlier. Go back and listen on the rewind feature. Hey, Texans Monday is brought to you by Houston Methodist, offering same-day visits with primary care physicians. Log on to houstonmethodist.org for more info. The official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans, Houston Methodist, leading medicine. All right, up next, we are going to relive the magic of 2 years ago against the Buccaneers, and we've got to talk about the Colts. They are doing things that no other NFL team has done. Are they a problem? I definitely want to get Mark Vandermeer's thoughts on that before we cut him loose. John Harris going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour. Stay there. This is Texans Monday on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination.
15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Yes! Houston gets it done! Are you kidding?
Vandy, I got the chill bumps, man. I'm still getting them listening to that call. You did this, Vandy. As we bring you back in here on Texans Monday, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. We'll be joined by John Harris in the 9 o'clock hour. We still got Mark Vandermir with us here. Vandy, that was a great call. When the flags were on the ground, how concerned were you that was a penalty on the offense? You seemed to kind of know which way the wind was blowing by the time you were throwing it down to the referee there.
That was one of those where it was well after the fact, I think, and I felt really confident that was not going to be against the Texans or negate the touchdown. If it was against the Texans, maybe it's celebration or whatever. Listen, I'm the former voice of the Hurricanes. I know all about celebration penalties. We once had 2 15-yarders at the Sugar Bowl. One of them was because the Ibis, the mascot, was in the end zone during a celebration. So I'm ready for that kind of stuff. That was a top 5 game in NRG Stadium history, and maybe period, even including playoffs. But I'll take playoffs and put them in another category. That's an unforgettable day. I don't know if we can top that tonight. I'll take the win any which way we can get it. But when Baker Mayfield hits Cade Otton, who's playing tonight, the tight end, and he's a factor, when he hits him for the go-ahead touchdown, you're thinking, I didn't have lost hope, but I knew it was going to be really tough. They would have to play nearly perfect on the next series, and they did. I mean, he hits Tank on the sideline after the 2 shorties to get them closer, and then hits Tank for the touchdown. It was so good, and I think at that moment I realized this could be a playoff team, because before that you're like, maybe not, we'll see. Jacksonville's still playing pretty well at that point, and then obviously we started to believe.
Yeah, Vandy, they don't go get that touchdown. They're 3-5. At that point in the season. I mean, that was a huge, huge swing game for the Texans, no doubt about that. All right, we've only got a few minutes, so before we get you out of here, Vandy and Seth, I want to get your thoughts on this as well. They just put up a graphic on the TV screen in our studio here that the Indianapolis Colts are the first team to go through the first 2 games of the season with no punts. They just go down and score all the time is all they do these first couple games of the season, the Indianapolis Colts. Are the Colts a problem this year? Seth.
Yes.
Vandy says
they're
yes.
a problem.
Okay.
They're a problem this year. Indiana Jones is playing well. And I liken this to, I don't know what Seth thinks, but I liken this to when they were playing well with Phillip Rivers, when they were playing well with Carson Wentz, when they didn't play well with Matt Ryan, we know that. But Minshew 2 years ago, woulda, coulda, shoulda. They were right there with the Houston Texans last day of the regular season. So I think this is that kind of thing at the very least. When Jonathan Taylor puts up 165 on a Denver defense that's supposedly pretty good, that's a concern. Jones throws for over 300 yards. I know they woulda, coulda, shoulda missed a field goal, and they were going to lose that game. But when you look at the amount of yards and how they hung in there with what's supposed to be a really tough Denver team, you got to be concerned about the horseshoe.
Yeah, look, you can say whatever you want about week 1. Right now, after it's 2 games, and there's 2 games left to be played tonight, but the Colts are top 5 in every major offensive category: rushing, passing, points per game. Like they're
least amount of punts.
And this is Vandy. I hate being told you so, guy. I'm not saying it to you individually, but like this is why I was.
You were.
People were giving me the side eye all offseason when I was saying, like, listen, Shane Steichen knows what he's doing with quarterbacks. That's how I know that Anthony Richardson isn't a good quarterback. You know why? Because Shane Steichen hasn't been able to do anything with him. But Shane Steichen in Philadelphia, Shane Steichen with Gardner Minshew, Shane Steichen back in the day with Justin Herbert. Like I think he's really good at getting the best out of quarterbacks. And Daniel Jones, when he's got good weaponry around him, can do some good things. And the biggest thing that we kind of forgot about over the last couple of years is the Colts still do have a good offensive line coach. Mm-hmm. Ever since they got rid of the guy that ended up going to Houston is their offensive line coach. They're something. They're for real. Like this is, and I'm here for it because I'm excited about having some genuine competition within the division. Yeah.
Wait, did Shane Steichen get on Acknowledge Me today? Because that might have been a decent one based on what Seth just said. And you're right, Joe Flacco, he couldn't exhume the body of Joe Flacco last year, and you're seeing how it's going with the Browns so far this year. And that is scary. And Jones did well when he had a healthy Barkley. They had that one playoff year where they beat the Vikings at their place, and then the next year Barkley gets banged up and Jones turns back into bad Jones. But with a good Jonathan Taylor, it's a little concerning.
Do I acknowledge Shane Steichen? Do I do this on a Texans Monday, Vandy, or are we separating church and state?
You will receive no acknowledgement.
No acknowledgements. All right, just checking.
We're at the Vatican here. You got to stick to certain. No, I'm just kidding. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, man. 2-0 for the 2-0 for the Colts. What about that Jacksonville game yesterday? Is there? I mean, that's a game the Jags probably. You know what it felt like, Vandy? The Jags game. It felt like 4 of the Texans games last year, where you wake up the next morning and you go, "Do you realize the teams that did this, and that were 75-0 before the Texans game yesterday?" How you lose a game where you score 27 points and you intercept Jake Browning, not Joe Burrow, Jake Browning 3 times, because it means Jake Browning is playing in that game. They got to be kicking themselves in Jacksonville today.
And you get another big game out of ETN, who's really come along, because we were thinking, Bigsby's going to be the guy probably. ETN, it's not working out. Former first-round pick, Trevor Lawrence's class. He's fading. He's not going to be who they wanted him to be. He's becoming who they wanted him to be, and that's a big problem. I don't like that at all. So, yeah, this is going to be really tough on Sunday. Obviously, got to get through tonight, but then we'll be focused on them. They usually come through for us, but sometimes they don't. So let's see what happens.
Yep, we'll see what happens. That's the great Mark Vandermeer. Vandy, we'll see you out on the big stage this afternoon for.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's have some fun.
Let's do it. All right, Vandy, we appreciate you. John Harris jumping on. Vandy, we'll talk to you a little later on today. He'll be on with us on Texans Countdown. See you, Vandy. Texans Countdown presented by Modelo Especial starts at 3:00 this afternoon, just outside NRG Stadium. All right, up next, John Harris, Texan sideline reporter. The hot tag from Vandy to Harris. He jumps in. We'll get his thoughts on tonight's game, everything going on around the AFC, and we'll hear from Andre Ware as well in the 9 o'clock hour. Stay there. You're listening to Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Your health is personal, which is
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
All right, it is a very special edition of Texans Monday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you before we welcome Andre Ware into the mix. Johnny Harris joining us as well. We do thank Mark Vandermir for joining us in the 8 o'clock hour. Johnny, how we feeling?
Feeling pretty good. You know, during the game, during our pregame show, I usually come out shortly into the first hour, right?
Yeah.
And then Mark and Andre get to come in later together, and, Bebop and Scott, and as you like to say, Shawnee, together. And so now we've locked Mark out, and now it's really the true, football dudes talking, me and Andre with you two. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I hope Andy's listening right now.
Yeah, I know he's listening right now.
Mr. Broadcasting School, Mark Vandermeer.
That's right. That's right.
Fancy words and pronunciations.
Yeah. This will be a fun hour for sure. And let's, without further ado, bring in a Heisman Trophy winner, and he's been on every call of the Houston Texans since the beginning of time. Andre Ware joining us. Dre, how we feeling this morning?
Hey, good morning, guys. Feeling great. Looking forward to a good game tonight, and try to get on the side of the good side of the win-loss column.
Yeah, Andre, obviously, CJ himself this week talked about maybe preparation being different, but just ironing out a lot of these little things that are happening before the snap. I was surprised that the pre-snap operation was as sloppy as it was last week, because I was kind of I felt betrayed because I'd been promising everybody, hey, it's gonna be cleaner this week. It's gonna be cleaner this week.
They stabbed you in the back.
What is that challenge of going out with a new offense, with new guys and all of that, and just and replicating perhaps what you did in practice in the actual game for the first time?
Yeah, it's always tougher, Seth, as you know, to do it on the road, and then with guys that are kind of playing together in a real game, a real regular season game for the first time. So there are a lot of expectations, but you sometimes fall short of those, and you're trying to eliminate certain things from maybe the year before, but yet it's the first time that a group has played together, and I'm specifically talking about the offensive line, with pre-snap penalties and things of that sort. You got to deal with crowd noise and new cadence that you're hearing for the first time in a real game. It's kind of why I thought this group would play a little bit more together in the preseason so that they get used to CJ, get used to one another from a chemistry standpoint and from a timing standpoint. But those are some things that are fixable, some things that can be ironed out, and as time progresses and you get guys playing together, they'll fix themselves.
What is that? As a quarterback, too, I'm always intrigued by it, because there's no other position like it in football, obviously, but where you've got so many moving parts, and when you're in control, and CJ was in more control of more moving parts, I almost imagine it like the first time you drive a motorboat with a steering wheel. Like, it's just, oh, wait, it doesn't move exactly the way that everything. Why am I not slowing down now? Like, is there a little bit of a lag there? And even though you're operating everything, when you're trying to do it at game speed and under stressful conditions, everything happens just a beat slower.
Yeah, it's from a timing standpoint, guys going in motion, when to set them in motion. They're late, you got to wait on them, or kick your heel again to get them going, and you're ready to go as you see the play clock winding down. All those things, and maybe even having to hurry through your cadence is a little bit different from CJ's standpoint. So it's a lot of different things, a lot of things that he's in control of that he's doing for the first time, because he didn't do them the previous 2 seasons. It's different. You got a different play caller. There's a different rhythm to how you're calling plays in the huddle based on the terminology, all of it. And so when you're doing it with a new system in place, then it can be a little bit stressful on the quarterback at times, especially if you're getting the play late or guys aren't going in motion fast enough and you're under the gun to get the ball snapped.
I'm in my office and I look up and I've got this football, and it's indicative of the greatest fraternity on the face of the earth. And Andre Ware is part of that. In 1989, he won the Heisman Trophy. So, Dre, I want to ask you about another guy in the fraternity that we will see tonight, who went to Tampa Bay on a 1-year, $4 million deal back in 2023, and I would say that's worked out pretty well for Tampa Bay, but it's also worked out pretty well for Baker Mayfield. What worries you the most about Baker tonight?
Not so much his arm. I mean, he can spin it, and when Baker's like a shooting guard that's kind of streaky. When he gets going, man, he can cook, and when he can struggle at times as well. But when he's on a heater, he can go for a while, and that seems to be where he is right now. He's got a nice complement of skill position players around him. But the one thing that worries me the most is him pulling it down, making plays with his legs, because he's fearless. He can do that. He's underestimated in that category or in that department. And so when you least expect it, he'll break off a big run on you, and he'll try to finish it because he's a tough dude. He's not big, but he's tough. And that's just the way he plays the game. He's fiery. And there are a lot of quarterbacks that, that it takes something different to get them settled into a game. Couple of completions, 3, 4, 5 completions in a row, something like that, or just a quick hits to maybe get them going. Baker, I think, is kind of wired differently, where it's a run that gets him going. It's contact that gets him going and gets him cemented into a game. So that scares me the most about him.
Andre Ware joining us here on Texans Monday on Texans Radio. Hey, Dre, flipping back over to the Texans offensive side of the ball, can you put us in the shoes of a quarterback in the situation that the Texans were in this past Sunday, where they just can't seem to get Nico Collins the ball? Everybody's screaming, target Nico more, target Nico more. He only had 5 targets in that game. From a quarterback's perspective, is that just something that's easier said than done, especially the way the Rams were playing defense on Sunday?
It is easier said than done. I mean, you're not going to force a guy the ball when, you've got underneath coverage and a safety rolling over the top. It's asking for a disaster to happen. There were certain instances in which I was looking for Nico to be in the formation, and he was, watching from the sideline. So that's where you've got different personnel, play calls you have for a game, and things you've worked on in practice with a certain group. And at that time, he's not in. But, sometimes playmakers just need to be on the field, and they need to be targeted early. And to let, one, him know that he's involved in it for the full 60 minutes, and 2, to let the defense know that, hey, he is very much that dude. And so there are instances in which you can move him around. Nico in the past has been a receiver that you can split out wide. He can also motion in. He can make plays from the slot. So I think it's just a variation of those things and getting on the same page and how to best utilize Nico Collins. And I think that takes a little bit of an adjustment as well.
Flipping over to the other side of the ball, a question I want to ask both of you guys is that, man, like Jalen Petrie does a lot of awesome things, but then there's going to be certain weaknesses at times just because he's not a cornerback, but sometimes they ask him to do what cornerbacks do. I'm just curious about there's things you can do to disguise that or to cover that at times, and sometimes you can also use it to bait quarterbacks. And we've seen at least a couple times in the past where Stingley has made some plays on balls where I think a quarterback thought that Petrie was covering the guy when in fact Stingley was. Where's the cat and mouse game in that part of it after watching Stafford kind of be able to target Petrie a couple times last week? What do you do on defense to counteract that this week?
Yeah, I think, I think Petrie's best suited when he's blitzing at times, and then when you bring him in, you maybe go to a 4-2 look with 2 linebackers, and he's in the game kind of playing down in the box. He loves the contact, so I think you best utilize him there. There are some matchups, though, that aren't going to favor him when he's got to, hold a quicker back out of the backfield or a tight end that can actually run and create some situations down the seams and in the middle of the field. I don't think that's his strong suit, but sometimes he's going to get caught in certain situations like that. It worries me, though, when he gets locked up or we lock up safeties with the other team's best receiver, their number one receiver, and you find those matchups happening at times based on formations or how they may motion a guy in from where he starts within the formation. So that I'm more concerned about than Petrie, but he's going to be okay. They'll figure out a way to get him where they're utilizing him and where he's best suited, and I think that's down in the box making plays.
I agree totally with Dre, and I give a lot of credit to Sean McVay. I know there was a lot of this, Nick on our Tuesday show had said something about eye discipline, and automatically people were like, oh, no, it's Petrie in that last play. Now, I agree with Dre. I don't know that I want Jalen in man-to-man like he was against Devontae against the Jets. I remember that distinctly. When that game, Dre was like, I could hear it in his voice like Petrie's on the slot, and they went to Devontae Adams. That's not where Jalen is at his best. But on that play, that was not eye discipline. You got to give Sean McVay and Puka Nacua a lot of credit for how they ran that play. They had run that play throughout the game where they would run Puka in between the B-gap, and he would come block the safety. And you saw the Texans do it with Higgins. Higgins would motion over, and what teams have stopped doing is leaving the receiver out and then trying to dig out the safety. They're like, well, screw it. Just go all the way to B-gap and go get him. Well, Petrie saw that, and it was 3rd and 8, and they had been expecting run, and so he went to engage Puka in the block, and then Puka, as soon as Petrie started to kind of flex and wait for him, then Puka went to the flat. I can't put a lot of that on Jalen Petrie. Now, I don't really want Jalen, as Dre said, in coverage a lot. When he's down by the box, I like it. But the eye discipline that they're talking about happened on a touchdown to Davis Allen, and I'll let people go back and watch it. That's what Nick was talking about. He wasn't talking about that last play with Petrie. I like when Petrie's on the field, but it's got to be in select moments. The other thing I'd like to be able to do is get teams in 1st and 2nd down tonight, mainly the Bucs, and let them use Petrie the way that he should be, blitzing, matching up with a tight end that he can stay with, doing a lot of different things with Petrie, make the Bucs guess what Petrie's going to do. That, to me, is when Petrie is at his best. And I remember when Dave Aranda, I talked to him, it was 2-3 years. Dre and I were out at Big 12 Media Days, and I talked to Dave Aranda, and he said, yeah, we used to have the Jalen rules. And the Jalen rules were basically Jalen kind of blitzed and did what he did. He'd go off the edge. He'd run in the B-gap. He just would play, and they would react to him. So I think Jalen's kind of trying to learn how to use that philosophy, if you will, as an outside player for the Texans. And I think the defensive staff is trying to figure out how that all fits. I think they found a nice, happy median last year. But against the Rams, they got to where they could exploit it a couple of times, and they just took advantage of his aggressiveness on that last play against Puka Nacua.
Andre Ware, John Harris, Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast with you on a Texans Monday here on Texans Radio. I'm going to do the same. I'm curious what both of you guys think, Andre and Johnny, on the Texans in the run game. It felt like in that first game against the Rams that maybe DeMeco Ryans, in retrospect, would have liked to have gotten the ball in Nick Chubb's hand more than he did. 13 touches in that game. For tonight, what does the optimal distribution of carries look like in a Texans win? What is it? Is it a majority of Nick Chubb? Dre, you go first. How do you think that looks, the apportionment of the carries in the run game tonight in a good scenario?
Yeah, I think you learn your lesson. The best way to learn is to put it on tape, and then you actually get a chance to digest it and see it, and you don't make the same mistakes twice. I mean, that's the goal. But I look for Nick to carry it maybe 20 times. He was at 13 carries, I think, and averaged over 4 yards a carry or right around that. And it's basically downhill, coming right in your face. And that allows guys to just kind of fire off the football and let Nick do what he does best at this stage in his career, and that's be a power runner coming downhill. They can, keep the Buccaneers off balance a little bit and shake it up and vary it in certain instances. But I look for that somewhere in the 15, 17 to 20 carry kind of game to just kind of get him going. And he's always been the type of back that the later in the game it gets, when you really start to feed him, he could kind of carry the load for you. So he gets better as the game progresses. That's about where I think this week, about 20 carries or so. And I think he's still got enough tread on the tires to do so.
Yeah, I think Dre's dead on. That's exactly the way I'm thinking. I'll put it this way. I'm really not interested at this point seeing anybody else carry the football for the Texans. I mean, Damien's not really giving you anything at this point. Woody they used on third downs. I wouldn't mind seeing Woody get a few carries to see if he can't start to, kind of break out a little bit. But Dre hit it. Like, hand the ball to Nick Chubb. And what makes me think that that'll happen a little bit more, I think it was on our show with DeMeco when we asked him about his thoughts on Nick Chubb. He was very effusive in his praise of Nick Chubb, and it felt like he agreed totally with Dre, and that is he's got more in the tank. Let's feed him. And just from D'Amico's standpoint, it felt like he was saying, yeah, I got a lot of confidence in Nick Chubb. Let's feed him a little bit more. And I would go, the one other thing, too, is trying to establish what the identity of this team is. Right now, I feel like this might be a much better run-blocking O-line. And by the way, we don't even know what the O-line is going to be tonight. Mm-hmm. We have no idea because Ed Ingram was back healthy. But does he move right back into right guard and they kind of reshuffle what they had from last week or what they do? Who knows? But who's ever out there, it feels like it's a much better run-blocking offensive line than it is a pass-blocking offensive line. So put the two together, what Dre said, 20 carries with Nick Chubb and a better run-blocking line. The only question is, how do you block big number 50? And I don't know that we've got a good answer for that. That's my only worry about that.
That's what I wonder about, because you don't want to go into a game being super predictable, and yet you only have one tight end on the roster who was on the roster last week for the game. I mean, you're down Brevin Jordan already. Yeah, end up losing Cade Stover. So I'm wondering if I should anticipate, okay, if both Jakob Johnson and British Brooks are both healthy and up for this game, both of those guys can't play tight end. You could also line up in the wishbone. I don't know what, whatever. Am I going to see something exotic because they've got to use different types of running backs and tight ends in this game?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of dialing offense right now at this stage with the injuries and things of that sort. But I don't know. I thought British Brooks played very well in the preseason. I thought he would be up and have that role because he's so good on special teams and plays with so much emotion. And this may be a week where he's up, and then you're trying to get him the ball in certain instances, or at least allowing him to block and contribute on special teams. But I don't know how they go tonight. With all the injuries up front, how they're going to reshuffle things, if they're going to stay status quo, they're going to move Titus back out to right tackle. We've seen that before. I think he's better suited inside. He plays better there, in my opinion. But that's not my decision to make. I think they'll be okay tonight, though.
Well, Dre, we're talking to Andre Ware. On the other side of the football, the Buccaneers have all kinds of offensive line issues of their own, probably the biggest of which is Tristan Wirfs is not going to play in this football game. Is that the biggest mismatch in this matchup tonight between these two teams? Is the Texans' defensive line and the ability to generate pressure against a patchwork Buccaneers offensive line?
Yeah, because I think the right tackle is questionable as well.
He is, yeah.
And so when you look at it, you're facing two of the arguably the best tandem of defensive ends in the league, in my opinion, with Daniil and
Will.
Oh boy,
Will Anderson.
Yes, on the other side, Will Anderson. So, but when you're facing them, you better be at full strength, and they themselves have to make some adjustments defensively. This defense is capable of just flat out winning football games, and so that's what they may have to do in the immediate future until the offense starts to come around. And usually when you have a new offense, especially a new offensive line, and usually it's a younger quarterback, and I put CJ in that category again because he's learning a new offense. So he's going to take some steps back before he can take steps forward. That, you're not going to score and be the prolific offense that you might be in, say, week 6 or 7. But until that happens, the defense, which is a very talented unit, has to keep you in ball games, and they did that last Sunday on the road in LA. And so that's the kind of the right mixture, so to speak, until everything else starts to come together. So the Bucs they're worrying right now on their end just as much, equally as so, as the Texans are about what their edge rushers and the pressure that they can put with Vita Vea inside on a reshuffled offensive line of the Texans, so to speak, for 2025.
It's ironic it's week 2, but I remember in 2018, Dre remembers this, we went to Tennessee, and Tennessee was without Taylor Lewan and whoever their right tackle was. I can't remember who it was. and then they were without a guard. And it was like, oh, man, Clowney and Watt are going to eat. Oh, and Marcus Mariota was out, too. That was a I think that was a Blaine
Gabbert joint. Yeah,
that was a Blaine Gabbert joint.
Yep.
And it was like, dude, we are going to eat today. We're going to eat. And we ended up going 0-2.
Yeah, it was week 2. That's right. It was week 2.
So it's like, man, if Gadecki doesn't play, he's a really good player on that right side. If he doesn't play, now they're in a world of hurt. And take what you saw last night with the Falcons against the Vikings. You can kind of look and go, man, that Falcons line, defensive line, and defense gave the Bucs all they could handle with all the moving parts, and yet the Bucs were still able to find some way with the passing game in particular. So I really want to get excited. There's no Tristan Wirfs and there's no Chris Godwin, and Gadecki is questionable, but I can't get that 2018 game out of my head from 7 years ago that we should have just completely shut them down. And then there's Matt LaFleur, and maybe that's the difference. Matt LaFleur puts Derrick Henry in the Wildcat, and he just ran it right down our throats, and they ended up winning like a 20-17 game. And, oh, by the way, we didn't cover the gunner on a fake punt. That didn't help either. That. So I'm still kind of bitter about that game. But it was like, oh, man, the defense should eat. And, yes, it should eat every single week. I don't know why that game I can't get out of my head. I'd love to sack Baker 14 times tonight because he doesn't have his guys. But, that game in 2018 always worries me.
Well, and that's the thing about Baker Mayfield is that with or without protection, he can make things happen.
Yeah.
That's exactly. I mean, the wild card that he presents is, hey, yes, he can throw a bunch of interceptions in any given game, but he can also scramble and make it. Yeah. Now, he's not going to make a Cam Ward type of throw from yesterday necessarily.
That was insane.
But Baker makes some really impressive throws. He'll run and bulldoze. So, yeah, that's even if you got a great pass rush going, It can blow up in your face if you don't plaster guys downfield.
Hey, Dre, before we get you out of here, we played the highlight of Tank Dell catching that pass from CJ the last time these two teams played in 2023 with 6 seconds to go in the game or whatever it was. Vandy said that was a top 5 NRG Stadium game for him. Said maybe even number 1 if you just put the playoffs aside, just regular season. Mm-hmm. What do you remember about that? And where do you agree with Vandy on that? You've called all these games. You stack it up that high on the list too?
Yeah, it's pretty high. I mean, it's for sure top 3. Probably number 1 will always be for me just the win over Dallas, the 1910 win in the very first game of in Texans franchise history because that was so unexpected. But boy, do I miss Tank Dell. Damn, I miss Tank Dell. Yeah. I mean, I really, really miss Tank Dell, and I'm wishing him a speedy recovery. He just adds so much excitement, not only as a receiver, but as a return man. And when he is healthy, and he certainly was in that game, boy, sparks fly. And everybody seems to feed off him and his personality. And I don't know if he's going to be playing anytime soon, but we just miss him. And that was a top 3 moment in certainly for me, watching him do his thing and then to cap off a win like that against Tampa Bay. That was huge.
Plus, it just sounds weird when you say go Cougs and Nico Collins catches a touchdown pass. It just comes across a little strange, that's all.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah, I was going to say, all you got to do is just listen to the clip. You'll know how Dre feels about it.
Oh, yeah.
Just listen to the clip, man. Right. It's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites ever when Tank scores that touchdown. Because I couldn't hear anything. I heard nothing. I had to hear it the next day. And as soon, and peek behind the curtain, the next day when we do this show, Ben, and Colin's doing a great job in for Ben today, Ben always plays a clip of something. And he was holding that clip and played the whole thing. And Mark and I are in studio, and I'm literally falling out of my chair laughing because it is the most awesome excitement coming from Dre, from both of them for that clip. It's awesome, that touchdown that CJ threw to Tank.
It's the best, man. It's the absolute best. Andre Ware joining us here on Texans Monday on Texans Radio. Dre, we will see you out at the big stage this afternoon for the Men Behind the Mics, my man.
Yeah, I'll see you guys in a couple hours. Keep doing a great job.
Yeah, appreciate you, Dre. Thanks for the time. We always appreciate that. All right, John Harris is with us. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne here on a Texans Monday here on Texans Radio. Up next, we'll dig more into this Buccaneers matchup. Also want to get Seth and Johnny's thoughts on what went on around the AFC South this week. And around the NFL, man, that early window of games had some crazy, crazy stuff going on. So did the late window, for that matter. We'll get into all of it as we roll on here on a Texans Monday on Texans Radio. Stay there.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Balancing your work, family, and health is a lot to manage. Houston Methodist has a lot to offer.
What does a Monday night game mean to Coach D'Amico?
Monday is always special. You know the entire league is watching. Your peers are watching as they're preparing for their next week. So that's always, in the back of your mind.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
All right, welcome back in. Texans Monday on Texans Radio. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, John Harris with you the rest of the way, and we'll hand things off to In the Loop at the top of the hour here on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking during the break about some of the stuff going on around the league and old drafts and GMs and things like that. There are certain things I click on, and then it just, my whole feed on Twitter, just for the Notre Dame game on Saturday night, I was getting fed all sorts of Notre Dame and Aggie stuff. That was brutal. But yesterday, after the Bears went into Detroit and got a 100 hung on them.
Oh my gosh!
And a lot of them, I'm guessing, are the same people that criticized me when I joked about Ryan Poles getting a contract extension. I'm like, what has he done? Oh, he inherited one of the worst situations in the history of football and got a lot of draft picks. the players they drafted, I guess, Seth and Johnny, in the second and third round, something like that. They drafted like 4 players on day 2 of the draft, and none of them were either were inactive or didn't put up stats yesterday. Something silly like that. Like they were getting nothing out of these draft picks.
The offensive line, they were very aggressive in bolstering and free agency and trade. Like just not good at all. Yeah, and Ben Johnson in his opening press conference as the Bears coach talked smack about the Lions.
Yes.
And it sure felt like, I'm sure Campbell denied that it was any kind of piling on or anything, but it felt like Dan Campbell had kept the receipts about Ben Johnson talking smack.
Amon-Ra still catching touchdown passes late in the fourth quarter of that game.
Okay, this jackhole in Chicago pissed me off when this happened, and it pisses me off even more. With the number 10 pick in the draft, Ryan Poles selected Colston Loveland.
Yeah.
Let me remind you, in 2 games with the Bears, the 3 of us have as many catches as Colston Loveland does.
He has no catches so far.
Oh, no, I take it back. Sorry. He has 2.
Yeah.
He has 2 catches for 12 yards.
Yeah, he had none yesterday. That's what it was.
What's he freaking doing?
That's what it was. It was the first 4 guys they picked in this past draft because it was Loveland, it was Luther Burden, and it was a couple other guys either were inactive or did nothing.
And by way of reference, Tyler Warren, the tight end who was taken later, has 11 catches for 155 yards.
He had a huge day yesterday.
And everybody that I talked to had Warren ahead of Loveland. And Poles was like, nope, Colston Loveland. Now, look, it may go the other way, but it was pretty clear when you saw Tyler Warren play, you're like, when you think of the Chicago Bears, you think of a guy like Tyler Warren. Like, that's who you think about. He's kind of tough, gritty, plays all over the place. I went back and watched the game against Notre Dame. You know I watched that game, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a great win for Notre Dame. But there's a drive, it's like a 16-play drive in the second half in Miami. And Warren is on the field for almost every play, and they line him up at like 5 different spots. He lined up at Wildcat, and I'm like, this is a Ben Johnson guy. This is the guy for the Bears. This is awesome. Let him go at 10. The Colts get Colston Loveland. I can live with that. That'd be awesome. No, the Bears get too smart for their own good, or I should say Ryan Poles, who, by the way, couldn't even look at Drake May and go, this guy's an NFL quarterback. I mean, what?
Yeah,
unbelievable.
I haven't read that. You guys are saying that was a Tyler Dunn article where Poles just dragged Drake May.
Yeah, well, there were a lot of reports about him doing various things. Yeah, making him feel great about the Chicago Bears organization. Yeah. The other good thing, as long as we're, let's take joy in the misery of others. The Jaguars lose a close one. Where, frankly, Trevor Lawrence made a pass that could have won them the game at the end of the game, except that Brian Thomas Jr. looks terrified of getting hit by anybody and everybody in that game. So he drops it because, it sure looked like he was fearing contact a lot in that game. But then also Travis Hunter had 3 catches for 22 yards.
What it was?
He's averaging about 6 yards per reception so far over the first couple of weeks. But then Travis Hunter has a couple really bad plays on the final scoring drive as a defensive back, including a defensive pass interference. What did you think of that defensive pass interference call, John, if you saw it?
I probably wouldn't have thrown a flag on that.
Yeah.
I thought it was just 2 guys kind of jockeying for a position. But I can understand why they threw the flag, because Travis grabs with that right arm. He grabs, and I can't remember if it was Yoshivas. I think it was Yoshivas.
Yeah.
See,
He's got the receiver's arm pinned.
Yeah, you try and put a Heisman Trophy winner on Ivy Leaguers, it doesn't go well for you. And that's what they found out. But I thought what was most interesting about that whole thing, first of all, thank you, Bengals. Thank you, Jaguars, for gagging that one. And look, it could have been a perfect weekend if DJ Jones just stays away from the long snapper. And all this love that's going to Shane Steichen today, the dude settled for a 60-yard field goal at the end of a game. He would have gotten grilled for that. But no, the 15-yard penalty gave him another shot, and now everybody's talking about the Colts are the second coming. That said, I didn't think it was interference. But Brian Thomas, that drop was one thing. Then you had Trevor Lawrence looking over to Liam Cohen, and Liam Cohen is pounding his chest, like, hit him in the chest. And it's like, you can't get mad at a guy if he physically can't do something. That's not Trevor's game. And then Liam Cohen, when asked about Brian Thomas not wanting to get hit, not wanting to go across the middle, I don't know if you guys have heard that quote. Maybe you played it already on the show. Liam Cohen sounded so much like he had so much to dish and he was holding back. And I'm like, oh, this is nice and juicy going into week 3 for sure.
Yeah, you know what? When that first shot of Liam Cohen, yelling at Trevor Lawrence and Trevor Lawrence waved him off, my first instinct is like, all right, that's just
how they talk.
That's just how they talk. It's no big deal. But, man, given the way everything else transpired there, it was it was juicy. Liam Cohen looks like at some point it feels like there could be a blame-shifting game going on really soon in the NFL. It'd be awesome if it really, really kicked into gear next week versus the Jaguars.
Yes, Liam Cohen feels like somebody who is not afraid to tell the truth at a press conference. Like you're Johnny, you're 100% right, because he was asked about Brian Thomas and and I think the question was something along the lines of, him fearing contact or something. Did he look like he was staying away from contact? And if you looked at Liam Cohen's hands, they were probably like the nails were probably digging into the podium there. And he's like, I got to go back and watch it. I got to go back. He just wanted to
He didn't just defend his guy or anything and say like, hey, that's a pretty nasty accusation to make or anything. Yeah.
Yep.
He duped everybody with that whole Duval thing. He duped everybody because, everybody thinks, this guy's a rube. And in fact, this dude he's lighting their fire. And look, Jacksonville needs it. Well, that place needs it. They need somebody like that, and Trevor needs it. Trevor hasn't gotten that. When Dabo was there, Dabo was like, "Oh, it's okay, Trevor. You're good. You missed your first read, but you're good because you ran." No, Liam Cohen's all over him, like saying, "Hey, man, play better quarterback. We got a team around you. Play better quarterback, and we'll win a game."
And you look at it on that play we were talking about, where Liam Cohen's saying hitting him in the chest. That was an inaccurate high thrown ball to the sideline. Next play they run. It's fourth and goal. And they could kick the field goal and only go up by 6, or you can go for it. Liam Cohen goes for it. And then this time, Trevor Lawrence does hit Brian Thomas Jr. right in the core of his body, and Brian Thomas Jr. just bats it away like he's a ping pong player.
Pass broken up by Brian Thomas, the wide receiver.
But, Cohen, to his credit, that was a gutsy move right there.
Yep.
I didn't disagree with it. A field goal would have put you up 6. So the touchdown beats you anyways. I actually didn't mind at that point the aggressiveness, especially when you have Brian Thomas Jr., when you have Travis Hunter, when you have Diami Brown. Diami Brown dropped a touchdown, I think, on second down on that drive, because I'm watching going, oh, God, he's wide open again. And he caught the first one. He doesn't catch the second one. And, that's been the Jags, though. They have a little, some negativity go against them, and they can't rise up and make a play to finish a game. At least lately, that's kind of been and I hope that continues when we go there. I guarantee you Liam Cohen's going to be all in it. And look, I don't want to get too far ahead. We got to win the game tonight. But I guarantee you Liam Cohen, they're going to come out a house of fire in the first quarter. And we're just going to have to survive that, because they're going to want to be aggressive and do everything they didn't do against the Bengals, just weather the storm. And eventually, like it's happened down there a number of times, Trevor Lawrence will do something to get us back in the game. So we'll get there, tomorrow, but just take care of business tonight. But that's just kind of the way that team has been. They let Jake freaking Browning, for the second time in 3 years, go down the field and beat them. If that's not an ego crusher, I don't know what is.
I'll tell you, the other big thing from yesterday that I think is going to be a whole lot of debate show topic this week is, yet again, the tush pushes in our lives. And I hate that this happened against the Chiefs, because I don't want to stick up for the Chiefs when it comes to anything officiating.
If anything's going to get it eradicated from the game, it's screwing the Chiefs.
Well, but you look, that's a good point. It's true. It was one of the textbook examples last night of where both guards are false starting. Both guards are across the line of scrimmage before the center has moved at all. Meanwhile, the center is out over the ball. His head way beyond the line. And Dean Blandino said himself that I'm done with the tush push.
Threw his arms up.
It's just too hard to officiate. There's just so many things that the Eagles can get away with. They might be able to outlaw it instead of the philosophy of the play or anything. It's just that it's too hard to officiate it and keep the Eagles from getting an unfair advantage.
Yeah, I guess. Do you make it reviewable? Like, I mean, I know false starts aren't reviewable. Like, is that if they want to keep it in the game
on 4th and short or something where it's that critical?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm spitballing, but you're absolutely.
I mean, both
right.
guards they're
a foot
6
ahead
or
of
7
everybody.
inches at least. Yeah, across the line of scrimmage before the ball even moves. It's
wild.
Nuts.
Yep.
Well, in the Bengals game, they got the ball on that last drive. They got it down to the like half-yard line. And here's the other issue with the tush push. Now, they didn't run a tush push. It was just a straight-up quarterback sneak. Dalton Reisner's head is all the way in the neutral zone as the left guard. And I can't remember who was officiating that game. It might have been Hughley. He signals offsides on the Bengals. And, of course, I want the Bengals to win. So I'm like, what are they looking at? And then they showed a replay. I'm like, oh, God. He's all the way out. And that's the other issue. Is the guards not only are starting early, they're all the way into the neutral zone.
Yeah.
So they're getting a huge advantage. Dean Blandino might have finally, by himself, he might have finally said the one thing to get the owners to change the tush push. And that is, it's too hard to officiate. All this, it's for the safety of the game. Roger Goodell finally has the nugget he needed to be able to say, we need to get this out of the game because we can't officiate it properly. And that finally, I think, because it resonated with me, like, he's right. Look at this from above. These guys are in the neutral zone, and they're starting early, and they're not calling it. I think that's going to be the one thing that eventually puts the tush push to rest. But I think there were a lot of owners that were like, come on. It's not a safety issue. Because it's not. It's a rugby play. And, Seth, rugby more than anybody. They have scrums all the time with no pads on. So it's not really a safety issue. But what Dean Blandino said, that might be what turns it, because other owners going, that's right. The officials have a hard time officiating it. Yeah, let's out. So I could see that being what puts it over the edge to get it finally out of the game.
All right, John Harris, Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast with you on a Texans Monday. All right, up next, final segment before we hand things over to In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll get some final thoughts in before we get out on the Bucs and the Texans tonight. Biggest key to the game for each of us. We'll get to that, and we'll mix in a little more NFL talk as we roll on here on a Texans Monday on Texans Radio. Stay there.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built.
Show up early, be loud, wear Liberty White. We've got the game right here with pregame starting at 3. Kickoffs at 6 with Mark Vandermir, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Now, more Texans Monday.
10 seconds to go. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Houston takes the lead. Yes! Adele with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness. There are flags on the field. Could be on the defense. What a comeback. Go Cougs. Let's go. Here's the call from Land Clark. Bring us some good news.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 54, a 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Yes! Houston gets it done! Are you kidding?
That was week 9 of C.J. Stroud's rookie year. I don't want to say that was his coming out party. He was pretty good the first 8 weeks of the year, especially for a rookie quarterback. But that was a record setter. 470 yards, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions, flawless down the stretch as the Texans came back 46 seconds down 4, and CJ marches them the length of the field. I hope it doesn't come down to that tonight just because, I would rather, a nice 2-touchdown win would be better. But, Johnny, we played that for Vandy earlier, and it was funny. A couple of things. He said, one, that was a top 5 NRG Stadium game, and he's called all of them. The other thing that was funny is I said, hey, when the flags went down and you seemed pretty confident that was actually going to be, those were going to be flags against the Buccaneers. And he said he had a lot of experience from celebrations and various unsportsmanlike conduct penalties from his time calling Miami Hurricane games. So he kind of speaks fluent penalty flag in that situation.
Well, he also has me in his ear. And I saw it immediately. Lavonte David in the middle of the field took his helmet off and just launched it. It was like he was doing one of those strongman competitions where they got to see how far you can throw the full keg. He took his helmet and just launched it. And as soon as he did, I saw the ref throw the flag, so I knew the flag was on him for that. So I'm telling Mark in his ear, it's on them, it's on them. Now, I'm pretty trustworthy. But Mark is pretty smart in those situations. And afterwards, because he's kind of like, you got to play this out. And, he's building the drama. But in his ear, I'm like, no, it's on them. It's on them. I'm like screaming it. It's on them, because I'm still excited too. And then he says, 54, personal foul, et cetera. So he had a little bit of a heads up. But, in those moments, he does the broadcaster right thing. And that is, Johnny might have this, and he kind of leaned towards it in that cut at some point. This might be on the defense. That's me telling him, yeah, this is a 15-yarder on Lavonte David, because celebration was good, but Tank just took off back for the sidelines. So I don't know. I didn't see any lawnmowers or sprinklers or anything or whatever the celebrations are nowadays, which, by the way, I got to say, the handshakes now are out of control, totally and completely out of control. I mean, it takes 10 minutes to start the individual at Texans practice because everybody's got a handshake with everybody else. It's like they got to build in a 2-minute transition period so they can all do their handshakes with one another before they start running their routes on air.
Yeah, I like the Sean and I just do a very simple. We hold hands, just the Steven Adams thing, we make eye contact for 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's good.
It builds trust.
We call it the job interview handshake.
Yes,
that's what we do. That's what we do.
Good enough.
That's how we have the incredible relationship we do have.
The strength of our handshake.
Yes.
I don't feel like memorizing.
Hey, John. Every day on the pregame show, we do a segment called By the Numbers, and I do a lot of research and getting ready for that. Most of which involves copying and pasting your column by the numbers.
Oh, good.
Yeah. It's we do.
He credits you though.
I credit you. I have to remind Sean sometimes to credit you, but it's a lot of copying and pasting I do. What do you got? Any juicy nuggets for us this morning?
Oh, that's a good one. Daniil's a half sack away from 100, and we kind of sat on that from last week. We're kind of sitting waiting, Mark's got that one in the holster. When Neal gets the sack, it just takes a half a sack. As long as he's part of it, he gets to 100. And I mean, that's such a enormous occasion for a pass rusher to get to 100 in your career, no matter when it happens. And the thing about it is, he didn't have a sack last week. He didn't play well. No, Daniil played very, very well. He was really good last week. He just didn't get a sack, and we've seen that a lot.
That's one of the, that's one thing about last week's game that, you go into that game thinking, all right, Matt Stafford's got this back issue. They're probably going to be careful with him. What do? He got rid of the ball about a half second faster than he does on average. I think his time to throw was second fastest in the league in week 1. And it worked out. It worked out well. But immediately after the game, just watching on TV, I'm thinking, all right, where was the pass rush? You go back and you watch and you see, it was there. It was just that Stafford was getting rid of the ball really well, or they were running play action, and they were really good with the play action. That was one of the more frustrating things about that game was how well the Texans defense was playing, except on play action.
Yeah, and Stafford does that extremely well. Obviously, quarterbacks have been in the league. Their ball handling, to me, is the older, experienced, seasoned quarterbacks. Their ball handling is so good. Just the little things they do with the fake. And Stafford was really, really, really good. I think my other number would be a pretty obvious one in a sense, but that's 470. That was the amount of yards that CJ threw for in that game against the Bucs. And the way the offense has played kind of since that point, I mean, I don't know that – first of all, I don't know that I want him to get to 470. But to me, it also – and I know you guys have talked about, Bobby Slowick and what Bobby did and didn't do, and it was ultimately not as successful as it should have been. But I give Bobby a lot of credit because in that game, that game becomes such a pivotal point because I was thinking about this last night. The Texans went into the bye 3-3. They beat the Saints to go into 3-3 in 2023. They come out of the bye and go to Carolina and step all over themselves and lose to Bryce Young in Carolina. So we're 3-4, about to go 3-5. And we can't run the ball to save our lives against Tampa Bay. And Bobby Slowick just said, screw it, throw it. We got the kid. We got receivers. We can light this thing up with footballs. And he did. And he literally just told the run game to go sit on the bench. And we're going to throw this thing the rest of the day. And CJ gets to 470. Now, that to me is not a recipe for success, not even in this one. But I love the fact that Bobby just said, this is not that kind of game. And when an OC can do that, I think – that's a huge step. So tonight, if Vita Vea is just tossing guys around like throw pillows and we can't run it, then you got to figure that out and go, okay, well, we got to throw this thing. How do we get in even 10 personnel? How do we get in 11 personnel and make sure we get the ball to our weapons away from the line of scrimmage because Vita Vea is just clogging everything up. Now, I don't think that'll happen tonight. I don't think that'll happen. I think they can be balanced. But I do give Bobby a lot of credit for that. 470 yards. That's a lot of yards thrown forward in one game. Although it looks like Daniel Jones is going to do that another 10 times this year.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Daniil Hunter right now is 46th all-time in sacks. If he got 13.5 sacks this year, that would get him up to the 26th all-time and put him one behind J.J. Watt, who has the 25th highest or 25th most sacks all-time.
The list I'm looking at, I'm on Pro Football Reference. They've got the list you're looking at, and then somebody's gone back and looked at all the film.
The unofficial leaders from Deacon Jones and everybody.
Deacon Jones is up there with Reggie White and Bruce Smith. But, yeah, the official one you're talking about, Seth, he's 13. Yeah, that gets him up there right there with J.J. Watt. That would be cool. Be cool to see it tonight, man. I'm with you on that. Hey, Johnny, we got about 30 seconds. Texans win tonight what's the biggest thing?
Well, I think they've got to just find balance in the offense to me. If they can find successful balance in the offense, then I think they'll be able to move the ball. I don't think the second level, third level for the Bucs is great. And if they can just get the ball off, I think they got opportunities, kind of like the game a couple years ago. I don't know that the offense without Gadecki and Wirfs going to be able to slow down Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson. So I think they're going to be limited on some of the things they can do. And I want to see Derek Stingley Jr. lock up Emeka Egbuka.
I'm with you on that. All right, Johnny, we'll see you at 3:15.
All right, boys.
Today.
Love you guys. I'm going to hang up and listen.
Love you too, Johnny. Appreciate it. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, antibodies and a half sack for Daniil Hunter.
I love it.
At least greater than or equal to.
That's it. We'll take it. All right, we're done. We're out of time. In the Loop is up next. This has been Texans Monday on Texans Radio. We'll see you guys 3 o'clock this afternoon for Texans Countdown, presented by Modelo Especial, and we will see you 6 o'clock tonight for kickoff between the Texans and the Bucs. Have a great day, everybody.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprained
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Just take a good whiff of that. It's my first.
Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, it's a game day Monday here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into the Liberty White feeling of it all. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig with you here. And yes, I will say it one more time. It's a Texans game day Monday.
It is a Texans game day Monday. Man, finally.
You was waiting all week for a Monday night?
It was a long week, man. It made it a long week.
Yeah,
really?
It really did.
It felt like we moved through it pretty quick. Now, what did make it long was the performance in week 1 versus the Rams. And I know that I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off. You now exist as the only team in the NFL that has not scored a touchdown. So we cannot wait till 6 p.m. Here in the city of Houston, NRG Stadium. Liberty White out. If you're going out there, make sure to hey, Liberty White out if you at the crib too. And then
why not?
Obviously, you can hear all the things, all the goings on with a couple of fellas that you heard this morning: Mark Vandermir, John Harris, Andre Ware. They'll be on the broadcast. You'll hear them right here at 6 p.m. on Sports Radio 610. But we'll start at 3. 3 p.m. is when you'll hear those fellas having a long day of work. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, they're getting you ready for football, and we're getting you ready for football because we're all excited. Weekend, it's a huge game.
It really is. It really is a big game, and you think, it's early, it's week 2, they're still learning, et cetera. No, it is as much because of the things that we've seen around the league and in the division.
I was just about to ask you that.
Yeah.
Do it Sunday, and who succeeded, who didn't.
It has something to do with it. It has a lot to do with a lot, and I think one of the more important things is, as we've been talking about it, obviously the offense, the offensive line. But beyond that, I want to see C.J. Stroud kind of walk around with a little more swagger like he used to. His chest out a little more.
I want to see him shut people up.
Exactly.
It's been a lot of chatter, man. I just want to see him shut people up.
Yeah. And if you don't put something together now, even though it's only week 2, you're talking about things compounding, things growing and the stage of nervousness just going from stage 1 to stage 3 and 5 and beyond. No, it's a big ball game.
John Lopez, what have you come to pigeonhole me as being known for?
Numbers, baby.
I got a few statistics
the data
for
geek.
you. This one per courtesy of James Palmer. 12.2 is the percentage point. That is the percentage point of teams that have started 0-2 since 1990 that have made the playoffs.
Yeah, that's another thing.
And, of course, in that time, we've had an expansion of the playoff, but still, the number would still be something you want to avoid. You don't want to go 0-2. We know that this is a team that's capable, but we talked about it. The AFC South looking a little bit more formidable than we sometimes believe it to be. And so, we won't get a win. But you know what? I think we're going to go with the coach speaks perspective of, I don't give a damn about outside. We focus on what's happening.
We're worried about us. And
there's plenty. Look at it from this. Like, obviously, we could talk about the things that make this a big game. But let's focus on the part that's important here. The offense is going to be a focal point for this game. What are you hoping to see from the offense in this game? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also, you can get involved with the program. Warriors live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. You thought I forgot. Those too.
Yeah. You kind of got a system where you start naming stuff. I'm like, all right, let me get ready for it. Something I can't find the key because I got a lot of stuff on here. I'll be like, oh, where is it at?
Not today, though. You were on your P's and Q's, and let's start there. Like, is offense going to stay on track? Like, are they going to, because at least for themselves, they have proclaimed that is necessary here is for us to stay on track in order for our offense to be viable. Now, there is some question marks as to why that is an absolute necessity to be productive on offense. That we see other offenses that sometimes aren't able to stay on track but can dig themselves out of that.
Yeah.
All right, without getting too deep into that, because we've got the whole week to discuss that if we need to. They do, can they stay on track and get themselves on schedule in order to apparently put themselves in the best chance to succeed?
Yes, and that's the biggest question. I think they can, but I also think it comes back to, speaking of coach speak, worrying about yourselves. Those penalties on third and 8s, those 3rd and 7s, that's such a big game. And the other part of it
is you said, the old coach speak thing of we need to worry about ourselves. But you do have the stage almost entirely to yourself. And, if
typically call them island games when it's just by yourself, you're going to touch.
You're going to have 3 hours by yourself.
Yeah.
2.5, 3 hours by yourself where the entire football world is watching, casual football fans, observers around the country. So it is about the bit, heaven forbid, or if your offense doesn't ignite the way you want it to ignite. Then all of a sudden, those narratives are going to be in place. Things are going to start compounding themselves in the building and outside the building and in this, et cetera. No, it is important for a lot of those things you want to see besides, avoiding the third and long. I heard the boys talking this morning on Texans radio about, hey, be ready to withstand, Tampa Bay's early onslaught. Forget that. How about an early onslaught yourself? I think this is a team that needs to come out and stretch the field a little bit, get the ball to Nico Collins.
Wait, hold on. I'm hearing wheel route from John Lopez.
No, not Nick Chubb.
Just go ahead and line Nick Chubb out wide, run him on a go route. See,
get the ball to Nico Collins.
Can we get Levante David in space? That's what I'm hearing. Can we?
No, I'm serious. I think you need to kind of take a few risks early and establish the longer, the stretch of your plays.
I don't entirely disagree with you. The question I have is, how confident, or confidence is a really funny word to be using here with this Texas team right now, but what do you believe the likelihood is that you see Nick Caley do that? We're still coming to learn the tenet of what happens with Nick Caley, and I don't know how much of it was him, but you could easily take from week 1 versus the Rams, this is going to be a conservative with the capital C offense. What you're talking about, which we've seen this Texans team do before, like think back to Colts Week 18 2 years ago when you just go, we're chucking that thing up there. Shout out to Randy Moss. Like, do you think, or do you possibly see that happening? Because again, just off of week 1, which is a small sample, and I can't necessarily pigeonhole, I feel like that would be something in their repertoire to just come out and be like, yo, we are chucking this thing down the field and testing your fortitude for deep passes early.
Couple things, not just week 1. Training camp in the preseason. We know that this is going to be conservative with a capital C, run the ball, New England-style offense, etc. And I'm not all of a sudden you become, just pitching it all over the field. But I do think you have to ask yourself this, is this a game plan offense or not? Now, who knows exactly what defense to be able to stretch the ball, but I think part of the game plan should be, let's not just pigeonhole ourselves into what we did against the Rams specifically. Our game plan should be, take a few more risks. I think take a few more risks, or at least stretch the field early in the game just to establish that.
Yeah, I'd put that on my list of things that I'd like to see is an attempt to really test the Bucs defense. Todd Bowles is a very good play caller defensively. He comes with disguises and things that are going to try and keep your quarterback and your coordinator on their toes. I think similarly you need to give him a little something to think about, because that was one of the things that it felt like, all right, that defense opposite you knows that they need to sit on these under type things, and then from there they can figure out what else you're doing. I think you need to show a little bit of wiggle to what you do and hopefully be able to back the Bucs off a little bit and give you an opportunity to get into some of the things. Hell, I'm thinking immediately back to a vivid play. I believe it was where the linebacker is sitting underneath that quick slant, and you're not even, and that's clearly where the ball was going to go. There was not really another oppo anywhere else. Quick drop, and then hits the top of of his drop. CJ does, gets the ball out, and you can't even to the man that he wants to. You got to back these guys off.
Well, and the other reason is if you don't establish something early, then and keep doing what you're doing, that defense is going to be, as you said, not just underneath routes, but they're going to be jumping routes. They're going to be, taking risks on out routes because they know that you're not, prone to maybe do an out and up or across the field or whatever it might be. No, that has to happen. The other thing is, how about a touchdown?
Sure.
Not a touchdown to start with.
I'll take a lot of touchdowns. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I didn't realize we could order it. That was how we were supposed to do it.
I'll take all the touchdowns I can get, man.
I'll have the number 2 with a touchdown. Yeah, give me a touchdown. No, that's where you start. I mean, this offense needs it for its own well-being, to be able to establish that they can get into the end zone. And by the way, part of that is red zone. The red zone has been just brutal for them. One more thing that I think maybe they should, we heard all last week about Nick Chubb, DeMeco Ryans talking about He needs to get more touches. Well, how that plays out, I'd like to see Woody Marks out of the backfield more. That can help with the passing game.
No, for sure. I just need to see a better running game all the way around.
Yeah.
I'm still shout out to B. Scott, man, because oftentimes he says things that make you think.
Mm-hmm.
And pursuant to that, on Friday, he gave us a little bit of B. Scott's thoughts, and one of those was the ways in which this Tampa Bay Buccaneers defensive line and defensive front seems to be solid in the interior.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see the realness of this game plan offense. I don't want to hear about a game plan offense, but see the same thing over and over. I get that enough with Manchester United, my soccer team, where they're
big game this weekend.
Buddy, don't get me started, because sincerely, nobody wants to hear it. Me complaining about Manchester United. But similarly, I bring that back to the Texans, and I'm like, don't be like that inability or unwillingness to change. If you say it's a game, please put your guys in an opportunity to succeed. So I kind of want to see, will they utilize Woody Marks, who I think is probably best suited for what you're talking about here, and allow him to get outside and run on the edges where you have some pass rushers that are maybe a little bit more shaped like outside linebackers in the 3-4 versus Vita Vea, who is a big old trash can full of dirt in the middle that I imagine you're going to have a hard time moving. Oh, yeah, remember, with an Ed Ingram who's in there who, again, we don't know exactly what he is. We'll learn a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Jarrett Patterson, who's coming in as a center, with the Laken Tomlinson, who, let's be honest, as much as we like him as a dude, did not cover himself in glory in week one. The interior might not be able to get as much push. Why not go to the outside where you got big boys versus smaller boys and hopefully get some run?
Yeah, that's the other thing from what we saw to finish the game last Sunday. And oh, by the way, you got to mention this as well. Jake Andrews, Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios, all out. So their offense and what you're going to end up trying to do, because you're going to have, other people step up. We kept talking about it, didn't happen. So now you got to find somebody on the outside to be able to take a little bit of that pressure off of Nico Collins.
All right, so with that, we did not mention that. Nico Collins touches feel evident. To about what number are you hovering on?
I want to
right
see
now?
9 targets.
Okay. I don't dislike that. That's 4 more than he was able to get last week. Almost double. Feels about right.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the things I'm actually thinking about, on top of that, because obviously that is clear. One, can we see the explosive players in here? Now, of course, Nick Caley was talking last week, and I think he was asking. I'm sorry, I don't have my cut sheet in front of me here, so I don't know if you have this here. But he was asked about what the young guys would need to do to get burned, because obviously that was one of those things that we thought about and we looked up and we were like, hey, these guys aren't getting burned. And it seemed like his answer was kind of to the point of, well, they got to earn it just like everybody else. This is not going to be kind of handed to them. I do wonder if can we just see it?
Yeah.
Can we just see it? But on top of that, one thing I do know is this defense, they are more static when it comes to the secondary. Jamel Dean plays on the right side, and that's where he will be. So are they going to move guys around and maybe get Nico Collins into the slot or off to the another side to see what he does? But this was Nick Caley when asked about what do the young guys have to do to get more burn in this offense.
I think whether you're a rookie, whether you're a vet, I think just being consistent and consistently going out there and producing. And those guys have had good play throughout training camp and stuff like that. And it's a matter of just going out and being their consistent version of themselves and working hard. And naturally, you're going to improve. You care, you work at it. Okay, you're going to continue to improve. And they've shown improvement along the way. I'm pleased with them.
See, to me, it's not about what they need to do. What he said is right. The consistency and do what you did in practice. But who are the guys? Who are the guys that you're going to trust to be able to take some of that pressure off? Is it going to be Jaden Higgins or Jalen Nolan? Are they capable? Justin Watson? Just go down the list. To me, it's the who as much as the what. The other part, and a texter brought this up, and it's really good, and I'm glad he did because we haven't brought it up. I talked about C.J. Stroud and just having that presence about him. I think one of the biggest coaching points all week long was C.J. Stroud not backing up but stepping up into the pocket.
Yeah.
That is going to be huge because that alone is going to help some down and distance.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Trust him as much as you can, man. Like that. Clearly, there's some unlearning happening with the ways in which a level of distrust for the quarterback set in last year. We could see it happening tangibly after probably about 5-6 weeks. We saw it building up to the point where it was clear he had no trust, and rightfully so last year. Supposedly you have a little bit more stable offensive line. It does feel like you have raised what is the floor of this offensive line. Now, the ceiling of this offensive line ends up still remaining an issue for me personally. I don't know about you, John Lopez. But at least if that floor is indeed raised, believe it to the level of that floor so that you're not compounding your issues with putting yourself in the right space. And maybe coming back to C.J. Stroud, how about no lollygagging? That's the one thing I want to see an urgency. I want to see y'all get to the line early. That's going to be a big thing for me because if C.J. Stroud has all of this responsibility
that's the other big talking point
on his shoulders, if he needs to set up protections, which he missed a couple of times last week, we're not giving him any pass for that. Well, give yourself give your quarterback an opportunity to get to the line and diagnose pre-snap. He's going to have a hard enough time post-snap because, again, the Bucs like disguising. They like changing the picture after the snap. But at least so you can know what the is so you don't mess up those. Get to the line on time, go with some urgency, and at least let me see that portion of this.
And to be clear, we still haven't seen this iteration of the offensive line. We don't know what it's going to look like. You talk about the floor of the line. We don't know what it's going to look like, especially up the middle. Jared Patterson's going to play. Tomlinson and Titus Howard are going to be back where they belong. Ed Ingram. So we don't even know what this line's going to be. So it adds even more pressure, more responsibility on C.J. Stroud.
This is a huge, huge football game. On the text line, do you agree with this, John Lopez? This one comes in from the 281. C.J. 5 quarterback.
No, not the last. But it speaks, kind of bringing it full circle to the first thing I said. You got the stage. This is you. This is C.J. Stroud. He's going to be, highlighted on the national broadcast. Obviously, we know he's the franchise quarterback. This is an opportunity to kind of reestablish your reputation, so to speak.
I think and I don't agree with this 936. CJ's inability to read a good defense is what's holding the Texans back. I don't agree with that. I think this is about this going back and playing kind of like Tom Brady did early, and this is why I also push back heavily on Tom Brady himself. The idea that quarterbacks are not as intellectual or what have you, whatever he actually said, because that's not quite what he said.
Yeah.
And I'm like, compared to then in the early aughts, compared to now, the defenses are more complicated to read.
Yes.
So asking a quarterback now to do more reading when it's more complicated, you might have some up and down shaky results. And I think that's what week 1 is. Now, CJ, it's incumbent upon you to show
you got the stage, man.
Progress. That's ultimately for me. That's not satisfactory because I need more, but at the very least,
it's what you need.
I need progress.
Yes.
So it's make or break today.
No, it's not.
Must win.
Oh, God.
Does CJ get a contract? Will he win this game?
It's a must-win game in week 2.
We're just getting going on a game day Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Man, a lot of things coming up, so rock with us here before 3 p.m. pregame gets going as we head towards kickoff. All right, in the Loop. Coming up next, let's go around the AFC South because we did have a lot of football, and this AFC South picture is becoming a little bit more clear, and I don't know if you like the way it looks. Let's talk about that next.
The Texans home open. SportsRadio.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atula.
All right, we had a full weekend of NFL. Obviously, there's 2 more games to go. One is clearly the Bucs, who are visiting your Houston Texans here at NRG. That one kicks off at 6, and then there's the happening at 9 Central. When it actually kicks. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we'll be kind of wrapped up in some other things. And for those that were worried, don't worry too much. You will get a truncated version of the drive from 2 to 3. You get an hour session through
the pregame to the pregame.
Yeah, that's what they will do. The pregame to the
pregame
with Clint Ron.
It's going to be a speed drive.
And I like that. I like that.
It's gonna be a speed drive.
But yeah, within the weekend, there was AFC South stuff going on. So let's go around the AFC South. And as always, it is a choose your own adventure type of thing. So John Lopez, Figgy Fig, let me know, where are we going to start? The Colts, the Jags, or the Tennessee Titans?
Man, we have got to start with those hated Colts. My goodness. First of all, big picture, are you a little more nervous about this division than you were 2 weeks ago?
I think that you have to be a little bit, because the Indianapolis Colts, now 2-0, get a victory over the Denver Broncos, now 1-1. It was a 29-28 victory. And it happened with a little bit of late game shenanigans. Do we have audio of this? Because I realized that you put this together. So the Colts, with mere seconds left on the clock, line up for what would have been a game-winning field goal. It's 28-26 after the last few minutes of this game was kind of comedy.
Wild.
As well. There was some interceptions where you had a touchdown celebration with the mascot blue. By Cam Bynum, who had another interception.
That was gold, by the way.
2 interceptions in as many weeks from Cam Bynum. He's shown to be kind of solid. Colts set up for a field goal, game-winning field goal, and this is what it sounds like.
Sanchez will hold, and the kick is no good. Denver's gonna win. Denver's gonna win. Oh, is there a penalty down in the middle of the field?
Yeah, buddy.
Right by the center. Oh my goodness. They must have touched the center.
Personal foul. Leverage. Defense number 96.
That's a huge. Oh my God, that is a huge. That's not a little penalty. That's a 15-yard penalty. Now it is a 45-yard field goal with no time left. This for the win. Spencer Shedeur. It's good, and the Colts have won.
Man,
I don't remember the last time I saw a leverage penalty called.
Here's the thing, and a lot of people were complaining about it, and you're not complaining, you're just saying it's been a while. It was. It was.
I feel like we do a bit, but not in the moment like that.
Yeah, but it actually
feels like I have to go back to Troy Polamalu.
You'll see it on like a field goal kick. I mean, just like an extra point kick or something like that. But not when the game is on the line like that.
But my thing is, though, Figgy, it really was something they should have done. It was a penalty.
Yeah, that was a bonehead penalty, man. They should not have the coach should not have won that game, man.
No. Well, they played their asses off.
They did. No, they did. But I feel like the couple plays that led up to that field goal was kind of
No, it definitely
was. They were playing like 26-yard field goal. Yeah. I'm like, dog, y'all got 60 yards, man. That's a 60-yard field goal.
And that's what tells me that this is not a great team. However, Daniel Jones has looked like exactly what you expect Daniel Jones to look like with a coordinator that knows how to call. 34 yesterday, 316 yards and a touchdown with a passer rating of a 107. Like, that is very solid. That's all within the wheelhouse of what Daniel Jones can give you. And it feels like that alone, maybe with some other things, but has set up the Colts to just have some stability at the quarterback position, which allows everything else to work out well. You had Tyler Warren. I think I got a text from one Figgy Fig in the middle of this game that goes, oh, Tyler Warren might be a problem. Which, 79 yards on 4 receptions. You have Jonathan Taylor things 165 yards on the ground, 6.6 yards a carry. All these things, and that's against a Denver Broncos defense that has been pretty damn solid. Like, this Colts team was able to move the ball, admittedly at home, but they were able to do just enough to get a victory, and now they are 2-0, which is not something to scoff at, because when teams are 2-0, particularly since the playoff, 42 teams have started 2-0, and 33 have made the playoffs, which is 78.6 of them.
Look, and I didn't answer the question when I posed it to you guys about, are you a little bit more nervous in this division? It's not just Daniel Jones looks more than adequate. It's not just that. That's part of it. and he's going to be a part of the question of the day that's coming up in about 9 minutes as well. It's the weapons they have are the best in the division. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well,
Tyler Warren's
real good at tight end.
Jonathan Taylor's
damn good at running back.
Pierce, Pittman,
Alex Pierce, Michael Pittman. Those are solid. They do what they need.
No, I think I can't push back too much on that.
I think they have the best weapons in the division. What did Taylor go for? 165?
165, 6.6 a carry.
I think the part that kind of works, they look currently.
Yeah.
And how the Texans offense look.
Right.
And that's the part that kind of gets me. Now, if the Texans offense was rolling, then I'm like, shoot, they ain't going to
They got to face this defense, obviously.
Yeah,
so,
but just how this offense is, it is making me a little worried.
And mind you, this is their first 2-0 start since 2009 for the Colts. So no.
Really? That long?
Yeah. Who's the quarterback?
Okay. Their next game, mind you, is against the Tennessee Titans.
I love when Figgy does stuff
the Colts are 3-point favorites in that Tennessee game that'll happen on Sunday.
Real quick, another couple things about this game that you should make note of, if nothing else. They have a coordinator, man. They have a play caller.
Oh yeah, they've had that. We've seen Shane Steichen do this with Gardner Minshew. It's just Anthony Richardson was so untenable. He was so up and down and made it so that you couldn't find a level pegging.
And then the last thing that made me sort of go, okay, you cannot not notice or give credit to the Colts is that was the Broncos. Not only was that the Broncos, that was the Broncos defense.
Friday, I'm saying, how would you feel if the Colts beat the Broncos? Now, I wouldn't really put that win up there like, oh, they just crushed the Broncos.
But that's a damn good defense.
Yeah.
It was an eye-opener for sure. And so into division next week. All right, you have the Jags, you have the Titans.
Jags.
All right, the Jacksonville
Jaguars. I
Jaguars.
had to think about it for a second.
They lose, but only just barely to a Cincinnati Bengals team in Cincinnati. And the thing that makes this a little bit less nice for the Jags, Joe Burrow suffered a turf toe injury in the first half and didn't return. So you got a heavy dose of Jake Browning, who threw for 241 yards, receptions. Now, Jake Browning was in, and he's had a lot of time where he's come in during these games. He was in for the game-winning drive, including a quarterback sneak where he leapt over the line at the 1-yard line to win. But a good thing for the Jacksonville Jaguars, Basil Tootin looked good. Remember, they traded Tank Bigsby last week. And you go, all right, so how does that running back room look? Etienne was solid, or was fine. Basil Tootin looks like a guy that they're going to be able to lean on going forward. 8 rushes for 42 yards on 5.6 yards. That looks like there might be some
receiving yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
Now we know why they could trade Bigsby. So there's that. And this is another thing, and from the get-go, a very big Liam Cohen fan. I kind of respected some of the things that he did, and not just as a play caller, but handling Trevor Lawrence. Actually showed some real fortitude. Pushing back. That big thing that made the rounds about hit him in the chest. Pushing back, giving him some hard coaching. That's not something I really expected, but he did it. And so a little bit of a not like the Colts, but a little bit of a okay. He may not be as bad as I thought he was.
That was a real up and down game.
Yeah.
We don't have time for it. I'll get to the audio when we go around the NFL. But it seems like there might be a little bit of discord happening there as they are trying to get through some of that hard coaching. So that'll be something to watch. Trevor Lawrence didn't have a great game, and Brian Thomas Jr. definitely didn't have a great game.
We'll get to that.
They will they're the Houston Texans opponent next week. Texans open as a 1.5-point favorite in that one. And then finally, the Tennessee Titans, they lost against the Los Angeles Rams. That was going to be a really interesting one. 33-9 by the Rams. Cam Ward had 175 yards, a touchdown. He had 5 sacks in this game, but he did also have a gorgeous throw across the body, one of those ones that looks ill-advised.
No.
But across the field after scrambling, and it was Alec Ayamanor for a touchdown. That's a name that you're definitely going to have to put in the memory banks. Yeah. He looks good early.
It's just another. It ties back to our first segment. I mean, it's just another reason you got to put something out there today for the Texans as the Texans.
100%. Yeah. And so we'll be talking Texans Bucs matchup Monday Night Football at NRG Stadium. 6 p.m. is when you'll be able to hear that here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, which is actually inspired by the Indianapolis Colts quarterback one, Daniel Jones. What players or coaches or maybe someone else owe an apology to? 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
All right.
into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Live from the Moke Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. Question of the day. Who are some players or coaches you probably owe an apology to or owed an apology to? We can go back in the time a little bit. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Again, 713-572-4610.
Yeah, I got a couple. One very much directly tied to the game tonight. Not so much me, but I'm looking at you, Figgy. Baker Mayfield.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
And honestly, I was and this was during the time he was playing.
Yeah.
I was fighting everybody like, man, he's not that bad, how y'all trying to say.
Yeah.
I think that last season in Cleveland, I would not fall on this sword, but I felt like he was hurt. He had a torn labrum, and for some reason there, and he was bad. And I just think if they would have shut him down and came back next season, he would have been fine. It was a lot of people that was just like, nope, he is not good, and I thought he was solid in that 2020 season.
Yeah, and I'm not throwing you under the bus because I'm about to throw myself under the bus, and longtime listeners will know this. And I've gone out of my way to give him a lot of credit since this, but Kareem Jackson, his first couple of years, torched, and I was right at the top of the list. I've talked to him about it. I said, man, I was so wrong, and all this. He ended up being really, really good. More recently, and I think we criticized him, but not as bad as Kareem Jackson was torched. Jalen Petrie. I think Jalen Petrie is one.
He's still getting a lot of this, and I think that it is fair to acknowledge that the coverage for him is not as stellar as what you would have from another like more typical slot cornerback type player. But he's still a good player. Like, I think that sometimes it can be easy to focus in on, and then we ignore the other things that he does incredibly well that helps this defense kind of glue together.
Yeah.
It's just really frustrating when that one thing is something that a defense, or rather an offense, can harp on and pick at, which obviously you saw. The thing that I kind of try and balance that with is an acknowledgement that how many teams have actually been able to pick at that, right? It's one of those things where when it is picked at, it's in a general situation, it's not like teams can always get to that. You know what I mean?
I'm curious what you guys, because we all have those guys that we like, no, either criticizing him harshly or he sucks or whatever. I feel like those two were mine that just immediately popped into mind. I was wondering about Baker Mayfield. But part of it is, obviously we talk about this because of Daniel Jones.
And I got to give him a little, well, actually, no, I don't need to apologize to Daniel Jones. I'll stay on this. Do it. No, I actually don't need to. Because the things about Daniel Jones, I felt confident that, hey, you could, with a running back and a good running game, he can be a decent quarterback, but he's definitely not like somebody that you need to lean your franchise on, which is still the case.
Yeah, I was wrong about that. I was wrong from this point because I thought Anthony Richardson needed some competition, and when they brought him in, I'm like, come on, man, that ain't no competition.
Right.
Of course, Anthony Richardson is probably going to win this quarterback battle. I was wrong on that from that point.
Yeah. And I'm glad. I wasn't necessarily over the top, critical of Daniel Jones, but I was in line with everybody else. Like, I don't know, I don't know what this guy is, but I think it does two things in Indianapolis. Before we get you guys, things or players or coaches that you might owe an apology to. I think number one, Daniel Jones' development already in Indianapolis makes Anthony Richardson look even worse because of number two. Daniel Jones with a competent coach and offensive coordinator is clearly going to be better. I don't know how good he's going to be, but he's going to be better,
I mean, for the time being, for sure. I think, honestly, the Anthony Richardson thing, it just, this is the other side of it. Because remember, I keep bringing us back, Gardner Minshew, I was fascinated, and maybe he's also somebody I needed to give a level of props to, and I owed an apology. Because on the front end of that, like that season that they had where Gardner Minshew is as the starting quarterback, I'm looking at him like, I know Gardner Minshew. I know who you are. Yeah. You're not a good quarterback. You were a football quarterback at Washington State, and here he is, like being viable because Shane Steichen is very good at coordinating an offense, which is why I was like, all right, well, Anthony Richardson, he should be able to. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Mm-hmm. 361. This is a great answer. Geno Smith thought he was going to be a career backup.
That is a good answer.
That was mine.
Yeah.
I was on that one. Like that is the one where I was on now when I was like when the Seahawks turned around and were like, hey, we're about to let Geno be the starter. I was like, okay, there's going to be something here. Now I didn't think it was going to be what it was, where Geno Smith would be the best deep passer in the league.
Right.
But I was like, no. I remember him with the Jets when he got his jaw broken because he did not want to pay back some money for some camp. I remember because he was just starting to put it all together from his early career, and then he gets his jaw broken. He never really gets another chance. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, oh, he gets another chance. He's going to be better than you think. Mm-hmm. And he was even better than I thought.
Yeah. Do you have anybody else?
I keep going to college guys that I'm thinking interesting.
Coach, I thought he was going to be a bleep show. You know, he came in with that one of those first impression press conference, which, by the way, we'll get into the mother of all those during my confessions. But, you know, one of those first impression press conferences with, like, David Culley, where you go, oh, this is going to be off. Brent Venables came in. I'm like, this guy is going to be a mess. He's turned that sucker around, man.
I mean, agreed. They have really good defense, which you knew was going to happen under Brent Venables. Quarterbacks, because college quarterback is absolutely one of those places where I look and I go, Bennett is one of the easy ones for me because I was like, what are we doing here? I mean, this dude is not a good college quarterback, and he just kept proving me wrong. So, what was it, 2 national titles?
Yeah.
And I was just like, all right, he is now maybe second or maybe one, actually. He's probably past Herschel Walker when it comes to Georgia greats. And I didn't think that dude could do it, like, at all when it comes to being a quarterback.
Another one for me, real quick, and this is from the 832. This might be the answer in this city. Mario Williams. And it wasn't because we didn't think he was good in college. He was awesome in college, but we're like, come on, man. You got VY, you got Reggie Bush, and Mario. He's better than both. He had a better career. He was better than both those dudes.
Yeah.
Reggie Bush is a tough one because he kept being productive, but he wasn't the high-end guy that you
Mario Williams almost finished with 100 sacks in his career.
That's a good point. That's a very
Josh Allen.
Point.
That was one for me.
Yeah, you're right.
Because remember, that was the same draft as Baker Mayfield. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, anybody but Josh Allen. I'd take Josh Rosen over Josh Allen.
I thought Josh Rosen was. I was like, people are hating on Josh Rosen because he's smart. Apparently not. Apparently not. But no, Josh Allen is a great one. But I stand on the reasons why I got there, which is why I forget. So I was very quick to, once I realized, he really did do this, I got to give him his credit because he is the truth. But before that, it's like, hey, the same thing you're talking about with I think we were talking about this off air, particularly with Arch Manning.
Oh yeah,
that dude is inaccurate. Mm-hmm. He was so inaccurate at Wyoming, and I was like, yeah, he's got the big arm and he's athletic, but that doesn't fix accuracy. Isn't something that you can fix, and apparently Josh Allen did, and now he's going to ruin a lot of personnel people's jobs because they're going to go and try and recreate that, and you just can't.
A lot of people are Gary Kubiak, and that's a good answer too. Not because he was beloved when he got here. He made the big run. They did things that this organization had never. They're talking about when he got let go. When he got let go, Kubiak ran its course or whatever, and then he goes on and wins the Super Bowl and everything else. Another one came in from the 3-4-6, Yao Ming. A lot of people were wondering. That's just a big dude. He's lumbering. He's going to average 4 points a game. Whatever it may be. Yao Ming's a good one.
No, Yao Ming was incredible.
Yeah.
How much do you kind of cut off of that though with the preponderance of injuries? That ultimate
injury, the last injury.
Yeah.
Nevertheless,
he was really good.
At his best, he was among. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say another one. Coaching in the NFL, Dan Campbell.
Oh, great answer.
I thought he was full of it, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's Detroit.
Yeah.
It ain't about to go. What you talk about biting kneecaps off? I'm just like, nah, that's a walking bit.
Yeah, everybody thought it was a bit.
Yeah.
Especially when you take it back to, like, you had the additional context when he was the interim coach.
And they wasn't that good.
In Miami.
Yeah.
And he came in with all that machismo.
Yeah.
And I there's two levels to it because there's that, right, the biting kneecaps off, but also he's not nearly the meathead. When he got into actually coaching, you looked up and you were like, oh, he's a player's coach. He is like a really kind of a softie with his guys, and he is kind of analytical, right? I think there's some people that are like, oh, he's going to be in here, meathead football guy, play tight end.
No, he's not.
No, he's
he is, but he's also
going for it on fourth down.
Yeah.
Hell, Ben Johnson had to answer questions about, did you think he was running up the score? And Ben's like, no, this is what he does. That is who he is. So absolutely.
Let me ask you, because this is going to be an interesting one moving forward. We all love DeMeco Ryans, know what he's going to do. But what about Sean Payton? Remember when it was like Sean Payton and D'Amico and all these other candidates here, and they were like, oh, he's lost it. Drew Brees carried him, all this other stuff.
I think right now I am because I was just like, nah, that's not going to work. I kind of questioned his time in New Orleans as well. But right now, I think he's on the up right now.
Yeah.
So, I want to sit here and say I'm totally wrong, but I'm looking wrong right now.
This is a good one. O'Connor Wegman apology took a while for the pass game to click, but Friday night was fun. We'll talk about that more as we continue here in the loop. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Where is the Chiefs dynasty waning? Are we finally seeing the end of it? We'll talk about that more next.
What do the Texans Sports Radio Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here on a Texans game. Largely in the books outside of 2 Monday Night Football games. There's the late game between the Chargers and the Raiders at 9. But, of course, the game in a huge game for the Houston Texans as they welcome in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's the home opener at NRG, and it's a Liberty whiteout. And most importantly, it is the battle to stay away from 0-2. The really tough place to be. I was talking about it earlier, and I gave you the statistic that I had seen per Jesse Palmer. Since 1990, 12.2% of teams that started 0-2 have made the play. Not somewhere that you want to be. You obviously want to be on the other side where you're 2-0. And interestingly enough, I was looking, obviously you can't get there as the Texans, but I was looking at the teams that are 2-0 because obviously the Colts are in that group of teams that would now have 78.6% chance of making the playoffs. There's the Bills who are 2-0, makes sense. Bengals who are 2-0, which we'll talk about that here in a second. I mentioned the Colts. Those are the teams in the AFC. Then you have the Eagles, makes sense. The Packers. 3 teams in the NFC West, the Niners, the Cardinals, and the Rams. And then the Seahawks are 1-1, and their one loss is against the Niners. The AFC West, what's happening over here?
They're amongst themselves. Look, and the Cardinals are something of, they're always like one of those squads that are.
They almost blew it yesterday,
they almost did, but I don't know if they're necessarily legit, but they are 2-0. Makes a difference.
The end of that game was disgusting. The Panthers,
God, yes.
It was 27 to what, 15 at a point, and then the Panthers scored.
It was 27-9 or whatever it was. It was. I thought that game was over.
Panthers scored just ugly. I'm glad that, I don't know if you were like me watching this on
bunch of penalties.
Red Zone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And with Red Zone, once you had the last game, they cut that joint off. That was the last game. I was like, thank you anymore of this. Let me know when it's over.
Yeah.
A game for which I did not have that feeling. The second game that was with that in the afternoon slate. Eagles-Chiefs. The Eagles end up, as I mentioned, 2-0 versus the Chiefs, a 20-17 victory there. This makes the first time since 2014 when they missed the playoffs.
Yeah. So no one is, or maybe I'm wrong, is anybody here going to say, yeah, the reign is over. They're not going to get. Nobody's going to.
Not quite. No.
But I think you need to say they've got it's not just they played a couple of really good teams that and that's going to happen, and they barely got beat. They were kind of in it a little bit yesterday as well. You can't say they don't have problems. You can't say they don't have problems. They have problems.
I wonder if the chat, because I've seen a couple people, I don't know how to feel about this, but Mahomes a little bit. Like it's something going on. Because, I understand they struggling offensively, but I seen a couple people saying, man, Mahomes throwing downfield ain't the same how it was. Starting to look at
part
Mahomes
of the issue.
A little bit.
They have issues. They might because of Mahomes and the defense, and they might be able to rally and get there again, kind of like the Astros, which we're going to get to in a little. They might be able to rally, but are they the same boogeyman, to use the Astros term that Figgy likes to use?
No. And, look, you're looking at their wide receiving core, and I'll stay to the wide receiving core. We can talk a little bit about Travis Kelce if you want. Tyquan Thornton right now, and I don't say this to be any level of negative to Tyquan Thornton, but that's not what you want.
No.
And they've been dealing with this for a while, but then with Xavier Worthy's injury, you look up and you go, oh, yeah, this is what happens when this thing gets depleted. And as much as that defense is good, it does not look like at the same level. Now, it's early on in the season. I think we can use that caveat for a lot of teams, understanding that with the length of the season, especially without the benefit of as much preseason type stuff, they specifically absolutely do this time and time again. So that's one of the things that should keep the decline talk at bay, because they do this thing where they go through the season and then by the time you hit December, they're starting to charge up. But as of right now, you do look up and you go, hey, just schedule-wise alone, you're put in this weird place where you're 0-2, and it doesn't look like by any means the best version of the Chiefs.
It really is, to me, kind of like what the Astros are. They're the Chiefs. They're the Astros. They have Mahomes. They have Altuve.
They're always going to be a threat.
They're always going to be a threat, and I guess they are, and both sides still are. but they're not as scary issues.
And even Travis Kelce, man, he's looking like he's about 37, 38 right now, man.
He is.
Like a lot of drops, that drop that end up being an interception.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, this might be over with. I was talking to Ron about this because he was kind of going crazy on Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's still Travis Kelce though, man.
Is it?
If he can,
but haven't we said that about the Astros too? Like, that's still.
Yeah, I'm like, even though Kelce, I think last year he had like 800 yards or close to. I forgot what it was, but I'm like, that's still good. But he might be right. It might be towards the end.
Yeah.
And don't forget, we got like the equivalent of best shape of my life talk for Travis Kelce, where he was like, I needed to slim down and get myself
always
back
a bad
in.
son.
Maybe that's how this thing is coming around. I don't know. One of those teams in that division will have a nice lead over the Chiefs because Chargers Raiders tonight. Things around the NFL. So the Chiefs, obviously one of those teams in the AFC that you're looking at as some level contender if the Texans prove to be the type of team that we believe them to be. One of those other teams you would think is the Cincinnati Bengals. However, it seems like they are back for a good 3 months as a possibility. Turf toe thing is popping up, and we're
third-degree turf toe that requires surgery?
Yeah, this thing.
What is that?
This is wild what we're seeing here. In fact, can I get Marty Jaramillo? He was on CBS Sports kind of describing, because we've seen turf toe pop up enough. I kind of wanted to get a little bit more of an explanation on what is happening here, as Joe Burrow obviously going to miss some time due to it.
Turf tear of the underside of the ligaments of the big toe. So if this is a foot, it'd be the underside of the ligament. So it's a hyperextension injury. Extremely painful. It significantly affects running, push-off, change direction. And why is it so important? Well, 60 to 70% of our body weight is supported by that big toe. Surgery is quite rare, but these ligaments still need to heal. So I fully expect them to miss between 3 and 6 weeks. Now, there's a little bit of a litmus test at about week 3. What is that? At about week 3, they actually customize an insole for his cleat that has a steel plate on the undersurface of his foot to basically offload that big toe. Now, when they test steel plate, if he still has instability and pain with running and push-off, unfortunately, then he still needs time to rest. So that's a real litmus test at about week 3. But like I said, great.
So there you go. Like that's what we're looking at. But man, we're getting to this place where now we're missing, Joe Burrow again. This is yet another injury for him. It's every year though.
What, since 2020, 21?
I mean, the Bengals have to eat this because that line did not look very good, and the defense again does not. The Bengals might be in a place where it's early. I don't think you can quite do this, but I'm in the place where I'm almost like, all right, we can write them off.
Almost, yeah. I think you can, because he said 3 to 6 weeks. I've also seen maybe 2 months, or more. It's a big issue when
ESPN is saying 3 months.
3 months
on theirs. Now, of course, like he said, depending on the severity, you might be able to have within like 3 weeks to a month, kind of see if there's a way to get this done. But if with that kind of time, I wonder if that's even anywhere near.
I mean, it might come back to bite people who are agreeing with you, but I agree with you. I think you're almost to the place to just write them off.
And wow, which that is a little bit of. I hate to looking at injury that way, but a little bit of a godsend to the Texans. If they can get their own house in order. Like, we're still very much in that part of the season where the team establish your cruising altitude, and then we can look around. But once they get to that point, it does feel like there's maybe few of those teams that'll be in that same, stratosphere once you get to that point for the AFC. Some other things around the NFL. I want to go back to the AFC South that they lost this weekend. There's some things happening amongst them. Brian Thomas Jr., who was the best receiver for the Jaguars rookie year last year, looked really good. Did not look that same way yesterday, and he kind of looked afraid at times in contact. This was Liam Cohen, the head coach of the Jags, being asked about Brian Thomas Jr.'s play and the seeming avoidance of contact from him.
Yeah, and just go figure out what that, was all about and what it looked like. I got to go take a look at that.
Boy, he was fighting it, wasn't he?
He wanted to say something there. I don't know what it was, but he wanted to say something.
I wish they had a little truth serum or like the narrator, what he's blah, blah, blah.
What he's really thinking is, why you being a little B going across the middle?
That's it, Figgy.
It's not 1995.
Yeah, no, look.
Jason Seniorhorn ain't in there to hit you.
That's the worst thing that's the worst reputation an NFL player can have. That you use the word too, afraid. When you go there, that's hard to shake, number one, and it's hard to shake in your room. That was and by the way, awful look for him. There was at least 2 or 3 plays where
he was, like he was expecting the big hit, just kind of,
And the one in the front of the end zone, it wasn't even like he was afraid to ball. Like the ball was just above his head, and he kind of like short-armed it, alligator-armed it. Like, just go get the ball, you know?
He better be hurt.
It's a bad look.
And you're talking about, like, being afraid and how that's a, kind of a really bad thing to have put upon you. It's one thing if there was a certain era in the NFL where absolutely, like, that was Michael Irvin's whole thing is he's not afraid to go over the middle.
Yeah.
We're in 2025 where that's cool. Unless you play against the Texans. Like, that's the interesting thing is, who do you got next up on the schedule, Brian Thomas Jr.?
Yeah.
Aziz Al-Shire in there?
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. I wonder if that's going to be mentioned.
Yeah, you might want to resolve that. Otherwise, you're going to be in a world of pain in various different ways. Somebody said Texas lay in the wood week 3, and I appreciate you throwing in that pause in there. I understand. That's probably not a good look for the Jacksonville Jaguars there. Some other things around the NFL, and mind you, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented on much, but you can always count on Sundays with NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live at just $30 for your first year, which is like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I talked about injuries. First and foremost, this overtime game, I've got to admit, it changed my perspective for just that game only, where I was like, usually, my stance, overtime, get the game over with, let's go to the next one. You have and Giants, a high-scoring game went into overtime, and I'm like, I want this to be old-school college where they just go back and forth. Because it was such nonsense, this football game. And ultimately, we get to a point where I think that you might be looking at a kicker in Brandon. Like the one that comes to mind for me is Sebastian Janikowski, but I'm sure there's other ones you could think of.
Janikowski would be it,
I think it might be the new it kicker.
Yeah.
Brian Schottenheimer
says... What was that guy from New Orleans, Anderson? Gary Anderson?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
They kick a, 62-yarder?
64,
64-yarder in order to win that one. Even though I was rooting for a tie, I'm not going to lie. I was like, both of these teams deserve
that would have been great if it ended in the tie.
Oh, gosh.
But Brian Schottenheimer comes in after, and he says, I would have had run him out there from 70.
I mean, Brandon, you're right. He is the, like the same kickers, the Gary Andersons, the Janikowskis. He is a weapon. I mean, the way they were just like, all right, let's just get to the 48, guys.
And they really were. I was like,
let's just get to the 48.
Did they kick it on third?
I don't not now, but just an absolute weapon that is, that's one of those things very low key, but not low key. He becomes like fourth quarter. You have to start game planning around the opposing kicker.
Yeah.
How often does that happen?
You got to try to keep him out of field goal range.
You have to risk more. I mean, that's what they're doing.
Morton Anderson is who we were
Morton
thinking of. Thank you, 832. But he made some huge kicks. In fact, kick at the end of regulation in order to tie that game.
Anderson was the one that missed the kick in Minnesota.
That's right. I was like, he was a kicker, right?
Yes.
Not quite the same. Not quite the same. But like I thought that was crazy. The Cowboys do get the victory. However, it might be Pyrrhic in some ways because they end up losing their starting center, Cooper Beebe, for 6 to 8 weeks with a high ankle sprain.
And they, that's something that they have to rely on. By the way, passing back to the question of the day to Dak Prescott.
Looked good.
He looked really good.
He looked good. Although, on the other side, so did Russell Wilson.
Where did that come from?
He looked really good, too. He threw up that punt.
He's been a deep ball passer since he left.
Lately.
Since he left, probably Denver, because I was like, when he left Seattle, he was really bad in Denver.
Yeah, he did it a lot in Pittsburgh, too. That one year he did it.
I mean, it was just him and Pickens. Chuck it up there, dog. Yep. Make this work.
But, when he threw up that punt, I think that was overtime, up that punt, I'm like, I will say that's the experience.
The Cowboys' defense looks MALO bad.
Oh, wow.
Especially when it comes to deep passing, they ran like 90-something% zone. This is not hard to tell. That's so unusual for a team at this level of football. Even zone-heavy teams. I think one of those catches, like the Malik Neighbors catch that everybody lost their minds about, the deep safety in that, was it like a box safety? One of those guys that you come up, you expect to be a thumper, and he's back, and I'm like, oh, that's probably not the way you should play it, except that's what Matt Eberflus is over there doing, is hack that way. And then real quick, before we go, another doing here, did you see what happened for the Steelers as the Seahawks beat the Steelers in Pitt? The running back who came out of Iowa had like a very bizarre instance in the 31-17 win for Seattle, where Seattle kicks it off after going up 17-14, I believe it was fourth quarter, and it bounces in the landing zone, as you want it to do. Caleb John kind of touches it, or like doesn't touch it.
It just nicked his hand.
But it just keeps rolling, and he just runs towards the sideline, and the ball is still in play.
This is clearly like the rule has not been adequately received from the kicker. Once it hits the landing zone, it is like every other. It's like every other kickoff.
You gotta make a decision. Yeah.
And and even in the old rules, if it hits in the landing zone and you touch it, it doesn't matter like which rule was in play here.
Well, actually, kickoffs are live.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like you have to down and he just didn't down.
You gotta get the ball and make a decision.
So
touchdown.
He said, "I just made a mistake. Got to stick to it, move on, and just continue to get better every day." And Mike Tomlin was like, "It's poor judgment by a young player." And that's basically what he let it stay as.
Mm-hmm.
Buddy, you better not let that happen again.
No.
Like that's a great way to get yourself out of here. And I know Caleb Johnson is a highly regarded running back. He is solid. There's not a lot of tolerance for that in the NFL.
If he wasn't that, he would have been cut.
Oh.
If he was like a straight up special teamers or DeAndre Carter type
on that squad,
he would have got cut.
Yeah. And I leave you with this, John Lopez. Apparently, the Ravens were planning to draft Shedeur Sanders in April, according to Adam Schefter. But when the Sanders family heard that, he let them know that he didn't want to be a situation behind a star quarterback like Lamar Jackson.
You want to be compared to Lamar Jackson?
No, not compared. Sit behind.
Yeah. Ain't going to happen.
Can you imagine making the decision where you're like, nope, don't want to be in that organization, and then you end up with the Browns?
Yeah.
I kind of get it, to be honest, man.
I do too.
I get it because he ain't going to play behind Lamar Jackson. And if I'm already in the 5th round, hey, I might as well go to a better situation.
Yeah.
I feel like, and maybe I just value the organizational structure of the Ravens too highly, because I do understand it. You're not.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson is entrenched for at least 5-6 years.
Yeah.
However, it did feel like you would get an opportunity to actually be in a good organization, which would be helpful.
And I think from his point of view, too, he thought he was going to be a first-round pick.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
And you in the 5th round now at this point, the last thing you want to do is sit behind a Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson who ain't going nowhere anytime soon.
Exactly.
Well, right now, apparently, there's reports, I can't remember, I think it was on ESPN Cleveland, that he's not even running the scout team right now. So things not good.
I mean why would he, man? Like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They shouldn't have drafted him, to be honest.
They are asking the question up there, like, why is he here if you're not you're not even going to let him run the scout team, help him develop if whatever development you can get there.
Yeah.
All right, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 after what was a surprisingly good Sunday slate
very good.
Of games all the way through. And Monday, got to try and carry up that same energy as the Texans face off against the Bucs at 6 p.m. at NRG. All right, coming up next, let's talk, though, about the weekend for the Astros, where now they are no longer leading the ALS. Where's the hope, and have you lost it? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
What does a Monday night... starting at 3. Kickoffs at 6 with Mark Vandermir, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, I know it's a Texans game day Monday here on Sports Radio 610, and we will return to breaking down and getting ready for this kickoff at 6 p.m. And we're really ready for this. Like, we're already
You know how you know it's game day?
We're already in
know it's
tailgate
game
mode.
day?
We're already one fireball in.
Yeah.
We are one fireball in. We got some barbecue in the studio, courtesy of Enough Said Tailgate. Shout out to our guy Marty, who came up to hang out with us a little bit. So we are tailgating. We are ready for it. But we do want to cover the spectrum of everything. And it was a big weekend for the Astros this weekend. They win the series against the Atlanta Braves 2-1, and yet and still they find themselves no longer at the top of the AL West. It is the Mariners lead in the AL West. They finally done that thing that we were looking at them and saying, will they be able to do it over years and years? Here they are in the lead in the AL West after a 4-game sweep of the the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim themselves. And so where's the hope? Do you have indeed still hope for the Astros? Because they did find some runs this weekend. You got to at least give them that. They found some runs, including 6 runs to give some support to Hunter Brown and give him a win on Saturday. And you found some crazy runs out of a Zach Cole.
How about that? That
on
was
Friday as well.
You talk about an unforgettable night. What did he have? 3 hits, the home run on the first pitch that he ever saw. I don't know if I can go so far as to say Zach Cole is hope, but I mean, obviously he produced. I think it's hard right now. Let's just kind of set up where the Astros are.
Okay,
you mentioned it. They're finally not in first place for the first time since Lord knows how long. They're a game back of the Mariners. They're only 2 games up in the wild card against the team that they're facing starting tonight.
Yeah, that's another thing I have not mentioned yet.
Yeah.
Hey, the Silver Boot series, that continues.
It's
starting tonight at Dyken Park.
Yeah, so since the end of the pitching, Framber had another bad outing for sure. So you got 6 games in the next 7 days against the Rangers and Mariners, the 2 teams that you are fighting for the division and the wild card. That's important. If you didn't think other series were important, that's important. And then the other thing is you're starting Jason Alexander, and then TBD.
Feel good about the Jason Alexander, by the way.
Absolutely, you do.
Like that, he's been solid, and it seems like I feel a little bit better because again, that was a road trip. You came back from a long one at that. When you went Arlington to Toronto to Atlanta, and now you get to come back home. If the home field advantage actually exists for this team, Jason Alexander, on the bump will do well. Give him a little bit of run support, and you might be able to do something.
Yeah,
here.
And the next 2 scheduled starters are named TBD, so we'll see about that. But you're facing Jack Leiter, Merrill Kelly, and Jacob deGrom.
Oh, that's not fun.
That's their best 3 pitchers.
And your best opportunity to get a good hit is Jack Leiter, because of late he hasn't been that solid. But DeGrom has been great.
Yeah.
And he's coming off the high of playing where it all started, because I think the Rangers were up in at Citi Field. I almost called it Shea Stadium. Up at Citi Field recently. So he got a little bit of that. I wonder if that gives him a high that he brings in. So that's a tough. And Merrill Kelly's been pretty tough 3 opposing pitchers that you got here.
Yeah, and so then on top of that. And again, we're finding hope. We're looking for hope. We're just trying to set up where they're really up against it right now. On top of that, not just Framber, who, by the way, is 1-7 with a 6.41 ERA since the end of July. I believe that's 8 or 9 starts. And then Jose Altuve did something to his foot and sat out again yesterday. So we'll see what that is. So the hope goes back to the things that you've been relying on. The new Carlos Correa, Yordan Alvarez.
Yordan has been
slumped a little bit, but he broke out of it.
Yes,
of course.
He did.
So, I mean,
that's a fantastic feeling for me is seeing Yordan break out of the slump, because he had been really good since he came back, and getting him back to hitting well. I don't have to talk about it again. We know he puts fear in the opposing pitchers and their defense, and they have to account for him, and that's something that's been much needed for this Astros team all season long.
So looking at Carlos Correa, Yordan Alvarez, and players that you didn't really expect would be cornerstones moving into the final 12 games of the season. Guys like Yainer Diaz and Victor Caratini and all that. So it's got to be on the offense, and it's got to be the guys that have sort of surprised you this year, certainly in the last the second half of the season. The offense. It's got to be the offense. Is that hope?
It's all. If it is, that's all it is. Like I don't have enough to say definitively that I can trust it by any means, and I'd be insane to say that on these airways or just in these streets in Houston. I would be, if I'm out there at the Blue Lot later today, I ain't telling no one for certain that this Astros offense is coming. I can't say that.
No, you can't.
It is all hope that I'm dealing with, but that at least you have a few guys in Hunter Brown, in Jason Alexander. Framber's out of that I guess circle of trust, right? To borrow from the fellows of the morning show. I know that I have a few guys that if I give them some run support, we have some good feels. You just need to make sure that you give them some run support. I was happy to see that against the Braves, but admittedly the Braves aren't that good. So that's going to be the challenge, not just against the Rangers, but as you mentioned, also the Mariners. And I don't love the idea that you're circling back around to the Mariners, and you will get Hunter Brown cool. That means Framber's going to go up against them, and I don't feel good about that at all.
No, I don't.
And that's the one that you need more, right? Because they're the ones that are actually ahead of you when it comes to the AL West race.
Yeah, and the division. And then there's Altuve. We mentioned, his foot. He's been obviously struggling for the most part mightily for the last 3 weeks, whatever it's been. But you do want to get him back. Now, Dana Brown said yesterday in the pregame show that he does think it'll just be a couple of days. Again, believe what you will. But you do need to get, as much as he's struggled, you do need to get Altuve back just for the threat, if nothing else, like you do with Jordan.
Well, yes. However, this is the opposite of hope, which, again, I'm knocking down this segment as we go through it.
I was too.
The tough part about it is with Jose Altuve, a lot of the things that I have concerns about, if his foot is hurting and if he's managing that pain, it makes it worse. Like Jose Altuve as a batter, that foot is going to be very important to him generating pressure or generating power, rather, and doing what he does at the plate. Talk less of him on the base paths, which we already don't need to talk about, but him playing defense.
Yeah.
Like he's going to be playing a lot of second base, maybe some left field, and that mobility we already know is lacking at this point in his career. How much more so does that happen with a foot that he's having to, really thug it out through?
We'll know a week from today. We'll know if these are just it's a pipe dream or if they're out or whatever. Even if you just maybe take one of the two series but win a game in the other one, I think you'll have a chance. But the hope is fading fast, man. And now that they're not in first place, it's got to be a kickstart, and it's got to happen today.
No, it absolutely does. These are the ones that you absolutely need. You need to keep the Rangers at bay, and you need to claw back. You need to claw back an opportunity at having the tiebreaker against the Mariners, because clearly,
the series is on the line
with the number of games that you have here, and of course that's going all the way through the weekend, which maybe we have to leave that where it is and deal with that once we get there. But you need to push the Rangers at bay in these next 3 days, but then you'll need to really get that tiebreaker, and then just the wins. Every win is going to be absolutely necessary here in this really quick sprint. We've moved from the marathon of the season to now you were really in the quick sprint. So whatever you can get. If you get a Zach Cole game like you did on Friday, great. But everything is under the microscope right now.
The other thing that Dana Brown said in the pregame show is Isaac Paredes might be back for the Seattle series. I mean, that's got to be as big a hope as anything, even though you can't have real high expectations, right?
No, but I mean,
at least just having him there.
Knowing he has that pull power. If he does come back, do you have any idea how you'd play it?
As far as like the third base, I think you keep Correa at third base.
You try and DH him?
Find him at DH. I don't know where else you can put him, but he's got to get at bats. He's got to get at bats.
No, that 100%. He was your best hitter all throughout the season, and I think if you try and prorate it, because I understand Jordan came back and was hitting well, but before that he was problematic. I think he's still your best hitter all the way through the season, so you really want to get him in the lineup. That'd be a real boon to what you're doing here if you can get him back. You just have to forgive me for not finding a lot of hope and a lot of excitement in that possibility for a dude who's coming back off of an injury to be able to step in and immediately make the impact that's necessary. If he does, that's great. We know that, especially being at home, that's huge. Being able to, utilize the Crawford boxes, especially with his particular pull swing.
Right.
I'm just not. I'm in a place where the belief is running dry.
In
I'm gonna be honest.
your belief right now is in guys like Dubon, Valdez coming off an injury, Altuve coming off an injury, and guys like Victor Caratini and Yanner Diaz. That's where your hope is, and that's why it's such a difficult task.
But look, show it to me. Like I'm at the point where I no longer with this Astros team can I just go, I believe that they'll do it.
No.
I'm now in a show it to me and I'll believe, and they've got a great opportunity starting with this 3-game set at Dyken Park at home versus the Rangers.
Yeah.
So there you go. We're excited to see what they do there. Actually, excited is probably not the real word. It's cautiously
anxious,
very cautiously watching what the Astros are able to do now that it's cutting time, right? You are no longer the lead. You can't just say, well, we have this lead to buffer. No. You got to go get it. So it starts tonight. Jack Leiter on the mound for the Rangers as your Astros are going out there and trying to get yet another win in the Silver Boot Series. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including Lopez. You want to talk your talk about these Aggies? We'll do that next.
What's Coach D'Amico's?
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Texans Game Day Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Let's go ahead. I want to set the stage. What's Poppin' is this is what you got lined up for you. I'm going to do you a favor and set up your day. So myself and John Lopez, Figgy Fig, we're taking it at 2 p.m. as we normally do, right? You got Clint, Stoerner, Ron the Show, Hughley, obviously T-Mill. They got you for an hour of a pregame of sorts. They'll speed through a speedway edition of the drive before
a speed drive.
That's right. Before Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne, the fireball hit me already. They start pregame at 3 p.m. So those guys will start getting you ready, and they're out obviously in their normal spot in the southeast corner of NRG Stadium. They'll start getting you going with pregame as you know it and you love it. And then 6 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610, Houston sports leader and the home of the Houston Texans. You'll hear Mark Vandermir, Andre Ware, and of course, John Harris getting you going for the home opener of your Houston Texans versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then, of course, postgame is as you usually expect it. Hopefully, it'll be a victorious postgame with Sean Pendergast, Clint Stoerner, and they'll take you well into the evening, I believe till midnight with that broadcast. That's what your Monday looks like here on Sports Radio 610.
Man, and it just feels better when you got some tailgating already happening in studio with Enough Said and Marty and barbecue and all that good stuff. Let's get it going. It's going to be a big day.
Yeah, big day indeed. What's popping from the weekend that was, a lot of things that happened. We can circle back to some of these as Marty from Enough Said brings me a whole plate of barbecue. We are ready for this opener.
It's happening, baby.
Yeah. We are ready for it. But also, I have a feeling that you were ready, John Lopez, for Texas A&M Aggies.
I don't know if I
Notre
was.
Dame. You weren't?
I don't know. Not that.
A 41-40 victory.
Who was ready for that?
It was a thriller.
I just want to know, was you standing up?
There's no way you could have watched that sitting down. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, I was in the car and I was standing up.
I was
listening to it on the radio. I was standing up in the car.
In my car. I was sitting down. You guys know how I was. I just get so now. Look, my house was nuts. I wish in fact there may be, but I wish I'd seen some videos. I had the kids over, the grandkids were getting scared when everybody was yelling and everything else. Like, oh, what's going on? But I kind of always just kind of internalize and just focus and watch. Now I did do a couple of those hard claps here and there.
How many let's goes did we get in?
Oh, a lot of let's goes. None from me. Maybe I texted one.
Are you like a hard clapper or just a fist pump?
I'm the loud hard clapper but very rarely. But here's the thing about that game. Now we're going to get into CF Boat tomorrow, the college football takeaways of the entire weekend. I do want to focus on the state of Texas today, and the headline is
we got time.
The headline is what Texas A&M and Notre Dame gave us, and it was, as you said, just an absolute thriller. One of the games, best games you'll ever see. Great atmosphere. We talked Friday about the thousands of Aggie fans that were there, and they were loud, and it was wild.
Yes.
Some of those things. It was just a great game. But in terms of like the football aspect, I think I mentioned this to Sean before the show because we were talking about it. Of course, he being a Notre Dame guy. That's a game that the Aggies that were not well coached and disciplined, and that's what this team is. They would have lost 38-10. They would have lost that game 38-10 because the very first series, I think you might have gotten one first down, but then you got stuffed, and you get a punt block for a touchdown. Right off the shoot, you're down 7-0 at Notre Dame Stadium. Crowd going berserk. You lost all the life that you had. They were frisky before the game and all that stuff. But instead of doing that, they just responded. They stayed in the game. They somehow ended up taking a lead by halftime. And then when they got back down again, kind of kept their cool, relied on the big playability of Marcel Reed and specifically their two wide receivers who are the best two wide receivers so far in the SEC.
Let me see a lot of Concepcion, man.
And Craver.
Man.
Yeah.
Those guys look legitimate.
Yeah. So I think the story here for the Aggies is not just, hey, nice win, incredible win. But I think the makeup of that team is one that can consistently do things like this even when things go bad.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very good win for the Texas A&M Aggies. I don't think the Notre Dame, mind you, is 0-2 and ranked. They are the 24th ranked team on the AP poll at 0-2. I had a friend text me and be like, why is this the case? And I look at him like, that's two really good losses by 3 points and 1 point respectively.
Sure.
I don't hate that. However, we were talking to Sean Pendergast, clearly very proud Notre Dame alum, very frustrated Notre Dame alum right now, though. That defense was a problem in this game. But interestingly enough, I wonder because we've talked to him. He very much is focused on the defense. I do wonder, though, how much that special teams hits Notre Dame fans right now, because that is typically under Marcus Freeman one of the things that you have locked down. They're usually
they did
not
block
just
a punt for a touchdown.
They're not just good; they're great at special teams, and it was a little dicey in that game.
Well, and they had a kickoff return. By the way, that ended up being a blessing. Right before the end of the game, they had a kickoff return for a touchdown by Bussey. That might have been a blessing that you got called for a penalty, because they could kill the entire clock, and they ended up driving the entire length of the field. Otherwise, Notre Dame would have had time at the end. But the other thing with this,
go ahead and do it.
What?
Go ahead and do it. I know you're about to do it.
What am I going to do?
Oh, go ahead. Let's see. Let's see. I might have stepped out.
There's a couple things I kind of want to address with Lopez a little bit, because I felt like he was a little cocky, man.
He's peacocking. Which, to be fair, when you win and your hated rivals lose, that's the time to peacock.
When did I peacock?
On the social medias?
I think that's absolutely true.
What is that for the listening audience?
Marcel Reed is what Texas thought Arch was going to be. Now, let's break this down. I'm not saying Marcel Reed's going to win the Heisman, but
he might.
But if Arch, put it this way,
he's got a lot of people winning the Heisman right now.
If Arch Manning had the exact same game as Marcel Reed, 360 yards passing,
2 touchdowns and interception,
2 touchdowns and an interception, 37 yards rushing, 4th down at Notre Dame Stadium into the student section, and you complete that pass to the tight end, they would already be engraving his name on the trophy. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, the conversations would be the conversations once you say Manning are outside one way or the other.
So that's my point. Like to do that in that environment, again, in all those things that I just mentioned, that's what they thought they were getting at Texas. The gritty, the clutch, the big numbers, all that. That's my point, and I stand on that. I stand on that.
Okay, please do. There's some more college football to be had when we get to CF Boat tomorrow. College football on a Tuesday. Before, one more thing. We turn to our University of Houston correspondent.
That's
one
the other
Figgy
one.
Fig.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me just how good did Connor Wegman and this University of Houston Cougars team. Actually, I probably shouldn't say Connor Wegman, because Ocasio looked the tight end looked really good. It felt like the defense putting their what on the table and saying no. We are for real this year under Willie Fritz.
Yeah, man. I was very impressed. And I know Colorado, I ain't going to sit here and act like they beat the number 1 team in the country or anything, but I felt like Colorado, that was a big test for them this year.
Oh, for sure.
And just the way the defense played, I felt like that second half, I think I might have texted y'all this. I'm like, man, this is the 4th quarter, and Colorado have 5 yards of offense.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, that's saying a lot, and not to mention the quarterback situation. Maybe I could be drinking the Kool-Aid. I don't know, but
drink it.
I'm pretty excited about this U of H team, man.
We were plugged in on Friday night watching this game. I was texting with you big time because you guys know since before the season even began, I've been telling folks, Connor Wegman is really good, guys. I am pulling for him. A lot of people are like, oh, he transferred, he's dead to me. No, I am pulling for Connor Wegman. I think he's really good. He was cool. They had a lot of reasons that they won that game. But we were real happy for him watching that game. And the other thing is, you mentioned the defense, and that's where they're going to be able to win. By the way, 2 weeks, Texas Tech. Mark your calendar.
Texas Tech.
That's gonna be a good.
I will say it now, but I intend to give them a lot of love next week. I have not been talking enough about this. No. Obviously, they put a lot of money into it. This Texas Tech team is
57 points.
It is really, really good. Apparently, if you spend money in college football, you can get good. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
So shout out to Texas Tech. Real quick, I do want to mention this on the weekend that was in sports. There was a lot of fun things. How about Were you guys able to tape your eyelids up in order to watch what was a after midnight edition of boxing between Crawford and Canelo? And Terrence Bud Crawford, the pride of Omaha, Nebraska, does what the odds said he couldn't, but I think smart boxing folks apparently believed that he was capable of doing, which is really running a fight versus Saul Canelo Alvarez and being able to walk out of that ring with more belts than I've ever seen in my life on one person.
I didn't watch it. I'm just going to be honest here. I was just keeping up because I was obviously glowing and reveling at that point.
That's right. You were like, look, man, my Saturday is booked.
Yeah. I was about 3 vodkas in and scrolling.
By the way, I could tell you was a little peeved with Reggie in the group chat.
Oh yeah,
we're not doing that right now. That will have to happen tomorrow. We don't have time for that.
He threw a cold bucket of water or Yo Peacocking, man.
But not about the Aggies.
That was about Diego Pavia, a player who I love, by the way.
Apparently so, huh?
I love him. That don't mean that he's a Heisman candidate. We're not doing that right now.
Boxing.
Or if you want to, we could do that in winners and losers of the week. We can hash that out a little bit later at 12:40. But man, shout out to Bud Crawford, who absolutely controlled this fight. I mean, you have him going up 2 divisions into this welterweight weight class and going into a Canelo Alvarez who historically has been a big puncher. It's kind of slid a little bit, and maybe he's been really trying to protect his record a little bit. Crawford came in and absolutely, fast hands, good defense. It was fun, maybe a little. I do wonder how fun it was from like the real casual boxer, although it was available on Boxing Fan, available on Netflix, because the actual tactics of it were really gorgeous. But they were able to get in. They threw a little bit, and he really ran that fight, not able to really come in with the power.
I saw the one video of Canelo got popped, and even he was like, damn, where'd that come from? He goes,
yeah.
Where'd that come from?
One will say, with a fight of that magnitude, and obviously with Canelo ending up with all these belts, I would love to see a rematch of this and see if Canelo Alvarez, maybe if he takes this more seriously, because I do wonder how much he took Crawford seriously coming in. Maybe if that happens, if this could even go to another level. But a fantastic big-time fight out there in Vegas that was really cool to see. That's what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A lot of fun stuff happening on this Monday, including Texans, Bucs. This is going to be a big prove-it game. What questions do you still have for this Texas team? What are the big questions as we head into the 6 p.m. kickoff for your Texans that you want to see answered? 713-572-4610. Let's run through those next.
What do the Texans Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get to talking about some Texans football. We've taken too long. I don't want to talk about no Aggies right now. I want to talk about no Astros right now, even though Astros do have a big game tonight. The biggest game in the city of Houston is this one. Texans.
You're darn right.
Bucs.
Yeah.
Monday Night Football, 6 p.m. You'll have pregame right here on Sports Radio 610 at 3. You'll have a pregame at 2 with the fellas of The Drive on a truncated show. All of that we've got. But what are the big questions that you're looking at? Because I found myself this morning, John Lopez, when I woke up, not getting up and brushing my teeth, not going and doing my daily movements. Right? Sorry, I shouldn't say that at noontime. You're eating lunch and everything. That was his nice. My brain was like, this is the nice way of saying
what kind of movements he's making.
I hope he's talking about jogging.
Let me get that shake weight going.
I wasn't. That was the nicest way I could put it. But like, the first thing I thought about was I started asking myself questions about this game. And so 713-572-4610, if you want to add in to these questions, and obviously the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams are both available for you there. But I kind of want to just run through these in, to be honest, a kind of free-form way and see if we get to some of these. One of the first ones that came to mind was, of course, the one that that our guy, B. Scott, brought to the table on Friday, which is, will the Texans run outside? Like, are they going to truly exhibit themselves, or display themselves, rather, as the game plan offense that they purported themselves to be? Because part of the game plan would have to be, if you're looking at where do we attack this Buccaneers defense, especially if you're going to be a run forward, it's not running at Vita Vea. It's not running at the big boy in the middle. It's running towards the outside where teams have had more success last year, and seemingly early on the Falcons did last week as well. More to the outside and less to the interior, which is diametrically opposite to what the Texans seem to want to do, running between the tackles downhill. I wonder, will they shift that, or will they try and kind of, and this maybe isn't fair, but run themselves into a brick wall consistently?
Well, that's a great question, and I think the answer, I think they're gonna try some. Outside the tackles is what you're talking about. But I don't think so. And part of it is not just, you're not really a game plan offense. The weakness might be on the outside. No, I think the way they're built and more runs for Nick Chubb, that's an inside guy. That's a between the tackles running back. So I think if Nick Chubb gets more carries, you're going to see more carries between the tackles. I don't think they're going to go outside as much running the ball.
But Nick Chubb does have, which is funny because, of course, we would attribute this to Joe Mixon, who, hey, buddy, hope you're doing well. That's what D'Amico basically said.
Yeah.
He actually tracks more as the guy probably in this running back room that has the most vision, that knows how to read blocks. He did do that well week one, reading the blocks. I do think you can trust him to get to the outside. Now, the explosion isn't there.
Get to the outside or call the play, on a stretch type play. I think get to the outside is a different thing.
That's fair. Yeah. That's fair. And also, sometimes if you're trying to block it up the middle and everybody's there, maybe that
got to bounce.
Maybe that's more opportunity to bounce than if you actually try and run off tackle, which they did a little bit from time to time. But I'm interested to see what the running attack just looks like in general, because obviously I could talk about where they run the football, but the question also pops up who they run with the football.
Yeah, no, and I think that's why I would lean toward, if they change anything up, and I know we're going to get to some other questions here that are going to address this, but if they change anything up, I don't think it's going to necessarily be the run game strategy.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the questions that I have, and again, feel free to throw any in here. This is real free form off of my brain. Will the Texans trust the youth? Is week 2 when they do it? Because week 1 was very clearly, we are trusting the experience that we have here, both out the gate and then even more so as time went. Justin Watson ended up with a lot of routes, and I don't think that they were wrong for doing that, because you saw him run clinical routes that ended up, getting a few holding calls and penalties in the secondary. So it's not like utilizing him more was a problem. However, the upside players are a Jalen Noel, right? The upside players are maybe some Woody Marks in here. And so will they utilize some more in a home opportunity where maybe this is a little bit more of a controlled environment, more of your youth, in order to see maybe the possibility of some explosive plays and an opportunity to really get at the middle of the field possibly?
And that's where I will say yes. I think this is something that almost out of necessity when you think about it. First of all, Christian Kirk, who you were figuring to rely on heavily, is out again.
And as well as Braxton Berrios.
So if Christian Kirk presumably gets back next week, he's going to be a big part of the offense. So if not now, when? If not now,
week 6,
trusting Jaden Higgins or Jalen Noel or whatever to get a little bit of the attention and more touches for Nico Collins. then when are you going to do it? I think that is. I have a hunch the Texans are going to add a little bit more downfield in this game.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel it. Simply because of how bad they were otherwise and trying to get in the end zone and Nico Collins' lack of touches. So I do think, yes, that's something we will see.
That's actually one of those that I had on here. How and how much will Nico be involved? How much is clearly, I think if you simplify the answer to more, I think that is correct. Nick Caley mentioned that in his availability. We've heard it from various different, I think CJ mentioned it. Don't worry about it. He will get involved as if to say, hey, like, don't even waste your breath. We know it'll happen. I'm interested in how, because he could easily be an outside guy and just kind of allow him to continue to be that big X that we know he's capable of being. Are they going to move him around?
I think so.
Because I know that the Bucs are more static in the way. I mean, we've seen the Texans be this more in the past. More recently, and I think like midway or maybe even a little earlier through last year, we saw them trust Stingley enough and the Kamari Lassiter to kind of feel like they could play man and stick Stingley on the best receiver and move around.
Yeah.
I don't know that the Bucs are wanting to do that. So will you have some instances where you'll see Nico Collins move around a good amount and maybe get some slot opportunities to possibly break him open in a similar way that we saw Devontae Adams get moved around?
I wouldn't be surprised if the first play of the game is some sort of shot or at least target of Nico Collins. And then what you just said, I think, is the most important thing. This is a team. It's not like they're running the wishbone here. You know, they do have a lot of emotion. They do have a lot of trying to get the matchups, the game plan offense, and that's where it's going to come in. Getting Nico either inside, on the move, dragging as an area is cleared, one of those things. Absolutely, I expect that as well.
Some other questions that at least I have. Again, 713-572-4610, where a question said, does Joe Mixon have gangrene? I don't
Gangrene.
know. But I like you just kind of venturing a guess as to what might be happening in that space. Again, we won't know until they let us know when it's time to let us know.
Hell, he might got the cooties. Oh, we know, man.
You know, I've heard the cooties are really bad this year. You got to really work on your cootie shot. They've gotten an upgraded edition of it, so really check in with your niece or your niece will probably be the one who knows what's happening with the cootie shots. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that it's all nieces in Houston that were the ones that the CDC trusted with the cootie shot information. Will they corral Baker? Baker Mayfield is a man that has some mobility to him, and I'm interested to see, because we know that the pressure will be there. The Atlanta Falcons, mind you, on Sunday, it looks like they actually have some pass rush for the first time in a number of years, and they were able to give Baker a little bit of hell, but not as much. And so I wonder, in addition to adding pressure that we know, 51 and 55, that's Will Anderson Jr., and Danielle Hunter will apply to the quarterback, will they also be good at keeping him in the pocket, or at least keeping him from scrambling, utilizing one of his better features, which is kind of creating the chaos with his legs?
Yeah, and that's one that's going to be a little bit of a gray area. Yes, they're going to bring pressure and pressure Baker Mayfield. They just do, because they're really good at it. But how much and how effective is he going to be? Because one thing he did really well in week 1 was get rid of the ball very quickly. And you know that they're going to be doing much the same thing. So is that 5 pressures and 2 sacks? I'll take that. Or is it, no sacks but a lot of pressures because he's getting rid of the ball? You know what I mean?
Which of those would you prefer, actually?
I want the sacks. I want the negative plays, or more than 2 sacks, to be honest. But I know they're going to bring the pressure, and they're going to get to Baker Mayfield's vicinity. But he is so good at either maneuvering or getting rid of it quickly. Yeah.
And to that end, actually, interestingly enough, this question popped up as I was looking at some statistics. You know me. The Bucs made a lot of hay against Atlanta in week 1 on deep shots. They were probably in the 20s when it comes to short passing. They were in the 20s, high 20s when it came to intermediate passing. They were top 5, if memory serves, week 1 in deep shots. Is that a pro or con versus Houston?
That's a con, for sure. Maybe not in the corners, maybe not with the help from the safety, but the way they have a smart offense that they run. Baker Mayfield runs it very well, gets rid of the ball very quickly. No, that is absolutely going to be one of the big tests that the Bucs offer is how they match up. We saw what happened.
Let's try to find Jalen Petrie
and the safeties. That's exactly what I was going to say.
But that's going to be more intermediate. Like, I feel like when you talk about
it turns
deep
into
passing,
25 yards.
Yeah, and they got a lot of receivers too. Where it's only 2 Kamaris and Stingleys.
They're looking for yards after catch. Against Petrie, against the safeties in the middle, whatever it may be, maybe even some tight ends, et cetera. That's where it gets interesting.
So, for my thought, the deep passing element is twofold. Really, it's one of those things that kind of tags back to last year with this Texans team when it came to the big play opportunities that seemingly happened. It was one of the few flaws that you looked at with what is a really, really good DeMeco Ryans-led, Matt Burke-led defense. And this is a team that maybe could take advantage of that. However, are they going to be able to do that if Daniil and Will are able to get home in a way that maybe it was harder for them to do because Matt Stafford was really, really good at being on his P's and Q's, getting the ball out. He was very, very good at staying on track. I don't know if Baker's going to be exactly to that same level of meticulous quarterback. And so are you able to get pressure that makes it harder for them to get the ball out? And then you end up with ball hawk Kalen Bullock, ball hawk Stingley, ball hawk Kamar Lassiter, and then you end up in a place where maybe you get more turnovers.
Yeah, and you touched on something that I think is very important. This Falcons defense looks pretty good.
Yes.
Especially if we base it on last night. By the way, their run game looks pretty good too, and the Bucs go to the other side of the ball. The Bucs shut Bijan down a little bit last week. So, all of a sudden, you're kind of looking at this game from a different perspective. But back to my first point, like this defense, can look pretty good, and they didn't get to Tampa nearly as much as they did last night with J.J. McCarthy.
No.
So there's that.
Although J.J. McCarthy, he looked a little frazzled himself.
Yeah.
That was a weird quarterback game. We don't need to talk about that in this moment. But Penix, J.J. McCarthy, all I was thinking was, why did the NBC execs do this? Because this was all. You know how sometimes you put up a quarterback matchup and you're like, all right, we're going to see this one, and then it doesn't turn out how you want it. You go, damn, we wish we hadn't to put that. That's exactly what I expected that to look like. Yeah. You could have called that.
It lived up to that hype.
Yeah, they did.
You could have called that coming in. All right, another question that I have for the Texans here as they head into this big-time Week 2 matchup versus the Bucs. Is Ed Ingram worth all the uproar?
Ooh.
Because we were having a lot of conversation about the shuffle, and I understand that's not inherently about Ed Ingram himself. It's more about having guys in the roles that they had been doing most headed in. However, there is a nugget of that, which is about Ed Ingram playing right guard, and he is healthy enough to do that. I think that is what you should expect. You should expect the offensive line, rather, that was expected before we found out the abdomen injury would keep Ed Ingram out. Is he worth it? Because he was on he was not good on the Vikings last year at playing guard, and we're hoping that he's come in and with the better blocking and technique and system, he will be better. However, what happens if he's not?
Oh, I think it's on the table because we don't know. This offensive line was not good last week. We know that. They gave up so much pressure and didn't really get the push you wanted, et cetera. The only hope you have right now is even if Ed Ingram is just solid, at least you have Titus Howard and Tay Ursery back at the tackle position. So that's where you're going to – and I mentioned this earlier. This is the first time we're going to see this line in a real game. So we don't know anything about it, and especially against a pretty dang good defense, it's going to make it very interesting. We're not going to be necessarily sitting here tomorrow saying, oh, Ed Ingram, he didn't look good. I think it's going to have to do how he's affecting –
I sure hope not.
How he's affecting the entire line.
I sure hope he's not. We're not saying that because I don't think that that's out of the question by any means that we end up in that place. I do hear you, though.
He affects the whole line, yeah.
Having Tay set where he needs to be, hopefully with a little bit more confidence and a little bit more consistency than he showed in Week 1, because there was some flubs where, we talk about the offensive line being 5 fingers in a glove or, in weakest link proposition. Yeah. And there were some times last week where, true to being a rookie, Ariante Ursery was the weak link that allowed something to stop. I think of the 0-yard run from Woody Marks, where there's Jared Verse in the back, in the backfield, and it's because Tay slips on a block that he's supposed to get out there on the right side. If he finds a little bit more of that consistently, it looks good. Plus, going up against these outside linebackers of the Atlanta Falcons, they're good. However, I do think that you can actually, you have the strength and you have the size to maybe be able to muscle them on the outside. So hopefully that happens. How about this as a question? What does tight end usage look like?
Ooh, $1 million.
No Cade Stover, and Cade Stover was a lot of lead blocking, I guess, for lack of a better term, on some of these inside zone plays that the Texans were running out here. You have Harrison Bryant, who is now on the 53-man roster, but he profiles more as a patch catcher. What does it look like? Do we see the same as usual with just the same guys, or rather with Bryant stepping in for some of the Cade Stover? Do we see more Jakob Johnson or British Brooks usage, depending on which of those guys get, whether it's Brooks being a healthy scratch again and Jakob Johnson being called up, or do they go with the Brooks normally? Is there even more 11 personnel where you really do have 3 wide receivers? What does the tight end usage kind of look like?
Yeah, I think that's the $1 million question, and I don't expect tight end usage to be certainly not as significant, even though they love tight ends, as last week. Where you had Dalton Schultz getting targets and blocks, and same thing with Cade Stover. Simply because I don't know how much they trust that versus how much they trust maybe the receivers and having three wide receivers and such. It's going to be really interesting to see what Bryant can do and how they use them. But it is one of the definite things to keep an eye on is how they break down these tight ends.
This is an interesting question from the 972. They actually just have these requests for the offense. Spread the field and get easy underneath throws, which I think should be there, including screens. And maybe that's how you get number 14 involved, Jalen Noel. Maybe a screen and let him use that speed with the big body, see if that helps in the same way that we saw in the preseason. But then also they said, add some read option to make them respect CJ's run ability.
Yeah.
Do you want to do intentional quarterback run? Because he did a great job of scrambling, but that's asking for another level of this.
Part of the reason my hesitance, I don't see them doing it. Yeah, I just don't see it. I don't mind the idea, but I just don't see them doing that. I think they're going to, in the run game and with C.J. Stroud, I think they're going to stay true to themselves. But as I mentioned earlier, I think they are going to add a few wrinkles in the passing game. That's where it's going to be, and that's why I hesitated on the tight end too. I think it's going to be very wide receiver focused.
All right, my final question here that I'm kind of thinking about as we're heading towards Texans Bucs tonight. Does the opposing quarterback NRG effect remain in 2025? It's one of those things that it started as this is odd that this is happening with some quarterbacks, and then we looked at it all the way across the season, and there was clearly something there where you have Josh Allen come in and not look like himself. You have Jared Goff come in and throw 5 interceptions at NRG Stadium. Does that remain? Because there's a few factors to that. There's obviously this Texans defense and what it looks like in the secondary, which week one, they kind of got abused by Matt Stafford in some ways. Obviously, you still had a good defense. I don't want to try and overstate that. But then also, are you going to be able to add pressure to Baker Mayfield? And what does it look like at kickoff? Like, are you able to get people in? And does the Liberty wide out in the start of the season? Do you have the same energy in that stadium that I think helped make it tough on opposing quarterbacks in that building?
Yeah, I do expect the defense to really step up and be the decider. We're going to be talking a lot about the offense tomorrow just because of what happened in week one. But I think the story in terms of how you win this game, if you win this game, is going to be the defense. They really, really feed off the home crowd, whether it's there or not in the early going.
Because I could easily see this going either way. I could see Baker Mayfield looking flustered under pressure, throwing up ill-advised footballs, as he is wont to do, mind you. He threw 16 interceptions last year.
Yeah, that's the thing with Baker, man. As good as he's been over the past couple years, when he's bad, he is bad.
It's like I heard Seth mentioning this, and he's absolutely right. I think this is a rite of passage to be a Bucs quarterback in the modern era, which is, hey, Jameis Winston, you might be able to throw 5 or 6 touchdowns, but you could also very much well throw 4 or 5 interceptions, right?
Yeah.
Ryan Fitzpatrick. Yeah, the interceptions are possible, and I think that's also similar with Baker. But I also, and I hate to remind you of this, I could easily see this being like pseudo Will Levis, where it's just like, why is he getting that ball off, and why is he getting behind this defense?
How did that happen?
Or sometimes he could be at like 118 passing yards, and then just that final drive, he just make a big throw that win the game.
That's him, though.
That's him. Yeah, that's what you get from him.
Yeah.
So all of these questions and more are on the table for the Houston Texans, and I want to see how many of these they answer on that field, and that's the goal. That's the important part, and that's part of having the expectations of the team, the type of team that this team is now. So let's see it. 6 p.m. NRG Stadium. Have your white on for the Liberty white out, and get out there early, be loud, because you can help, I guess, with that last one at the very least for your Houston Texans as they take on the Bucs. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions, as we always do, right here on Sports Radio 610.
Home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I know both you guys and all our listeners will be very happy to learn that I learned something this weekend.
I'm proud of you.
I learned something, Figgy. Which
is funny because at your age, you don't. I don't think you have to. No, not that you know it all. But I feel like people get to a certain age. I don't know exactly what that age is, but they're like, you know what?
I don't care.
I've done all I want to. Yeah. This is where I stop. Deal with it.
All right, so this is to set up my actual confession, but I learned what a deep fake is. You know what a deep fake is?
I never heard that term, but I knew exactly what it was once y'all explained it to me.
We've seen those videos that are not real, but they look and sound real. Well, let me give you an example.
We played a goddamn mining school today. Do you f***ing understand me? These guys aren't going to the NFL. They're literally learning how to dig holes in the ground and pick up rocks for the rest of their lives. So you'd think Arch Manning, from the prestigious Manning quarterback dynasty, would be able to complete more than half his throws against such a low caliber opponent, but he couldn't. 11 for 25 with a pick. What a joke. Our fans booed him. And honestly, he deserved it.
All
Christ,
right,
it's weird.
So that was not actually Steve. Well, it sounded just like him, but that's not actually Steve Sarkisian. We've seen those videos that are fake. They're called deep fakes. I learned that this weekend.
I'm proud of you.
And you know,
I just say AI videos.
You know when I learned that? Because I thought this from Mike McDaniel was actually a deep fake. Oh no. It was real.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game. Honestly, and that is how you lose the game. You're moving the ball down the field. You're 1st and 10, and then you find yourself at 2nd and 20. That was critical,
brother.
The most important thing about football is the football.
That is also correct.
That was very uncomfortable. First of all,
that was very David Culley-ish.
Oh my gosh, he is just completely lost.
He's trying to get fired at this point.
He might be.
I don't think he want to coach no more.
I thought that was a deep fake.
Yeah.
I love saying that now, by the way.
That's the only problem. I'm glad that you know more, especially it's going to protect you from getting got on the internet, which we're all susceptible to. But I do hate that you're probably going to be the person that learns a new vocabulary word,
17 times,
and then uses it in all contexts, even the ones where it does not apply.
Like low key.
No, I feel like
hey man, you know what? That brisket, deep fake.
Deep fake. I feel like that's something you got to use to people that are actively on social media too. Yeah. You can't use it in real life.
Yeah.
If you go around the office and you say that, people gonna be like, huh?
What are you talking about? No, I totally agree. But I hand to God, I thought that was a made up video of Mike McDaniel. It was not. He actually did and said those things.
If I'm the owner or whoever in charge of him, I would not fire him. I will make him play the whole damn season. You ain't getting paid and not coaching this team.
Yeah.
Nah, you gonna coach every single game.
That was bad. Bad.
No, and it's not just him. Like there's this weird kind of passive aggressive accountability that's happening on their offensive side of the football because Tua Tagovailoa was also at his presser and seemingly kind of pointing a little bit at Tyreek Hill and kind of telling him to keep running of sorts, or to have to adjust in the air when he throws the football up there. Almost to say that, and then you looked at Anthony Weaver and the way that he handles it, and it feels a little bit more like a traditional kind of we all have something. It's just like that whole locker room and the whole way that the foundation of that Dolphins team seem to be operating. It all just feels off.
It's bad.
These are my confessions.
I'll ask this before I give my confession. Does it feel like the Texans' next offensive coordinator might be being freed here in a second?
Wow, you're already firing Nick Caley?
Well, no, but also
he might be out there. Just saying.
I don't think that's going to happen, man.
Because I'm like the question that I ultimately am getting to is, after seeing all this from Mike McDaniel, would you hire him as an offensive coordinator, understanding that he's not the head coach, but he has these tendencies?
Oh, I would hire him as an offensive coordinator. The Texans,
Yeah, he's
Texans
not
will
running.
Not.
See, that's the thing. The head coach runs the whole damn team, is responsible for the whole team. If he's just in charge of the offense, I'm fine with that. But I just don't see Nick Caserio and them moving on from Nick Caley unless it's just god awful worse than last year.
And I don't think the Texans will because he's so tightly. Who's the Miami offensive coordinator right now, or quarterbacks coach or whatever? Bobby Slowick.
Yeah,
he's a pass game assistant of some sort.
Yeah, but I'm saying they're bound at the hip.
Yeah, I don't think they just gonna get rid of Nick Caley after 1 year like this.
Yeah. Well,
that's
a different topic.
And it got to be god awful.
I gotta admit, I finally had something that I never thought could happen. And honestly, this feels like a Lopez confession. Funny enough, as I was thinking about it, I didn't think I'd ever be upset to see Mariachi.
What happened?
I was upset to see Mariachi on Saturday night.
Oh, wow.
And the additional confession is, I think I'm finally going to have to accept that I'm getting older, because I'm just like, nah, man, I'm still young.
There's no such thing as bad mariachi, is there?
It is when they're extending the time before this fight starts.
Oh,
yeah.
Because there was a lot of mariachi. If you were on Netflix with me, let me know. 713-572-4610. Waiting for Crawford Canelo to start.
Yeah.
They didn't start until like midnight local time here.
God.
Which, I mean, I felt for the people on the West Coast, but I saw a number of tweets and posts on various.
Or you mean the people
media.
on the East Coast?
Or East Coast, rather. Thank you. Even
That's
West,
1 o'clock.
Yeah.
East Coast is 1 o'clock.
I saw a number of people that were like, look, if we don't get going, I will be KO'd. Right? Like, we need to go.
Out.
And then we have mariachi here, and I was like, this is all cool. I understand we are headed towards Mexican Independence Day, but let's get to the fighting now. I'm about to sleep.
Yeah, that's bad, man. And here I was. I thought it was going to be an afternoon fight.
Yeah, it damn near could have been an afternoon fight the next day. Yeah, but I feel like the mariachi, man, I feel like that's kind of like the opener for a concert where the headliner is late and they got to go back out there again, and people just booing because
they don't want them.
It's not personal. It's like, where the hell is the main event at?
That's what we're here for.
I was very look. I like mariachi. I'm excited for when the Houston Texans mariachi band gets out there tonight. It'll be a fun moment of back to the regular season football. But that I was legit. There was no good feelings.
I hear you on this.
There were zero good feelings last night. I was like, if y'all don't get off this stage.
I hear you on this one.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man, I think Nick Caserio don't know who I am, man.
What? Everybody knows you.
Yeah, he know me. I feel like he know me personally. It was a couple times he walked up to me, what's up, Fig? And just, the strong handshake and all that stuff. I saw him at the U of H game.
Yeah, he was on the sideline.
He was on the sideline, and I saw him chopping it up a little bit, trying to be incognito with that bright ass H-Town blue pullover he had, or whatever that was, and some sunglasses. So I saw him over there. I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of close enough in the stands where I could walk down real quick. What's up, Nick? So that's exactly what I did. I went over there. What's up, Nick? He hit me with the peace sign and then looked the other way.
Okay, I'm going to defend you. I think he does know you. A lot of times when people yell from the stand, you don't know who it is.
Yeah,
he got a good look at him.
Yeah,
he did?
So this is my two options. Either A, he probably didn't realize it was me.
Yeah.
He probably thought it was just somebody, hey, Nick, and he just peace sign and kept it moving.
Right, that's what I think,
Yeah, because I did have the hat on, so maybe he didn't see the hair color or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the other, I guess option 2 is maybe he was just so focused on scouting where he was just like, cool, I don't want to talk like that. I'm working.
Right.
So at that point, I had a decision if I should try to double back, because I was going to ask him his middle name.
That's what I was going to ask.
We're still looking for it.
Yeah, I was trying to get to the bottom of it. Like, if he would have said, hey, what's up, Fit? I would have, what's your middle name? I wouldn't have said nothing else. Hey, what's your middle name? But he ain't give me a chance. He looked the other way he wasn't interested. So I'm like, damn, so I got to walk back to my seat looking awkward.
Well, we got to find this out now, too, because I feel like you're on the sidelines. Somebody says, hey, you just think it's like anyone.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
I think he didn't realize it was me, so I had to text Sean.
Yeah.
And Sean was cracking up. He like, I'm going to let him know it was you. But, yeah, I thought that was kind of hilarious. Like, man, he just gave me the peace sign and kept moving.
Yes.
Like, damn.
You think he was scouting our guy Tanner Kozio?
I think there was a lot of talent on that field.
Somebody say he was scouting Connor Wegman.
I could believe it.
They
scout everybody.
Just another 6th-round pick?
Yeah, so who knows?
These are my confessions.
So I had a very it's a tenuous, it's a tough question to do. It's a tough thing to do. But I had a tenuous moment after the Aggies won that game on Saturday night because it was such a exciting, thrilling win. Obviously, great game, all that stuff. So my wife asked me, "Hey, are you going to text Sean?" Meaning like just friendly way, not talking trash or anything. But hey, are you good game? Blah blah blah. And I told her, I snapped at her right off the show. I said no.
Snapped at her.
I said no.
Snapped?
I said no, and she said no. I said I am not that guy. And part of my confession is I think those people are the worst. When you text someone whose team that they really really cheer for right after a game, that's one of those things. That's all I need to know about you. That's a bad look. It's one thing to the next day, hey, what a game, blah, 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 whatever. But when people say, and trust me, I've gotten more than my share of those texts. The Aggies lose a tough game, like, hey, man, what's up? You holding up all right? Shut the hell up. Don't text me. Not right now. It's too recent. And I told her, I said, I ain't going to do it. Do you do that? Nobody does that. You should not do that.
It depends on the friend group because there are some that I will, but obviously it's rarely too serious. I will point out, though, I am proud of you because I just thought about it, and you did not do that when Manchester United embarrassed me. You did just go buy a whole shirt for the team, though.
I like the shirt. I like the shirt.
I don't know how much that balances us out, I'm going to be entirely honest.
Well, I like Grimsby.
I bet you do. Grimsby Town. Do you know? So where is Grimsby Town?
Yeah, it's up in the Grimsby County.
All right. Yeah.
Outside of London.
Is it?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's outside of London.
He's like, the country's so small, it's all outside of London. Yeah. In fact, there's only city in the whole country of England is London.
Yeah.
There you go. Those are some lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I love Mexicans. Why are y'all doing this to me? I was just mad that it was late. What, I can't be grumpy at 12 midnight?
By the way, I will say the Mariachi Pumas that performed at halftime.
Yes.
At the U of H game. Real good, man.
Fire.
They were solid, man. I was impressed. I actually looked up some YouTube videos from them.
All right, that's good.
They were good, man.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, excellent. All right. Coming up next, let's get to our winners and losers of the weekend. Who won, who lost on the weekend in sports, and maybe otherwise. 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
What's Coach D'Amico's message to the team?
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get to our winners and losers of the weekend here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Before we get that, a little bit of Texans news. The Texans are elevating Jakob Johnson, the fullback, from the practice squad for the second consecutive game. That's per Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle. And so, I mean, this is what they did last week. We kind of were wondering when Jakob didn't make the 53-man roster at cutdown, but then he made the practice squad, and I was like, oh, is this just going to be where they elevate him until they can, and then they figure out what to do with the roster? And as of right now, that's what through 2 weeks it's tracking like. But I think so. It feels like you can expect some Jakob Johnson fullback as you saw in week 1. The only thing, and I was just talking about this with you, Lopez, off air, I do wonder, is that going to be more effective this week? Because I don't know. It didn't feel super effective last week.
I agree with you.
Blocking.
Yeah, I agree with you. He only has one more elevation, too, after this now.
Correct.
So it'll be very interesting and kind of a proving ground, so to speak, for him today, because he's going to be used. There's no question about it.
No, without question. So maybe because one of the questions I had when it came to like tight end usage, I do wonder, do they even expand his usage to where now he is kind of lined up as that wing back? When they decide to go for like some of those inside zone type things where he comes across and kind of blocks down.
Yeah.
Is that going to be Jakob Johnson? Because it feels like he's the best situated to do that rather than Dalton Schultz, who's did that a little bit. Like he's done that somewhat in week 1. I saw that from him. He just doesn't feel like he clatters in the same way that you get with Cade Stover and that Jakob Johnson might be able to do. So maybe he gets utilized like that, or maybe it's just straight fullback.
How does it affect Bryant? Very interesting stuff.
No, I'm very intrigued to see some of that. So maybe he is a winner here. But let's get into some other winners and losers of the weekend. Yes, Ocho on the text line from the 713. You are right. And I will start here. How about Haynes bleeping King? Georgia Tech quarterback, obviously the transfer who previously had played at Texas A&M. It's weird saying the transfer.
All the quarterbacks played at A&M.
Fair enough. I don't even need to mention that anymore. He was at Tech last year, and this is part of the course now.
Last year too.
Yes, did this last year as well, and they get a big win again this year. Georgia Tech does, this time against Clemson, who I'd put them as losers on this as well. Like sometimes you don't inherently have to have a loser on the other side to say that one person was a winner. Haynes King was fantastic. He is just a gritty quarterback. And I know that all the cliches that come up with that exist, but it's just true for him.
It is.
You can't necessarily look at him and go, oh, he's just an incredible passer of the football. He's a solid runner.
He's good.
He's just gritting this thing out and playing real hard and ultimately helping the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets to get a huge upset victory over a Clemson team that, man, Cade Klubnik looks like he is overhyped. And this Clemson team, this is a game that you just can't lose.
Can't lose it. Not to. And Georgia Tech was by no means a surprise. It's not like you weren't really ready for what they were going to offer, because everybody knows, as you mentioned, what Haynes King is capable of done. They've gotten a lot better. They're ranked this week, which
Buzz.
Yeah. So there is that, and I'm glad you mentioned Clemson, because I also was wondering how much Clemson fans are really starting to really, I guess, be frustrated with Dabo. Mr. I don't like to use the portal and all this other stuff.
Well, he got three transfers this year, so
3.
Yeah, man, that's more than the 0 exponentially more.
Some are getting 70. Most teams get 15 to 20. He got 3. I'm thinking he's got to change. He's got to change the way. He's not keeping up with how you do football in this era.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how much I put this game on the transfer portal, but one thing that was evident, Cade Klubnik did not look at the level that you would want, which obviously that ends up being a big issue. They're 1-2, mind you, those Clemson Tigers, compared to a 3-0 Georgia Tech team. And yes, I will not say Yellow Jackets because it sounds like Rob Torres was a loser. He said that he bumped into a hive while mowing the yard yesterday. Got stung 8 times.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's a big old. And hopefully it wasn't just bees. Or hopefully it was. I guess it's probably better if it's bees compared to
for sure
wasps, right? Because you know what that
hornets.
Oh God, that's the worst.
Is it? Yeah. I wouldn't know. I'll stay away from all of them.
I just talked to my sister-in-law up in Cleveland. She was hiking and heard a whole bunch of people screaming and yelling. Ran across a hornet's nest.
Oh no!
Oh, shout out to our friends who love going out to all the various remotes, particularly when the drive is on remote. Sharon and Steve, or Shannon rather, and Steve end up. They got their in the loop mugs. The
nice.
pint glasses.
Nice.
Shout out to everybody that turned out to BB's on Friday for Football Friday. Another Football Friday coming up this week, mind you, where the dry glasses will be on offer. Some other winners and losers. How about Deshaun Foster, loser, former head coach at UCLA. I say former because he was fired after just another terrible loss. The transfer quarterback that they brought in. I don't know how much it was him making that decision, but Nico Collins hasn't looked good, and he got fired after an 0-3 start to the 2025 season. I mean, there's a lot of things I could say about Deshaun Foster. Former used to play for the program, but I'd just like to take you back to his first Big Ten Big Ten Media Days press conference. This was all of the energy that he can muster to get people hyped for UCLA in the Big Ten.
I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC.
Yep.
We I'm just basically excited. Really.
That's right.
That's it.
That's right, man. You can hear all the
questions.
Yeah, I got a question. Why are you still here already? Sometimes, and this is one of those, we did. We should have known from day one. This ain't going to work out. Sometimes you know on day one.
And what's funny is I don't even know how much this is Deshaun Foster. I think that UCLA is just a place where you can't win.
But that doesn't help.
No, I mean.
They lost. By the way, you didn't mention this. They lost to New Mexico.
That's right.
They got run out the gym.
Correct.
By New Mexico.
That's right.
Yeah, you should know on day one with some David Culley. You know,
at that point, my question would have been, "Hey, did you know you was getting this job, or did it catch you off guard?"
It kind of, because remember, Chip Kelly leaves UCLA to become the offensive coordinator at Ohio State.
That's also a red flag right there,
right? Because it's so hard to win at UCLA. Think about this. All right, so it's a program that's in the LA, the UC system, but it doesn't get as much money as USC. Like clearly, they have high academic standards as well. And then something I don't think people think about enough is being in a big city like LA, you go, oh man, that's great for getting guys. One, none of your players are the big dog in the city, right? Like there are so many other people who outweigh them when it comes to celebrity and star. Not that necessarily that is the big sell, but then on top of that, your assistant coaches are dirt poor.
Yeah.
Like we talk about the coaching pay. That's for the head coaches. Assistants don't get paid that much, and then you have to pay LA standard of living costs.
Yeah.
It's so hard to get good assistants there.
There are so many things that are working against UCLA.
And of course, that also works against USC, but then USC has a little bit more to give.
Yeah, but no, for sure. USC, also a private school, so they can do a lot of things that UCLA cannot do. They certainly have the more pedigree lately. There are a lot of things working against UCLA. I don't think it's impossible to win there. It's harder.
It is.
And everybody's poaching all the California kids as well on the recruiting trail and NIL, et cetera. Nevertheless, sometimes you just know on day one.
That's right.
You just know.
How about a big winner on the weekend? And it might have just been Friday, but Friday was enough. How about Zach Cole?
Yeah.
Gentleman comes up and is able to really almost, is it wild to say single-handedly?
Well, he had, 3 hits and 4 RBI, something like that?
Oh, let me get you the exact line so I could be right about
home
this.
run
Zach Cole
on the first pitch.
3 hits in 4 at-bats, 4 RBI, as you mentioned, 2 runs, and a nice home run on his very first at-bat.
First major league pitch he saw.
That's right. After that game, he was slugging a 1.500.
Freaking Babe Ruth.
He was incredible. And can you give me a little audio here, Fig, as we go down to AA with the Corpus Christi Hooks and hear how the fellas on the farm took seeing their compadre, Zach Cole, ball out at the major league level. That's about 10 seconds before the volume creeps down.
Yeah.
Those dudes were high. But
They've been on buses with him.
I'm not on no bus. I was hyped. I was like, Zach Cole, who are you, dog? Can we just get more of this?
Yeah.
That's a good feel. That's always a good feeling. Seeing somebody you was working with, and then now they just take off in a moment like that. It's just like,
It was the best.
Yeah, I mean, he accounted for 4 out of the 11 runs that you scored against the Braves on Friday in the 11-3 victory. He was a godsend. I don't know that you're going to find any more of that pop, especially because you get the benefit of nobody really knowing how to pitch to you. Maybe that helped him quite a bit, because I imagine you go yard on that first pitch. Some of that is we didn't know how to pitch to you.
Yeah, for sure. But, the other part, as the Astros face these 2 huge series back-to-back, you kind of don't have much choice but to depend on some of these guys.
No, but so shout out to Zach Cole. I just wanted to give him his love because that was an incredible outing. Again, going 3 for 4 in 5 official at-bats. Yeah, I thought that was incredible work by the young man. Loser, Younghoe Koo, the kicker for the Atlanta Falcons, because you saw the cat that they brought up off the street go perfect yesterday. Was it 4 for 4 in field goals after Younghoe Koo, who was a healthy scratch last night? Like, your job has got to be gone, right?
I think his job is gone. Did you see what's his name? Romo was the kicker. Introducing himself to teammates after the game.
That's right. Yeah.
After the game.
The only player that he knew, he's like, I know Bijan Robinson. I'm like, yeah.
I know that guy.
Well, I imagine people are going to be a lot more amenable to meeting him and knowing who he is after he kicks some field goals that help them win a football game. I'm sure that helps quite a bit. And how about a winner, and not really a good one when you look at it from an Astros perspective, the big dumper himself, Kyle Raleigh. He had his 54th home run, which tied Mickey Mantle for the most by a switch hitter in a singular season, and he still got games to go.
He still have big games, as we just mentioned.
Yeah, so you're not facing off against the easiest one, at least in Cal and the rest of the Mariners, once you get them end of the week. You got more important things to worry about if you're the Astros, though. Rangers in town for a 3-game set starting off tonight. The bigger game, though, in the city of Houston, I hate to do the Astros like that, but the fact of the matter is you got Texans, you got Tampa Bay Buccaneers at NRG starting at 6. That's going to have a lot of the city's attention. And so coming up next, Texas win because, Texas lose because. What are going to be the things, the factors, the matchups that determine whether the Texans are 1-1 or 0-2 come tonight? 713-572-4610. Let's break that down next.
Yeah.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Gearing up for a 6 p.m. kickoff of your Houston Texans versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here in the great city of Houston. NRG Stadium, it's Liberty Whiteout. Make sure that you're ready, that you're loud, that you're early in order to see that one kick
Please
off.
wear your white, too.
Wear your white.
I learned that a couple years ago when the Menaires was out there tailgating.
Oh, they get after you.
No, I had a red shirt on.
Oh.
It was just a Texan shirt. And I seen it. I'm like, hey, how y'all feel being out here? Hannah was like, you're wearing the wrong color. She was like, for real, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're wearing the wrong color.
What's the matter with you, Figgy?
I'm like, I just put on a damn Texan shirt, man. I thought I was good.
Yeah.
Wear white.
See, I'm not gonna get. I don't need no more problems from Cal and Hannah. They already out here pranking me and stuff. I don't need no more.
Call me out in front of the you know what.
That's right. Oh, now you're gonna censor it?
Yeah.
Okay,
I do it just in case.
Appreciate
I
you.
don't want to overuse it.
Fair enough. Texans win because Texans lose because what's going to factor in? What are the matchups to watch within this game that'll determine whether the Houston Texans end tonight with a 1-1 victory or an 0-2 victory? 713-572-4610. Remember, we were just letting it be known that Jakob Johnson, the fullback, will be elevated from the practice squad for the second straight week. And so we will see him maybe factor into what's happening possibly with this run game. I do wonder, maybe not directly with the pass game, but I do wonder if he will kind of end up in that position of a tight end, maybe in the stead of Cade Stover while he's, out with his injury.
Look, a lot of times when we talk about win because, lose because, I often in my mind try to think, all right, what's the one thing? Like, what's the one thing that they will win if they do this, or
don't turn the ball over,
or they'll lose. Yes, yeah,
don't get the negative yards.
Yeah, and I try to stay away from the cliche coach speak stuff.
Limit the penalties.
Well,
but that might be a legit one.
Well, that's why I said that, because I say all that to say this. I really think, even if the run game is just like it was last week, hell, even if the passing game is just like it was last week. Sorry, Figgy. If you don't have that many penalties and set yourself back, you might just win no matter what. You might just win.
You would definitely have a chance.
Yeah. That was brutal.
Maybe. There's still a lot to be seen from this offense.
Yeah. I think if you stay away from the third and longs,
and that's part of the
penalties, would make it a lot easier than it was before.
Oh, trust me, there are options that I was considering here.
It'll make it easier, and I feel like such a jerk saying it, I'm still not convinced that they get a 3rd and 2 and they're definitely picking that up.
No, that's what I'm saying. There are a lot of options here that I was, this one thing. The one thing might have been something else. Might have been the run game.
No, and there's a lot, and that's the whole reason why we have the full segment as opposed to just coming in, saying something, and then ending the segment, right? We go through all of it. But, you talk about, all right, we don't end up with the penalties. Does that mean you're not going to stall out still in the record?
No, I get it.
That feels like that's going to be a question that we did not get too heavy into early. But, that's a possibility that it becomes a frustration again. Is you remember when we were spending a whole, quarter of the season in the middle of the year, will they score in the red zone? Will they score in the fourth quarter? These are things that it seems like still remain with this team that I want to see figured out. But obviously, especially if you are going to remain relatively conservative in your offensive approach, you got to stay on schedule. So you're right. That absolutely is going to be there. How about a name that we have not talked about a lot, but obviously rings heavily because in his very first game in the NFL, he scored not 1 but 2 touchdowns, something that's not very frequent. It's Emeka Egbuka, who very much profiles as being the guy who has an opportunity to attack the spot that it felt like was attacked very well, or at least as well as anybody did with the Rams in week 1. Emeka Egbuka is a guy who's going to be in the slot, who's going to be utilized a lot. He had 4 catches on 6 targets last week, and he had a lot of stuff over the middle of the field. This is going to call Petrie into action. It's going to call the linebackers into action. This is going to see how well the middle of the field is taken care of in week 2 of the season.
Boy, that's a good one.
Texans. That
is a really good one. Now, they benefit a little bit more because Godwin's not going to play, but Mike Evans is still going to play. Mike Evans is still going to play.
Do we think that this is a lock on for Sting? Are we going to see a lot of man defense?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because
it has all the markings, doesn't it? It has all the markings of maybe being traveling and all that stuff. But we'll see. But what I'm saying is the combination of having him on the outside, having him as a focal point, opens up Ibuka even that much more. And that brings into focus Petrie and Toto and Aziz and safeties, et cetera. No, that's a good one. Now, the other one that I was thinking about outside of the old cliche penalties is actually C.J. Stroud himself. Just number one, I get it. The offensive line has a lot to do with the pressures and sacks. We all get that. But don't make it worse. Don't make it worse. Get rid of the ball as you've been obviously coached to do this year, getting rid of it quickly, and don't go straight backwards and make a bad play even worse.
And on top of that, you utilize, and this word kind of means a few things, so I want to be clear on it. Utilize a little bit of tempo, not necessarily that you have to get up, and just go, fast to the line.
You mean up tempo?
I don't know if you need to necessarily go up tempo, but utilize a nice tempo of get the play in relatively early, get to the line so we can diagnose what's happening and help CJ as he is making more of these calls. And obviously, Jarrett Patterson will be helping him at the center position, but utilizing that. This was actually Nick Caley being asked on Friday, do you think that the offense can increase the tempo this week?
Sure, I think so. I think there's always room for improvement for that, and I can do a better job too. Like we can all collectively do a better job. So that's the focus, is just worrying about trying to get that better and help the whole entire process. And I think everything's connected. So if we all can improve a little bit here and move the needle and just keep being consistent, that's when you'll start to see things just obviously move at a better clip.
Now,
that's huge.
Of course, he spreads it around because there's a lot of things offensively. But Nick Caley, he's going to be a large part of whether or not the Texans win or not. How much of a game plan offense do we see? Are you able to actually start attacking some weaknesses? Because that's inherent. When you call something game plan offense, it is we're attacking weaknesses. It didn't feel like you had great opportunities of doing that in week one. Week two, it feels like there's some places where you can maybe get.
It does, and that's the other one, win because, lose because. I think they can win because that happens, because they do sort of change a little bit of what they are. They're not going to change the essence of what they are. By no means. They still want to run the ball. They still want to be safe and all that. But you do have to add some things simply because the opposing team, the opposing defensive coordinator, you don't want them just jumping routes, going underneath routes, making sure that, you first and second down, that they get everything taken care of on the ground game. You gotta make them think a little bit and make some adjustments. And I think that's on Nick Caley. Absolutely.
I think that's fair. How about this for a Texans win because they pick up the blitz? Todd Bowles, we've talked about it in kind of general senses that he's a very good defense coordinator. He likes showing you different stuff, and he especially likes kind of exotic blitzes. He's the third highest blitzer when it comes to sending pressure. CJ Stroud, in this offensive line, they already had a little bit of issues picking up some things. Not only do you have to be on top of your P's and Q's, they're going to need to identify these blitzes that are coming and pick them up, right? We were talking about picking up stunts. That's one thing. You're going to need to make sure that you're picking up blitzes, and that also falls on the running backs. And you had some instances where Dameon Pierce is leaking out and not helping an Arion Taylor-Sri on the left side pick, or was it Cam Robinson, one of them who was playing left tackle at that point, pick up the blitz that's coming in off of that left edge. You're going to need to be on your P's and Q's there because, again, when you talk about staying on schedule, one blitz, one sack can knock off your entire drive, and that can knock off the entirety of what you're doing here, at least with the way that this offense is right now. You're going to need to be on your P's and Q's picking up the blitz.
Yes, absolutely. And does that affect, the Woody Mark? He's shown to be a good blocker, but it's a little different in the regular season. Is that going to affect Woody Mark's, number of snaps that he gets? Are they going to be trusting other guys more, whether it's Agumbawale or Chubb or whomever? No, that's for sure. But that also feeds into the other thing that I think, and this generally in the NFL, it's not that big a deal, but if you get off to a slow start and you're the Houston Texans on offense, I'm going to be very nervous about C.J. Stroud becoming frustrated again. He's shown some frustration. I think the quick start for this offense, how they, maybe get into the end zone first of all, but get down the field and giving C.J. Stroud that swagger. I talked about it earlier. He just doesn't look the same. We've mentioned it.
Yeah.
He cannot afford a slow start on offense.
No, I think that's fair. I am interested in that. I thought DJ Bieniemy wrote a very interesting piece about CJ's offseason and how he's kind of balancing his life generally. Especially we saw him really have a low-key second offseason compared to his first one after
podcasts and stuff.
Podcasts. Didn't see him at Super Bowl and everything. He actually turned down the opportunity to be on Netflix's quarterback show, which is produced by Omaha Productions. That's Peyton Manning's production company. Like, he's very much kind of mellowed or tried to find balance in his life, but also it feels like he might have mellowed maybe too much, at least when it comes to the play style, and maybe this is, reading too much into what he's done. But I do want to see some of that. It'd be nice, especially in a game like this where you're at home in front of the crowd. Some of the juice that he seemingly brings to a game, you want to see that show up. I don't know exactly how that is, if that's utilizing his legs or just like making some really incredible throws, but whatever it is, it feels like that energy that he can bring to juice up the offense should be there. Going back to what D'Amico Ryans' question, or the question that was asked of him, who kind of is that dude that can be the emotional catalyst? I do wonder if he could be that in that way.
And it's not just that. Obviously, I brought it up because I think he's going to be able to play better, and we'll see the old CJ and maybe, have become that catalyst, as you just mentioned. But the other thing that I think is very important, if they start slow and if things don't go well offensively, I mean, we should and probably will have legitimate conversations of just how much does CJ Stroud trust this offense, like this offense. Because keep in mind, he was asking for and got more control at the line of scrimmage. But is this the offense that he likes to really be able to embrace and use and all that? So he needs a quick start. If nothing else, not just the swagger and the confidence and being the catalyst as we've talked about, but just believing, getting that affirmation a little sooner in the season that this offense will work with you at quarterback.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing some more from CJ. From the 713, if the offensive line protects CJ and CJ goes out and balls out like everybody knows he can do, Texans will get a dub. Texans lose because they lose the battle in the trenches. We're talking a little bit about that. Texans win because they ball out. In fact, somebody said specifically, Texans win if they block Vita Vea. Vita Vea is a guy that can apply a little bit of pressure from the interior as well. He's one of those unicorns that clearly can help stop the run, but can actually push up a little bit. This is going to be a real big challenge for the three interior offensive linemen, Laken Tomlinson, Jarrett Patterson, and Ed Ingram in the middle. Are they going to be able to, when they do duo, are they actually going to get pushed? Are they going to be able to move that guy? Or is that going to go the other way where he's able to not allow CJ to have a place to step up into on passing down?
No, it's very, very important between the guards, the interior three, for sure. Let's also remember, that you have a new center, not Jake Andrews, that's going to be starting, but I don't really feel, we've talked about this, I don't really feel that it's that big a drop-off. Nevertheless, these guys have not played a regular season game together ever. This five up front. So, yes, for sure, that's going to be big.
How about this that came in? Somebody said Nick Chubb starts hitting 5 to 6 yards and wears down the defense in the second half.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And we saw something kind of close. You saw him kind of hitting that 2 to 4 yards consistently, and then it started opening up. I do wonder if that happens again, because Vita Vea right there will play a big factor in that. If you're able to corral Vita and you can get around him, maybe even you run to the outside a little bit with a few more carries than the 13 that he got. Do you maybe see an opportunity for cracking this defense open and then really hitting them where it hurts, where you run on them consistently?
Well, I think so. I think Chubb, obviously we know he has it in him. You give him 5, 6 more carries, whatever it may be, the odds are he's going to be able to get it. And it's going to be huge if he, pops some good 15, 20-yard run or something like that. But the other thing for me is not just, what the run does, but what the run does. I'm sounding like a broken record over the course of the last 2 weeks. The play action to me, I think that's what is going to be so important with these younger receivers, with getting Nico Collins. So it all ties together.
Yeah, someone said if CJ throws more to his younger receivers, I am intrigued to see how that works. Higgins did have a decent amount of yards last week. It just didn't feel like they were as involved.
It didn't feel like he was as impactful, right?
Yeah, and I don't know why that is ultimately, but I do want to see more of that opportunity, because there's that, and then there's, going back to the running backs, the third lowest rushing success rate from the running backs. It just felt like on any given play they weren't putting. Also, when you talk about staying on schedule, some of that is on first down, pick up 4 yards.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
On second down, get yourself to third and short as opposed to third and medium, third and long when you run the football. So all of those things really we want to see in addition to getting the receiver or getting the guys out there. And then also one of the notes that I was looking at, Baker Mayfield apparently had like a incredibly high rate. About 50% of his passes are in breakers. So one of this is just going to be,
oh boy, something's got to break.
Petrie,
yeah, something's got to break.
Aziz, some of the safeties, right? C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Kalen Bullock. If they look better at patrolling the middle of the field, the Texans win this football game. Because if it's not that, Bucky Irvin didn't look all that great in week 1. I don't know if maybe this is the opportunity where he returns to looking to form. But if you can neutralize the middle of the field, I think that you make it incredibly difficult for the Bucs to move down the field. And then it's just which offense scores more, and I think you have an opportunity to really get it in that way, as opposed to having to try and chase down a Bucs offense if you let.
Well, that's a lose because if Baker Mayfield can get rid of the ball, exploit, those things that you just talked about, that's going to be a big problem. That was the biggest problem last week.
And you know one, real quick, I'll leave with this one because we haven't talked about it a lot this year. Where's that turnover defense? They did get a turnover last week, but it didn't feel like it was.
It was late. It was important.
Yes.
But it didn't necessarily swing the game early, or get you some points or whatever.
So if that turnover defense
you turned it over.
Gets to doing that, I think the Texans win because you'll have the energy, the environment in that building that I think should cause a swell and carry you through. So those are just some of the things. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen in this game. This feels like so much more of a wide open game, even though it's a 2.5 point. Favorite the Texans are in this one. It feels like a lot of things can happen in this one. So this is really a prove-it game for the Texans on their home turf with the season, the home opener for your Texans. Liberty white out versus the Bucs.
And wear white.
Do it. And be early. And cheer. And enjoy your beer. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Football Talk on 610 is brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original series Tulsa King this season. Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. All right, coming up next is when we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, man, I got a bunch of crazy sounds from the weekend of sports it was. And plus, you think Pumpkin Spice kind of made an entry a little too early.
Oh, stop.
Something else is creeping up right there, too.
I swear, if I hear Mariah Carey in this next segment, I'm losing it. Let's do it next.
What does a Monday night game mean to Coach? Home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Yes!
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Texans Bucs tonight at NRG Stadium for a little Monday night football. I can't wait to get up out there. Well, it look like you got something you want to say, Reggie. You always do that little look that.
No.
I thought you was about to say something.
Was he looking down his nose?
Yeah, he kind of did that look like, wait a minute, by the way. Like he was about to say, by the way.
Yeah.
But anywho.
I'm just trying to look. I know that I do a lot of talking without looking at people, so I was just trying to look at you as you was making your point.
Yeah, okay. So, anywho, we'll be out there this evening tailgating and moving around. Just want to give a special shout out to Nusshead Tailgaters. Yeah. Salute to Marty, my guy. And if you want to check them out, they're in Blue Lot 40. So, the number little 40.
Where the postmark.
Yeah. So, check them out, man. And by the way, too, text me where you going to be tailgating.
All right.
Just kind of let me know what
your cell number.
I can.
No,
I'm about to say I can.
Or you can at least hit them on social media. That'll work as well.
Yeah. Just kind of text in and tell us where you tailgating at. Shout your tailgate out. Let us know what you eating on too. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I might stop by at that point.
He's like, wait, hold on. You say you got that?
You got what? Okay, yeah, I'll be there. But it was a weekend full of sports, man. We talked about it a little earlier. You had some boxing, of course. You had college football and all that good stuff.
Of course, I did.
Yeah, and I got to talk about the biggest game Saturday.
Yeah, gig 'em.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say Ohio State versus Ohio.
How did you not see that coming?
So Ohio State and Ohio was on Peacock.
Can I ask you something about that game?
They call themselves OU.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Do the mascots typically do the OH chant them together in the instances where these two teams play? Because I saw that was it Bucky the Buckeye or whatever, and then the Ohio Bobcat or whatever, that they were doing the OH chant all the way around the stadium together, and I was like, oh, that's cute.
Yeah, I've never seen that before, so I don't know if that was a thing where they all get together to do it.
Yeah,
but hell, they probably was like, hey, it's cool to just be here at Ohio State, so why not do it? But and plus that's like the official school of the whole state. I think everybody in the state of Ohio root for Ohio State because that's probably the best football you're gonna get overall.
Okay, you're putting it on pretty thick, man.
Yeah.
And he's not wrong.
Anywho, so I was probably the only schmuck watching this game, and apparently Chris Sims and company was kind of telling us a little something too towards the end of this game.
Okay. So Chris and I would miss you if you left, but we would understand if you want to flip over to NBC. Heck of a game going on right now in South Bend. Notre Dame just scored again. Third quarter, they lead Texas A&M 31-28.
No, like seriously, I want to be like, why are you still listening to us? Why? Just go to the real NBC. It's company on company crime. We're okay with that, and that's a good one right there. We know this one's over. We won't be offended. Even my mom changed the channel, all right? My mom, Diana, changed the channel. She just texted me. She's like, we stopped watching the game, all right? So she's watching Notre Dame and Texas A&M.
God bless him. God bless that man.
Hey, that's 100% real, man.
Yes.
That's 100% real. And the only reason I had this game on, I was actually at an event. I was working an event, and they had the Aggies game. They had the game on the big TV and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I just kind of wanted to keep an eye on what Ohio State was doing, kind of half watching.
Yeah.
But when I heard that, I'm like, oh, I have a real problem. If I'm sitting here paying attention to this game, and this game was clearly over. But I'm like, salute to Chris Sims for, I guess, keeping them 100 with that.
Sure was.
Because like he said, that's company on company crime. And I don't know. I don't think we ever said anything like that. Just imagine us being on the air. Hey, man, you ain't got to listen to us. You can listen to Mix 96.5. Don't pay attention to us. We're just talking sports.
Yeah.
If you want to go switch to music, switch to that station.
Did we mention when Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce thing that they went to an hour of Taylor Swift music?
I think I brought it up, but no way in hell I told y'all to go switch.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's
true. Y'all keep y'all butts here. So, yeah, man, salute to Chris Sims for understanding the situation. More audio from the weekend as I continue on the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Boxing. It was a boxing match that went on. I did not see any of it. Quite frankly, I was tired. I'm like, I ain't got time for it. I seen people complaining about, man, when is it going to start?
Brother.
I'm like, nah, I'm out to get. I will watch the highlights. I would do what Adam Silver said about the NBA. I would just look at the highlights.
Boy, that is a highlights-based sport. Boxing is a highlights-based sport.
It is.
Well,
yes, it is.
It can be, especially in the social media area.
Yeah. Especially
boxing is a watch party sport.
Well, yeah.
It is, but it's not a thing because
for Figgy and I were at our homes or we were, wherever we were. I'm like,
I did not get FOMO.
Check the highlights.
I did not get FOMO over this. Usually I get some FOMO, but this one I'm like, oh no, I'm not getting out the bed to watch this. I'm good. I would check the highlights in the morning, and I'm sure they'd be all over the internet, which it was.
Yeah.
But one thing that was all over the internet, Max Kellerman. Remember Max Kellerman? Used to be at ESPN.
Those 4 things I know are true.
Yeah, so Max Kellerman, he was on a call. I want to say he was doing a little commentating.
Yeah.
I don't know who's the PvP person on this match, but
I can't remember.
Here's a little Max Kellerman with a weird but kind of funny quote while this boxing match was going on between Bud and Alvarez.
How much can I exchange with Canelo? When do I box and when do I fight and get my respect?
As the great James Toney used to say, you need to bring ass to get ass. and Terrence Crawford is bringing ass tonight.
Yo.
You didn't pick up on that one?
Funny enough, I didn't hear that live. And to be fair, sometimes I'm like in my own world.
Yeah, you're doing other
I'm texting my boxing friends and trying to see like what they're thinking about. I'm trying to pretend like I'm some boxing scientist. Well, look at that. But yes, I missed that somehow. That is a wild statement by one Max Kellerman.
I can honestly say I've never heard that one.
I never heard that.
Who did he say said that?
I forgot.
James Toney?
Yeah, let me see. Let me get back to it.
How much can I exchange with Canelo? When do I box and when do I fight and get my respect?
As the great James Toney used to say, you need to bring ass to get ass. and Terrence Crawford is bringing ass tonight.
Yeah, James Toney.
Okay.
Big old heavyweight. Fat dude.
That's gonna go into my lexicon of quotes that I like throwing out there. Sports quotes. You gotta bring ass to get ass, you know?
Speaking of bringing ass.
Hey, yo.
Somebody else is bringing some ass or might be bringing some ass on a date. I don't know if you've seen this.
Wow, you went there.
I don't know.
I know what you're talking about.
I'm still behind.
I know what you're talking about.
I'm still behind.
So apparently it's a comedian / podcaster by the name of Theo Vaughn.
Oh, yes.
Who was on the sideline of the Vanderbilt, South Carolina game.
That's Heisman winner.
Yep. And who was this Heisman winner you talking about?
Diego Pavia. Contender, I said.
Yeah, so
he ain't winning no Heisman.
So Diego Pavia, we ain't gonna start this argument now. No. We'll save it for tomorrow. But apparently he had a bet going on with Diego, and if he won this bet, which was Diego beating South Carolina, he promised Theo a date with his mom.
Yeah, I don't even want to know what he told me about Diego Pavia's mom either. Like, I'm just like, what? That's not bad. No, it's not like that. It's not bad at all.
Well, let's hear it.
Tell us. The way that I understand this story is that, maybe just give me a nod if this is okay. Diego Pavia wins this game. He promised you he would set you up with a date with his mom.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
He's a nurse, and I've always wanted to do. My goal is I would like to marry a nurse one day, so that's why I think
smart.
He was thinking about that, but I don't even know if I would do it. I don't know. So I like being his friend. I don't want to end up being like his stepdad or something, you know?
That would be weird. I got it.
That started from a little bit more wholesome place than I anticipated. Always wanted to marry a nurse, so Diego was like, well, I know one, but
tall tale
that is, probably. Also, how does moms feel about this? Just like you volunteering her hand
Yeah.
and a date.
I don't know if I would make a bet like that, no matter what.
I don't know. I know for certain I wouldn't.
know I would not.
In fact, you just bringing up the proposition is grounds for me whooping your ass.
Yeah.
Are you crazy?
He's like, I don't know if you don't know.
Yeah, I'm just saying that tongue in cheek. But look like he might have a date.
All right, so how does this play out now that they did beat South Carolina?
I mean,
is he going to have a date, or is it going to be one of those maybe made-for-TV dates? Sort of like whatever. They go to...
He's a podcaster and all that stuff, so it's going to be made for TV.
Yeah.
He's going to do a little something. Mm-hmm. So I wonder how serious this date is going to be, though.
And what does Mom wear?
All right.
What does Mom wear?
Good for Diego winning, but it's almost like, did you believe you was gonna win?
Yeah,
right,
that too.
Right. Like, who are you betting against right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you should have said if we lose.
Yeah. That bet didn't even make sense.
Yeah. No, I didn't understand the bet from the beginning. It's just like, you must wanted that man to date your mom.
Yeah.
If you throw something out there like that, and you down with it.
Shout out to Vanderbilt though.
Yeah.
Huge win. I believe they broke a 16-game losing streak versus South Carolina by getting that victory.
Yeah. All right, as I continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So we talked about, I want to say it was like last month, how Pumpkin Spice has made an early entry into 2025. I think something else made an early entry to 2025 as well.
Damn
there
it.
We go.
Are you really doing this?
Damn it!
Are you really doing this?
So apparently, salute to a Costco's in Florida. They already got Christmas stuff up.
Dude.
They already got the Christmas stuff up on display. And we not even in October, man.
So
it is September 15th.
Here's the problem. I've seen Christmas decorations already at Home Depot. Home Depot has them, at least the one I went to. This is just too much. This is way too much, right?
Yes. Of course it's too much.
Yeah, but it's not even Halloween time yet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's terrible. I'm kind of curious when the radio station's going to switch over to Christmas music because usually they've been kind of getting a little earlier too.
Yeah.
Now at this point it's way before Thanksgiving. They do it before Thanksgiving, so I'm kind of curious now. Are they going to creep up in October?
Yes, they are. They absolutely are.
Before Halloween.
And the tough thing about it is the Costco having the stuff. I get it. You want
like lights.
You want to buy your stuff ahead of time.
Halloween stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you buy your stuff ahead of time so you're ready. It's the music is what gets me because it's like y'all not gonna get burnt out. Y'all don't. And you know who's definitely getting burnt out is the people that work in retail.
Yeah,
because they have to hear the same song over and over. I'm like, I just need us to stop trampling all over food's birthday. You know what I mean? Like, let Thanksgiving have its due before we do this.
Yeah. Somebody that's probably super happy about this is my wife.
She's a big Christmas.
She can listen to Christmas music all year round to the point I think she won it all year round. And she probably going to put the Christmas stuff up early, probably in October.
There are a lot of people that do that.
Yeah.
Hold on. So Costco got space for the Christmas stuff, but all the stuff that I need is always up on the top shelf. How does that work out?
Yeah.
How does that work?
You need one of those lifts, like a forklift or whatever.
It's like y'all got all the Gatorades on the third level, but you got Christmas trees down here. Believe me, Costco.
They got a whole setup ready with the fake snow and the lights and all that stuff. The Christmas tree, and we in September.
Yeah, so the dates are very clear, right? You don't do Halloween until like October 1st. You don't do Thanksgiving until after Halloween, and you don't do Christmas until December 1st. This should not be hard. Now, I get stores in November. I'm talking about you as a consumer, as a person. Halloween, October 1st. Thanksgiving right after Halloween, that's fine. And Christmas, December 1st. Why is this so difficult?
I don't know, man.
I don't get it. But
I don't know.
Here we are.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. And I'll get y'all out of here real quick. Just want to give a special salute to Jessica and Doug.
Hey.
So I met them at the U of H game. They are huge listeners, and they really like this segment, the mixtape, which I was shocked. I'm like, really? Because I feel like I'll be getting a little ratchet at some point in this. Where I'll be like, man, I'm sure some people probably switching the music. But special shout out to Jessica And special shout out to a guy by the name of Jordan Wilmore, who was training for the local police department out in Kemah. And I think this is what somebody said, or this is what something said, pretty much saying he's already in an academy and the department says they'll add extra material to his shirts and pants so his gear can fit. And you probably wonder, why is you bringing this up? Well, the brother is 7'3".
Oh, wow.
So if you in Kemah, don't commit no crime or nothing, man, because you got a 7'3" cop that be roaming around there.
What's the best job for him as a cop?
Undercover.
Oh, that's a good one.
It's not the best in actually going well. It's the best for my comedic, value.
Yeah, but nobody would guess, oh, that's a cop, because he's 7'3",
7'3", man.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So
I'm trying to decide, do you want to be in the chase with the 7'3" cop or not? Because he's got a long stride, but I feel like you can make it real tough on him.
Got a long reach, too.
Ooh, true.
He could have been like a high price security guard for a rapper or something. Because you ain't gonna try no 7'3".
Is he big too? Did you see him?
Yeah.
Oh, is he slim? I was about to say, because he might be slim. He might just be Victor Wembanyama out here.
Nah, he ain't Victor. He definitely way more than Victor. I know Victor probably like 73 pounds. But this cat out here, it's a big 7'3". To the point I almost went to the stereotype of, why you ain't play basketball?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I bet he gets that all the time.
All the time.
Well, he probably did.
Play basketball?
7'3"?
Yeah, this is a thing.
Somewhere down the line.
Stereotype right here. He probably don't even like basketball.
He had to have given it a shot.
He went to college off of being 7'3".
Yeah.
Like, I have, with my own eyes, seen dudes that I look at and I go, are we sure he knows how to play basketball that have college scholarships?
Got a scholarship.
Because if you're 7'3", come on down. We'll see if we can figure it out.
Yeah.
He probably don't even like sports. But salute to him, man.
And there it is from the 832. That man need to hoop. We didn't even have to tell you. 100%. All right. That is the mixtape. Everybody's favorite segment right here, 1:20 p.m. on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I got a question for you, gentlemen and ladies. Do you have a feeling on how this one goes? Because I'm going to be entirely honest and let the cat out of the bag. I'm not sure that I do. 713-572-4610. Let's figure it out, give our takes on what the final score will be next.
What's Coach D'Amico's
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we are very, very close to really getting to football here on a Texans game day Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We're getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive who have a speedway of a show. Just the 3 o'clock hour before the 2 o'clock hour before they hand it off at 3 to Sean and Seth to get going on Texans pregame, and they'll get you going and hand it off to
what
the
fellas.
What
do you think they rundown look like?
Texans, and then Texans. That would be my guess. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right.
It looks like they're working hard in there.
They really are. They're putting, look, it don't matter if it's a 4-hour show or a 1-hour show.
I would have came in at 1:55.
Them boys gonna make sure that they got you squared away on a Texas Monday. No, we are in a sprint towards the game, and
hell, people are lining up.
Yeah, people are. Shout out to the texter who texted in and said that he is lined up for the yellow lot, waiting to get in, and there's a lot of people there from the 832. So that's the thing that I was really encouraged by. A lot of people there getting there early. I saw a couple of people earlier on in the show text in say they were getting ready to get off work. The city of Houston is getting ready to mobilize for this home opener at NRG Stadium, and I'm glad that it feels like people will be there, because maybe that'll lean me a little closer to something. However, I'm going to be honest with you, like straight up. I don't know how this plays, and it feels like there's a lot more possibility than maybe other games on the various different outcomes that could come of this.
Would you be surprised if the Texans win easily, going away, defense, turnovers, offense, efficient, something along the lines of 31-14?
No.
Would you be surprised if it goes the exact opposite way?
A little bit because of the defense, but yeah, because the only thing is we were talking to our engineer, Andy, who loves him some sports, and he made sure to get in some Astros talk in there too.
Yeah, he did.
He was like, as long as it's not Christmas Day, right? As long as it's not that massacre that you saw. And I'm like, I don't think that the Bucs are capable of that. I think you need to be one of the best, literally the best offenses in the NFL in order to do that to this Texans defense. But outside of that, it feels like pretty much anything is on the table. We know what Mike Evans can get. We haven't even talked that much about Mike Evans and whether this defense is going to be capable of slowing him down or even stopping him, because it does feel like this defense can get to that place where maybe even the best in the league, you have a possibility, a chance at stopping them. But is that a hey, this is purely Stingley's possibility, and then you're giving a offense coordinator, or rather an offense, we know what you're doing. We know you're going to be playing a lot of man because you're following Mike Evans. Does that allow us to then push and pull you in ways that you don't want to go? I think that those are some really interesting questions that exist still for this Texans defense, even as I believe in their capability of handling Baker and the Bucs.
I am with you on the defense, and I couldn't see them, losing a game 31-14 or so. I'm not saying it can't happen, but, I just don't see it happen. I think that's one thing we probably have a good feel for. But I think the other part of it, even defensively, if it doesn't go well, we're going to maybe compound the questions, in the slot, the questions up the middle of the field. I think it could compound itself, some of the issues that they have that maybe are long term. But overall, I think the defense is going to perform. Now, offensively,
that's the one.
Because here's the thing, they could. I've been saying last week and today, I think they're going to change things up. I think they're going to take a few more chances. I think a lot of people have been saying it's not unique to me. But I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. If they're not just headstrong, like, we are going to run the ball, we are going to do what we know, we're not going to make mistakes, no negative plays, just eliminate the turnovers, eliminate the penalties. I could see them absolutely just staying according to what they are, but I don't think that's necessarily the best route.
No, I think that they probably will be closer to, again, it feels like they just came out real conservative just generally, and the whole the conversation that we've had time and time again about having a complementary team, I don't know that they're going to veer too far from that early, unless maybe there's been conversations. Again, it feels like this offense is more of a brain trust type effort than it is a dictatorship, for lack of a better way of describing it.
Yeah.
And I do wonder, especially, you talked about a little bit of frustration that you seemingly heard from CJ. I do wonder if CJ comes up and goes, hey, it didn't feel like we were effective. It didn't feel like we had an opportunity to counteract, negative plays and be able to go and get stuff. Let's open this thing up. We've done it here before. We've opened things up and we've been able to be successful, especially with that dude over there, number 12 on the outside.
Yeah.
When we open this up, we can have a good time. So I do wonder if maybe conversations were had and you see them kind of try and counteract and change that, especially against a against the Tampa Bay defense that I think can be got to some degree.
Yeah, and I also feel as if the head coach on down, is, especially D'Amico, he's going to have to dictate just how much they open things up, because their mantra, from Nick Caserio and D'Amico, those guys are the ones that want to be conservative and not make mistakes. So if this does change, and you try to get the ball a little bit more to Nico Collins, a little bit more down the field, it's going to come from the very top. So are they going to be doing that? Are they going to want that? Are they going to want to stay true to their plan?
All right, so if you had to guess, more open game or more low-scoring game, where does your brain go?
I'm still going to say lower scoring, but I think they are going to, just out of necessity, and out of keeping C.J. Stroud happy, I think they're going to open it up a little bit, a few more shots, a few more touches. Absolutely a few more touches for Nico, and maybe nothing crazy, but opening it up just a little bit more.
I'm going to go with the low-scoring game myself, with the caveat that, again, I'm still trying to figure out how I think this thing plays out.
Yeah,
I think I go with something akin to what I was talking about last week. I still think that a lot of these factors play in. I'm going with I'm going to mix this up a little bit. 19-14 final.
Yeah,
I think it might be a little bit wild to call for 2 touchdowns, but I could see a touchdown and 3 field goals. That very much feels like that's a possibility in this for this Texans team.
Well, yeah, obviously, because Fairbairn is so good, but I think it's going to be – we're going to be talking about C.J. Stroud's demeanor tomorrow. We're going to be talking
one way or the
about
other?
One way or another, because if it doesn't go well, C.J. Stroud has already shown some frustration, has already kind of looked not necessarily like his old self. If he turns that, we're gonna get that affirmation, that reassurance that he's still that guy. If it goes bad, it might be the start of something that we talk about a lot this year.
Fellas, you hear that? Go ahead and stack your show for tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's how Lopez is letting you know.
Yeah,
that's how it's going
like
to go. D&M Auto Leasing always giving us an opportunity to chat with the fellas today. Even more important is we're gearing up for a Texans game day, and you guys have a little bit of a speedway of a drive here today, 2 to 3.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Yeah, I was like trying to find what's the connection here that we could get to what's going on with the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, of course, the aforementioned Clint Stoerner and Ron the Show Hughley joining us, fellas. How are you feeling about this game? I know that you'll give us as much as you can within this hour before you lead into Sean and Seth getting going pregame. But I mean, I don't know if you heard us just there. It feels like this game can go a lot of different ways, and I still don't feel real comfortable or confident about which of those we end up seeing.
Mm-hmm. No, you shouldn't. They've given us no reason to feel comfortable other than just knowing we're going to play some pretty good defense and get after the quarterback if the quarterback decides to hold the football. I mean, that's ultimately what we know about this team right now. But I love where y'all's conversation was, man. The CJ thing, and I'll be honest with you, I think we need it one way or another. I think he needs it. I think the organization needs it. I think. Whether it's go out and play well and kind of take the bull by the horns and fix some things and do, take that next step personally, or if it doesn't go well, again, be the guy that I loved what he did last week. I absolutely loved it. In fact, I'll argue that there's not enough of it in this organization, particularly on the offensive side of the football. So I think either way it goes, win, lose, or draw, whether they play well or they don't, I think the discussion that's front and center is CJ's demeanor, CJ's leadership, CJ's, that should be the first conversation everybody's having.
A couple of things on that are things to really watch. I think this may be the most important game, regular season wise. Nope. This may be the most important game for him that he's ever played since he's been with the Texans. And I know he's played playoff games, but he needs to have a game.
Reassurance.
For hell, I was saying the fan base, I think himself and everybody. We talked about it last week. I can't remember the last time you stepped away and was like, even with all the issues, like you don't have to have 300-yard games or just a game where you're like, yep, that we got CJ and he's going to be able to hold things together. And to what you said, now he stepped out and he challenged his team last week. How do they react to that?
Yeah.
Like if they come out there and the lollygag and stuff is still going, that means that speech that you gave just flew right. They ain't listening to you.
Yeah.
Like that's why I think tonight is a huge night for him.
Well, you think about it, guys. Think about what he's been through. I mean, since he won that award, that Rookie of the Year award. I would imagine training camp was probably a pretty damn good time with Diggs and everybody kind of leading up to it. But once the season started and kind of things started unfolding, would they go 6-2 to start the season last year? So let's call it mid-year last season to now. Mid-year last season, the wheels completely came off. The strained relationship in the building, but amongst several people on the offensive side of the football. The total shift in what you're doing offensively.
Yeah.
Training camp, getting your ass kicked every day. Not getting to see a clear picture and having a good clean pocket and being able to work your game, having to start completely over. And now you go see some of the same issues in LA to start the season. You have some comments after the game again, which I absolutely love. And now, how bad does he need it? Yeah, CJ needs it.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily about us, Show. I think it's him.
Yeah,
I think he
That
needs
is a big part. But I think there's some
everything.
No, it's body, but I do think there's some people on the fan base.
Oh yeah.
Hold on now. We about to pay this.
We are familiar.
Let's pay this man $60 million.
Yeah.
I think there's just to have everybody feel good. I think it's a big game.
And hell, we're waiting for proof of concept on this offense in this year. So why not the home opener? Why not tonight on Monday Night Football? All right, fellas, y'all got a short one, so I want to get out of the way and give you the maximum opportunity to do this. But I do want to leave you with some words of wisdom that I learned this weekend, which was from the great James Toney, which he said, in order to get ass, you got to bring ass. So bring your ass in this one. Y'all got an hour of The Drive. You listen to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, baby. Game day now.
Yeah, it is.
Game day.
We're bringing that ass. Ain't no doubt, baby.
Hell yeah.
Come on. Everywhere we go.
No more taking that ass, though. Let's make sure we remember that. No more just taking that ass.
I never did took it.
I don't know.
I never did took it. Not me.
There you go. Good for you. It
was all handed over.
Yeah, good for you. No more trying to take that ass. Just bring that ass. But a big one, obviously a big one tonight. As Reggie said, we do got a short one. We're out of here at 3 o'clock as we will turn it over to Sean and Seth for the pregame show. We're out of here at 3 o'clock. 6 o'clock ball game out at NRG. Make sure you get your way. If you ride on the way to tailgate, hello. You can text in, if you're on the passenger side, text in 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch, jump in. I do want to get in on what the final injury report was, Clint, and that is for the Texans. No surprise here. Based off last week, Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios, the slot receivers, and then in Braxton Berrios' case, the punt returner, they are both out of this game. Jake Andrews with a high ankle sprain, out of this game. No surprise with those three guys, Clint. They didn't practice all week. But Ed Ingram is good to go. He is full go. He was determined to be this team's starter, so we expect to see him out. On the other side, Chris Godwin, and I think, Clint, their overall best player, Tristan Wirfs, their left tackle, they're both out of this game. Their other right tackle, Luke Gadecki, he is questionable for this game. So both tackles potentially could be out of this game for the Texans, and for the Buccaneers, and obviously for the Texans, that's a huge deal with what they have going over there with Hunter and Will Anderson. So that is the injury report. Thoughts off of that real quick before we continue to move on?
Well, I think the injury report tells the story about tonight. I mean, obviously there's some bigger headlines with Nico and CJ and Chubb, and then with them with Evans and Baker playing lights out, and there's obviously some bigger headlines. But I think when you look at this matchup between Tampa and Houston, I do believe that injury report right there mentions all the names that you need to know. You got Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter going against a backup left tackle and Gadecki, who is questionable at the right tackle position, and a quarterback that likes to hold the ball and a receiver that likes to go deep, and there's a recipe there for the Houston Texans to have a big night, and we'll see how they handle that. On the flip side of it, you mentioned Ed Ingram being full go and healthy for the Texans. I mean, this thing is all about their ability to handle this defensive line, right? Kalijah Kancey, Vita Vea, Logan Hall. Particularly the interior forces with Tampa. Can Houston handle those guys? Can they run the football, and can they protect C.J. Stroud? But can they run it well enough to protect C.J. Stroud from having to throw it 40 times against this kind of defense? Let's hope not, right? So I think Ed Ingram is huge, and obviously the two tackles, one being questionable, one being out for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think that in some way, shape, or form, win, lose, or draw, is going to end up dictating a good chunk of the action that you see tonight at NRG Stadium.
Tyler and Clint, you know what I'm nervous about?
What's that?
I just hope Ed looks all right tonight. Because if Ed Ingram doesn't, I don't know. Like if Ed Ingram doesn't, you know what I mean? If he, like the expectation, last week you'd say, all right, maybe there were some struggles in there and Titus is playing out of position and you had to move some things around. Now the hope is, all right, you get Ed Ingram in there. I know Andrews is out, but as we said last week, there doesn't feel like a huge difference between Patterson and him. But if Ed Ingram has struggles and you look at it, now the next place to turn is Juice or what? Like I just hope he's all right.
Well,
at least all right.
The Texans O-line is going to be the 1A story until it's not. And the reality of it is man, there's a lot of layers to this. Can these guys that they brought in play? Right? I guess 1, are they healthy? 2, can they play? 3, when they do have to make adjustments, whether it's because somebody can't play or because somebody's not healthy, does this organization have the ability to make those adjustments, make those calls? We don't even know what starting lineup. We talk about Ed Ingram.
I think Ed.
We've talked about Ed Ingram. I would think that Ed Ingram would be the guy. I mean, a week before the first game, Ed Ingram was plugged in at guard, and that was the best 5 offensive linemen that the Houston Texans had available. The little abdomen strain or whatever he had obviously put a kink in that, so it looked a little bit different in week 1 versus the Rams. I got to believe that they go back to that. But let's be honest, we have no idea what they're going to do with the offensive line.
Friday, good Lord, Wilson.
Aaron Wilson.
Aaron Wilson said the offensive line should be Ursery, Tomlinson, Patterson in for Andrews with Ed and Titus Howard, barring any kind of a setback. And we haven't heard any kind of setback. So the thought is that would be it. But
but here's the thing, though. The thought is, I would think, the film tells me that's it, Ron.
Yeah.
Aaron Wilson going to practice, maybe he tells you it's that too. That tells me that's what they're going to do. But now, let's say Ed Ingram either re-aggravates an injury or can't play. Is it just plug Juice Scruggs in, or do we go back to this musical chairs and start rotating the best 5 through there where you got guards playing tackle and tackles playing guard? Tackles playing guard and you change 3 guys because one position can't play? Or do you just plug in Juice Scruggs and see if the second-round pick that you got 2 years ago, you can't go get him? He can't play a little bit. So, we'll see. That O-line is going to be story 1A until it's not, no question about it.
Yeah. So that is both games. This is a line for both games right now. It is which offensive line is going to be able to hold up better against the. I think it was kind of the way we felt the Rams game was.
Yeah.
Which offensive line is going to be able to hold up well enough?
And theirs is due to injury, and ours is due to we don't know what the hell we can do. We can or can't do.
Yeah. I guess Jake Andrews, a little injury. I guess maybe that's as well.
Yeah. The least isn't that something? The least of my worries covering this team, the least of my worries right now is you just lost your best center. Usually that would be like, oh, hell, how are they going to communicate, man? He got to direct traffic, man. Hey, CJ hadn't taken his time. The least of my worries is Jacob Patterson right now.
No. Yeah, man. That's a football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Started at just $30 for your first year. That's just about $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And Clint, you brought up something just a bit ago. You said, are they going to be able to run the football? Are they going to be able to run the football so C.J. Stroud doesn't have to throw it 40 times? That is not how it seems this offense wants to be built. And they need to run the football, and I think run it a little bit better than they did last week, and really maybe stick to it a little bit better than they did last week. And that means Nick Chubb and Damian Pierce. And they tried 4 guys last week, Woody Marks and Daria Gumbawale. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. How much should we see Nick Chubb in this run game coming up today against the Bucs?
Well, look, if I got to put a number on it, I would say 20. First of all, I think that question is the biggest glaring question. I mean, obviously you got some O-line problems, and can they get the ball to Nico? But as it pertains to winning tonight, I think it's how much can you get out of Nick Chubb. I'm going to go with 20 carries or more. 20 plus carries for Nick Chubb is going to be the recipe to win this game. Now the game's going to dictate. Here's the kind of the bigger picture that I'm looking at. Right, the game's going to dictate whether Nick Chubb gets those carries or not. Obviously, if he gets stuffed on first down, 2nd and 10, you're probably going to throw the football. You need to find Nico. You need to find Dalton Schultz. You need to start doing some things a little bit more aggressive fashion. Right, so the game's going to dictate whether he gets quote unquote 20 carries or 25 carries or 17 carries or whatever the hell you think it may be. Right. The game's going to dictate that. But what I want to see is I want to see him in the damn game. Yeah. The four running back rotation, and I'm not even talking about just in critical moments. Of course, I want him in the game in critical moments, but I'm just talking about the overall tapping your helmet and going to the sideline and getting a drink of water and then not seeing the damn field again until a series later. Like that's got to be. Don't even look at the sidelines unless somebody taps you on the shoulder and says, "Hey, coach wants me in and get out of here." Don't even look at the sideline, right? So I want him in the game. I want him to be a constant threat. If they do feed the ball between the tackles to anybody, I don't want them to waste 3 or 4 of those on Dameon Pierce and Woody Marks and Dare Agumbawale. If you feed him the ball on 3rd down, I don't want it to be Dare Agumbawale kind of deal. We got to get the most that we can out of Nick Chubb, assuming this game stays tight and is played the way that I think most of Texans games are going to be played this year. Now, if it gets out of whack, you got to hope your man C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, and Dalton Schultz can go make some noise. But for the time being, the rotation is what I want to see in the first half.
13 carries last week.
Unacceptable.
13 carries last week, and it did seem like it went stretches. Like there was a middle part of the game where it didn't feel like he was getting a lot of touches there. And listen, I'll be honest with you. I've kind of changed my tune a bit on this. Somebody texted in and said 20 carries, maybe more, 20 carries. Someone texted in. Someone said, I'm cool on Dameon Pierce. With having to kind of piece together and speculate, because that's all we can do with the information we have about the Joe Mixon situation, I get the feeling that the Texans are not that surprised that Joe Mixon isn't able to play right now. Mm-hmm. Or is it? Or maybe it's even more long term than maybe we initially thought when they signed Nick Chubb. So to me, they clearly, I think, knew that Nick Chubb, there was a good chance for maybe at least half the season Nick Chubb may be their running back one. And if that is the case, and that is the decision that you kind of went by, then yeah, if you're going to want to be a running team like you've talked about, and you want to run the football, that's going to be a big deal. You clearly put yourself in a position where you feel like Nick Chubb can handle more than what I would think a 29, almost 30-year-old back that's had, lower leg injuries in his past that may be slowing down. So, you know what, if you're going to be a running first football team, which it seems like they want to be. Now, obviously, if the game dictates something else, then you're not running it over and over again. If it dictates something else, but they signed him and brought him in. I think now that we can see, that they brought him in knowing that he would probably be their lead back. So yeah, you thought he could be this, then I think we should see that.
Well, the thing is, I'm more into a snap count than a carry, to be honest with you. I want him to be the guy. Like, I want to lose a football game. I don't want to lose. But if I lose a football game, me personally, I want to lose it because Nick Chubb dropped a swing pass, not Dameon Pierce. If we lose a football game, I want it to be because Nick Chubb got stuffed in the hole, not Dameon Pierce stepped on CJ's toes and tripped before he ever got started. Right? If I lose a football game, I don't want it to be because Dare Agumbawale got stuffed on 3rd down or Dare Agumbawale fumbled the ball after catching it and running down the field. I want it to be because Nick Chubb, a guy that's been there, a guy that's typically sure-handed, a guy that is clearly the better decision, right? Whether we're talking about moment, ability, like the whole thing, like he's the better decision to when he's 100% and he's healthy and he's not winded, to get all of the above. And so if we lose a game, I want to do it at the hands of Nick Chubb, not everybody else in the running back room. So I'm with you. I mean, that's if you tie the Joe Mixon stuff into it, which I think it's why D'Amico and everybody was so frustrated early on in camp when kind of word got out that he was hurt worse than he was. I think it was a sore topic. I think it's worse than they thought it was going to be. And I think they're planning right now that Nick Chubb is the foreseeable future here, at least for this year.
But they got to help out their offensive line. They got to help out their quarterback. And quite frankly, they got to help out their play caller.
Ain't no doubt about that.
Right, and they got to run the football to help that.
Yep.
And if you're going to do it, then you clearly thought, all right, Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce, Woody Martin, this deal is going to be good enough for a team in which we want to put emphasis on running the football. And all right, do it.
Yeah.
Do it with the guy that you trust, in Nick Chubb. So that is going to be a big piece of this game.
Look, if they're going to run the football, it's going to be between the tackles. That's
where Nick Chubb probably was at his best last week.
And that's where he's been at the best his whole career, right? I mean, it's downhill in between the tackles. You look at the moves they made in the offseason from an offensive line perspective. I don't think there's any doubt that Ed Ingram was brought in here because of his ability to get downhill and move mass in the run game between the tackles. I don't think there's any doubt that Jake Andrews was a center beyond the communication piece and being familiar with some of what Nick Caley does, was the starter because of his ability to root out nose tackles or D tackles in the run game. I don't think that there's any doubt that Laken Tomlinson, the left guard, was brought in here to pass protect. I think he was brought in here to help establish the run from a physicality perspective. It's why you brought guys in. It's what you've wanted to do all along. It's what your best running back does and does well. I think it's got to be. You got to make them stop it. Now they've got Vita. They got some dudes over there that can stop it now. So it may be all for none, but you've got to try to establish that because it's who you are.
Yep.
It's who you're built to be.
All right, coming up as we continue right here on a game day. We are here until 3 o'clock. We'll return this thing over for the pregame show with Seth and Sean. So stay tuned for that as the Texans, they open their home opener today, coming up at 6 o'clock against the Tampa Bay Bucs. We're going to continue giving you wall-to-wall coverage and getting you ready for that. I want to hear from you guys, and we can discuss this on the other side as well. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can text in as well. After watching Week 1, going into Week 2 tonight against the Bucs, what is the biggest change you want to see from this offense? The biggest change from what we watched Week 1, what is it that you want to see changed and feel different about going into Week 2? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, football is back, baby, and we got a big one tonight, man. Underdog Fantasy is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And, yes, you can play Underdog Fantasy in the great state of Texas. Playing this game is easy, y'all. And my wife and I play, my cousin and I play, but we all
Andre Ware and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, game day. I see it up there right now. Bucs at Texans coming up 6 o'clock right here in Houston. Right here at NRG, we'll be out there. Hopefully we see you out there, and if you see us walking around, say what's up. Someone said Clint looks like a real surfer today. All right, you want to take a picture with the surfer? Yeah. Got the hair? Turn the mic on. Got the hair?
Yeah, it's getting a little long. I almost tuck it behind the ears, man. It's coming. So we'll see what.
I've seen the old pics when you had it long like that. There you go.
We'll see. We'll see if my wife likes it as much as the mothers did back in the day.
Yeah. That's when you're in your heyday, right there.
I don't know if she's as big a fan, but hey, look, it's up to her, man. She likes these flowing auburn locks, and we'll keep them rolling. If not, we'll trim it on back and keep Mama happy, whatever she wants, man.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. After week one, going in tonight, what is the biggest change you want to see from this offense? What is the biggest change? Here is Ocho Clint. Ron, I want to see the Texans offense improve from week one to week two like the Lions did. Fortunately, the Texans may not have the personnel to do so. All right. I don't know if they're going to put up 52 tonight. But we'll see. We'll see. For me, Clint, the biggest thing, I guess, and there's a few things. We've talked about it all week is just, can we see some, at least, threat of explosiveness? That to me, I think a lot of stuff goes around, but I feel like no teams, and I'm guessing that Todd Bowles and the Bucs may react the same way because the Rams did, have no fear of big play, no fear of, oh Lord, if this guy gets it, or if we do this, they can go and hit their head on the goalpost. There's none of that. And if you can remember, I can't even remember a play that was even like, oh, this is as a big play opportunity. Maybe the Higgins play downfield, I'm not sure, but I didn't even feel like there was a real go route or threat of it. And that is just something to me that it needs to change because I think they're just tightening up everything. Everybody's close up. They're trying to take away those quick throws, take away all of that. So just something that's at least a threat that they can do something big play-wise or explosive.
Well, the only thing that scares me about that, Ron, is you've got one explosive player on this offense. Yeah. And that, now there may be some guys we don't know yet, some rookies, some whatever, but you've got one guy, and that I only say that to say it's typically pretty easy to get a bead on one guy throughout a game, especially when the offense is being more conservative and doesn't really know if they can protect the quarterback, and they're trying to run the football. And so I don't know. I agree with you. I mean, the overall point of like, hey man, show some level of explosiveness.
But just back somebody up.
Yeah.
Like back somebody. Like my fear is Todd Bowles is going to be like, these dudes ain't. He blitzes already a lot anyway.
Yeah. Well, he's going to do that for sure.
And he's really emboldened to do it even more because who the hell scares?
Yeah. I bet there's been some real disrespect spewed in them defensive meeting rooms in Tampa over the last week of like, boy, y'all better not let this group get you. Y'all better not let this group get you. They don't have a clue what they're trying to do. They can't get Nico the ball. So here's the deal. If you ask me after 1 week, after watching the Rams game, the one change that I want to see for this offense tonight. Can I give you two?
Sure.
One before the game starts.
Sure.
Starting offensive line. Decision. Just make the decision. The real answer, Ron, is without a doubt, the game doesn't dictate it. There's no excuse. This should happen 100%. Feed Nico Collins.
That might go into my point too.
Absolutely. There is nothing. We could be running the ball. I mean, as good as you've ever seen the Texans run the football between the tackles, chewing the clock up, keeping that explosive offense of Tampa off the field, and you still got to get Nico. When you ain't handing it to Chubb, you got to get it to Nico. You got to get a screen game. You got to take shots over the top. You got to be involved in a quick game. May be a good idea if you're going to take the ball out of Chubb's hands in terms of the run game. You might want to flip it over to Nico Collins. You might want to line Nico Collins up in the backfield and toss it to him if you do want to attack outside for some reason. Saw Puka Nacua get a big run on a toss play this week, by the way. So yeah, it's feed Nico. There's nothing that can happen in the game, score wise, scheme wise. There's nothing that can happen in this game to keep them from having zero excuse to not feed Nico Collins. So for me, it's Nico. It's 12, a lot of 12, no matter what the score is, 12, 12, and more 12. Nico Collins has got to touch it.
Text line coming in, get Nico involved. Cornbread said we got more explosive players than one, Noel and Nico for sure.
Yeah, Noel was explosive at Iowa State. Made a couple catches in camp. Yeah. But until we see it on Sunday, I can't. I mean,
You're saying you don't think the Bucs are like thinking to themselves, we've got to come out of something that we do because we don't want Noel to hurt us. Maybe he'll catch him napping, but they're probably not. Not at that point yet.
As I said, Cornbread, I think it was. One of the rookies that we had has not been given the opportunity, maybe, but right now the knowns on this team, there's a lack of explosive. Whether it's running back, whether it's wide receiver, whether it's tight ends, it just is what it is.
Text line also coming in. CJ be more accurate in this game.
That's got to happen. You're right there.
Yeah, because we talked about it, man. They don't have, and this goes into what someone else talked about. Don't shoot yourself in the foot. You're right. They don't have a great margin for error, and they, the self-inflicted 1st and 15s, the self-inflicted 2nd and 20s, the self-inflicted 2nd and 10 because you couldn't complete a pass or you couldn't connect. They've got to be on schedule. So I agree with that texture of the don't shoot yourself in the foot offensively, because they did that. Because right now you see 2nd and 15, boy, you can forget about it. Like you're almost at, all right, let's just not turn it over. Let's just, but like the next best thing for our offense maybe is to punt it away, so our defense can maybe do something to take it away and give a short field. Because just right now, there's just, when they're off schedule, there's a fear that they're going to be had.
That's probably the best one because it's so wide ranging, right? Just don't shoot yourself in the foot offensively. Because if you look at this game, whether it was drops, CJ missing a throw, CJ missing a blitz and it hit him in the back of the head, the offensive line not picking up a blitz, right? You look at all these things, turnovers, penalties. Like if it wasn't one thing, it was another, right? And so yeah, you got to clean that up, no doubt.
Yeah.
To even have a chance to be in the game, you got to clean it up.
Next line coming in, CJ used his legs more. Hell, he ran it 5 times for 32 yards last week.
I thought he used them effectively, but yeah, I'm always.
We're saying maybe you got to use more of them, huh?
I'm always here for more.
All right, we'll see. All right, as we continue again, we are out of here at 3 o'clock. By the way, again, Football Talk Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. As we continue, two guys that are individuals that have to be used the right way, that will go a long way to the Texans getting this W. And you can participate as we do. The Texans will win if they do what, and we'll give our predictions. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Football is back.
or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Our predictions coming up here in just a bit. Text in the Texans win if what? Text in your thoughts. We'll give ours here in a second. Tyler, who is on the ones and twos, very somber, very quiet, very focused, because potentially, I'm not sure. Are you a part of a top 10 football team? I don't know. I haven't seen the rankings.
Right at number 10.
There you go. He's a part of the top 10 football team.
Aggies got him one, didn't they?
They did, man.
Where you haters at that were on that text line Friday whenever I gave my prediction? Where you at? Text in now. How about the Aggies?
Yeah, there you go, boy. That was an offensive. I haven't seen A&M be able to score like that since Kellen Mond.
Me and you both, brother.
They up and down the field on them jokers.
Let's go, Marcel.
Tell you, boy, he made some big throws. So, you know, Tyler's feeling himself today, and now he just needs the Texans to get a dub to really cap this thing off.
It would be a perfect football weekend.
We know where the midnight will be then at that. Look out, Megan.
Pointing way up.
All right. Clint, before we give our predictions and the Texans will win if, remember, right after us, we get done here. This is our final segment of the day. We hand it over to Seth and Sean for the pregame show as kickoff is at 6 o'clock at NRG. Two guys that you think are very important to be deployed the right way, the way that on each side of the ball, the way that D'Amico and Matt Burke need to use them, and then obviously Nick Caley on the other side.
Well, look, we're offensive heavy, for obvious reasons throughout last week leading up to this game with all the problems on offense. But the reality is there's one guy on each side of the football that needs to be deployed the right way tonight. In order to give each unit the best chance to survive, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we saw last week where Jalen Petrie was targeted and taken advantage of in critical situations defensively. Can't complain the overall product of defense. I thought it was tremendous. You gave up 14 points. There's nothing to complain about. But there is something to analyze, and I think it's the fact that Jalen Petrie was targeted in multiple times in critical situations, and it was complete mismatches, right? And it was very easy for the opposing offense to make that matchup happen.
That's the part.
Yeah.
How easy they could get to it.
And now that it's on tape, I think you're going to see the other offensive coordinators target Jalen Petrie even more than they ever have. And so how to deploy Jalen Petrie in this defense has got to be something that Nick, that D'Amico and Matt Burke, what they see is how do we take this defense to a whole nother level? Well, you figure out that dynamic where with the Jalen Petrie, Kamari Lassiter, the Smith kid out of USC that they drafted, all their cover corners. Like, how do you massage that and deploy that throughout a game to make it less predictable? So I think Jalen Petrie on defense, and look, I've already talked at length on Nico Collins, and it can't depend on, well, we were running the football better this week, so we stuck to the run. It can't be, well, they were rolling a safety over the top and they were giving him attention and doubling him and trying to take him out of the game. It can't be any of that. Nico Collins should have 10-plus targets this week. Yeah. I mean, he should have 10-plus targets. There should be 5 to 7 targets that are, all we got to do is snap the football and he's touching it. Whether and the targets being let's call it touches instead of targets. Overall, like it should be blatantly obvious what they're trying to do no matter what goes on. So the Nico Collins dynamic on offense, he's got to be deployed in multiple ways to make that make sense.
Yeah. Those two things, you look at that, you could say, if those aspects were different against the Rams, maybe the Texans win the game.
Yep.
There's a difference there. All right, as we get ready to close this thing out here in just a bit, Texans win if, and I'll start, Clint. To me, the Texans win if Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are the dominant forces in this game. And I think really I'm going to be extremely disappointed if in the post-game show you and Sean, damn, you got a long night. In the post-game show, you and Sean aren't talking about, my God, boy, 55 and 51 were a handful tonight. Like, Tristan Wirfs may be the best left tackle in football. He's out of the game. The other side, the right tackle, he is questionable. And so if he goes, he's at least, not 100%. Those guys need to be 100% to give themselves a chance to hold those two down. Those two have to be absolutely dominant in a way they force Baker Mayfield, the OC, the offensive staff, to change in some way what they're doing. Maybe there's a potential you get to take a Mike Evans out of the game because those long routes that he wants to run, he doesn't have time to do it because those two guys are bearing down on him. So, to me, Hunter and Anderson are the two big keys because they should absolutely dominate their match.
I like it, man. I like the Hunter and Anderson take. I think that's the case, Ron, every single week that they're going to have to be lights out because they're going to have to keep the opponent down to as low as they can on the scoreboard. And so I agree with you. Cannot disagree. No pushback there. Boy, I could go so many ways, but I think the way that I can encompass everything I want to emphasize here, I think Nick Chubb's got to have 80-plus yards and 20-plus carries. I think he's got to have 20 carries, and I think he's got to average 4 yards a carry.
Because that means what?
Well, that means that interior offensive line is playing well. It means they're getting push up front. They're handling, that down defensive line, Logan Hall, Vita Vea, Kalijah Cansey. They're handling those guys. And more importantly, they're keeping the offensive line from having to protect C.J. Stroud in obvious passing situations. They're staying ahead of the chains. They're not living behind the chains in a bunch of penalties, second and long, third and long. So I think I've just got to go with Nick Chubb, 20-plus carries, 80-plus yards. They win this football game. If they don't, it's going to be a long night.
So I'm texting in. This is about C.J. C.J. has to play smart and get Nico involved. That's how the Texans win. Somebody said, sounds like Clint has Nico on his fantasy team.
I don't play fantasy, but if I did, I would damn sure love to have him on my fantasy team. I got a bet on Nico.
Oh, do you? Text line coming in. Woody Marks needs to look like James White / Kevin Falk. Champ Slice says. We'll see, man. He just has to be a part of the game plan. But yeah, offensively, they damn sure need to pick things up. And I don't feel like this is a game they got to score, 25 to win. I think that the defense will keep them down well enough, but they can't sit there and go 9 like that, like they did last week. They've got to give something. All right, our predictions in. Tyler, lead us off. What are your predictions for tonight? Texans home opener, Monday Night Football. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman on the call. How do you see this game going tonight?
That's right. And remember to wear white if you're out there at the game. And it is a whiteout. If you're looking at us on YouTube and Twitch, whiteout, baby. Bring the noise. Get there early, man. My prediction, Texans win this one on Monday night at NRG, 27-16. Expect a high dose of Stroud to Nico Collins early and often. 27-16. Home squad wins.
27-16. Okay. All right. 27-16. All right. I'll finish it tonight. Listen, they struggled last week and didn't look promising last week, but I think they changed it around. I think the home crowd helps them out big time, and I just don't think they can handle those boys up front, and they are going to dictate a lot of what happens in this game. I think they give Nick Caley and CJ at least one short field, if not maybe, them score themselves. I got the Texans winning 20-13 as they take out a good Tampa Bay Bucs team. Their injuries are a killer for them, but I got them 20-13. Yes! Texans winning at home tonight.
Bad news, y'all.
Oh, Clint.
Damn it.
Bad news, y'all. I got 17-13 Bucs.
Really? You don't think the offense turns it?
17-13 Bucs, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not real comfortable with 13.
Really? Okay. A bit of surprise there. A bit of surprise. I thought you'd have the Texans at home. All right, 17-13.
I'm really disappointed in what I saw last week offensively.
Ooh, and so you must be in the disappointed in what you saw last week and not like, oh, there's a correctable things that will get done this week. You don't have a ton of confidence that they will be correct.
Well, I don't like I thought the first things that needed to be said was, damn it, we didn't get Nico enough touches. What the hell is going on? Damn it, we got to get Chubb more like the O-line played well, and we'd like to, but they rolled a safety over to him. I don't know if there's the same sense of urgency that I have right now with getting Nico the ball. I don't know that they feel that way. I hope they do. Hope I'm dead wrong. I got Tampa 17-13.
All right, man. We'll see, man. Come on, CJ. You need a big one tonight. Please let us come in here, Tyler, tomorrow talking about CJ Stroud stepped up and showed why he is a franchise quarterback.
Need it, baby. Need it.
D'Amico does too. and so do the press after the game as well with D'Amico, because if it goes left, oh, man, they may lose it. But someone texting, Clint is realistic. I love it. There you go. Clint's realistic. Most people have the Texans. Rocky's got the Bucs 24-16. Rob's got Texans 17-13. Hopefully the Texans can get out of here with the win. No, Clint is not going for the Bucs. He's just calling it how he sees it.
No, my life and my job and my life is significantly easier if we can get to 10 wins or more and we can get second round or beyond. I promise you that.
Yeah.
Selfish reasons, I definitely want the Texans to win. But
Yeah, that's it. All right, Seth and Sean.
Hey, 75% chubby.
There you go. Seth and Sean coming up behind us. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Stick around also, Clint and Sean, afterwards for the post-game show right here on Sports Radio 610. I am Ron, the show. Texans, get a dub. Astros, could you please get going as well? Need a big one tonight, Houston. Houston, we love you, baby.
Turn down for what?
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
What's Coach D'Amico's message to the team heading into a battle with the Bucs?
Do what we do well, and that's it. Like, own our fundamentals, own our technique, control the things that we can control. You control how you prepare, you control how you execute, and that's strictly up to you.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play.